Just like your dad going to school? Yep. Alright, so we're going to pick up where we left off with not a cult, which is definitely not a cult. So this is sort of a challenge run, not big C challenge, like there's not formal rules around it or whatever. But what we've got is we are a tribalist start, so we have 50% our normal research speed, and we're a ritualist ideology, which gives you 25% your normal research speed, so those stack to 12.5% your normal research speed. We also started with no research using the no research mod, and on top of all of that, we also are running the semi-random research mod, so I do not have control of my research. We have given the keys to our R&D department, and we gave them to Randy. And Randy said something about riding a catfish to the moon. Not really sure what that means, but it's okay. And to that end, we've been trying to go really hard in continuing to grow and thrive and all that stuff. We actually can do the anomaly ending literally anytime we want. I just hit the button and it goes live. I'm not really planning on focusing on anomaly though, so I've kind of ignored it. And before we go in here, because we're literally about to leave this place because I already ransacked it. But, you know, we've got all that going. But for a lot of the stuff we want to do, we're kind of being blocked by our research, because we've been having everything get backfilled by Randy, who we've been waiting desperately for archogenetics or cryosleep. Unfortunately, the cryptosleep came too late. We had a colonist who had resurrection psychosis, and while they didn't succumb to that, we were just staying on one title for almost the entirety of stream yesterday, just hoping for this research or that research to get done, or get lucky and get a healing mech serum from a quest. Didn't happen before a raid went in and trashed it and ended up killing them in fire. Surprisingly, I don't think we've lost anyone's bodies this run. I believe, and I could be wrong, I'm willing to bet we probably did lose someone early on, I'm forgetting. But so far, I believe just about everyone who has died, we have preserved in our freezer for resurrection later if possible. But we have been stuck not getting fabrication this whole time, because it's just not rolled the dice for that. And we are getting like everything, which is cool, and this normally wouldn't be a big thing, except I really, really, really want archogenetics, because one of the big things we scored the other day is I managed to trade for the Dealthless trait. Dealthless is really good. It means if you don't have the body completely annihilated or the brain destroyed, they don't die. And we also got super clotting and very fast runner and a whole bunch of other good stuff. So we're looking really good on that thing, but until I get the archogenetics, I can't use it. We did lose a pawn. Well, that's the thing. I've got 3 pawns sealed up here. So it's very likely I've lost a pawn earlier on that I'm just not remembering. Oh, I still have 1 in-game hour until we can launch. Because I don't want them running around, because this tile we land in is all pollution. It was a unique weapon opportunity. Which was funny, because the actual unique weapon on the map wasn't that impressive. It was a submachine gun with a flamethrower on it and nothing else. But out of a random box, I got this, which is a minigun with an extended magazine, so it fires 1.5 as many, 1.5 times as many rounds. And they're EMP rounds. Which means if I go to a mech group, I just fire at the centipede in the back, and I'm going to stun the entire hallway just about. So then it's just a matter if we get the wind up. So right now I'm heading up towards this grav core. Not for any specific reason, I actually don't really need it, but just to have a direction worth going. And we're just kind of hopping from point of interest to point of interest as best we can. Alright, so we don't have any points of interest right there that are going to do me any good. So I'm just going to try and get as far this way as we can. So let's just land on one of these ones with hills. We are popping any and all ancient dangers that I see, because I got 3 dead colonists, and every ancient danger has a 0.5% chance of giving me a mech resurrection serum. So 0.5% is bigger than 0. And we could potentially bring them back. Now the thing I don't know is if I use a mech resurrection serum on someone with resurrection psychosis, whether or not it removes that debuff. So I'm probably going to resurrect them last. It's probably the correct decision anyways, because their body is the freshest. So I want to try and target, resurrecting people who have less time for their bodies to be viable, because they're in the freezer, but, every solar flare and everything means a momentary loss in power. ever so slightly reduces the quality of the body. Okay, so we got steam geysers. That one's maybe usable. That one's not bad. We can probably just stick with that one. Okay, so what we'll do is this is the geyser we're going to do our power off of. We're just going to land here. Yeah, so basically we're landing. We're grabbing anything good. How do you know the chance for the healing mech serum? And actually that information might be out of date. It was something that, like, people were talking about at length. You know, people like, I don't know if it's Mortal Smurf I heard mention it. But basically there's been people who historically have done all the data dumping, or data diving and all that. But to be fair, that information might be outdated, because I haven't checked in on it since Odyssey. That's not an ancient danger over there. Let's check. So steel, we're in great shape. Components, I'm actually in good shape, but I might as well mine something if I'm on the map. But what we're looking for is any walls like these, but, you know, either a solid room by itself or in the mountains. Because that could be an indicator of an ancient danger. Alright, so we didn't see any from eyeballs, but there's still another way we can check. And that is that we take a melee pawn, we draft them, and we choose to attack wall, or just attack. And we go to these. And if it goes to the red X, like you see here, that means it's hollow, which means a chance of an ancient danger. The odds of having a random ancient danger in those is pretty low, though. Alright, so nothing worthwhile on this map that we're seeing. So we're going to go ahead and do. We're not going to plant anything. We're not going to do anything special. We are going to plop down that generator. We're going to chop down some trees for some wood. Probably hunt some animals in the area. And then move on to the next tile as soon as our cooldown's up. And we can check here real fast. Just make sure I didn't overlook it. There is plasteel. So when you get our person who mines up, which is Kiona Chick, when they wake up, I'm going to deliberately tell them to go after the plasteel. Because while I got tons of it, plasteel is certainly a higher value material for my purposes than the others. One thing I want to do today is we're going to start rearranging parts of this ship. I want to get all these random unstable power cores. I want to get them in like a little hallway kind of like over here. That they'll all have doors between them so I can go in and repair them and then seal off the whole section. So that each unstable power core is effectively in its own room, so that way if one goes off, they can't chain react. But also such that I can just tear down one section of wall, go in, and have all of them exposed to repair. I also think I might just go here, since we're at this stage now, for the... For these, I'm just going to make it so we can get access, because every once in a while we land hard, and that's the whole thing. And I think I'll put the vanometric power in there as well. So I think we're going to start doing some mild rearrangements of the ship. Okay, so you're digging that. I want you to go up here and go for the plasteel. And you also want to dig? Basically taking our people who are mining and prioritizing the plasteel. And otherwise getting that. We do have construction people. They will work on getting the wires down. And I do have a bunch of batteries. They will slowly drain. Yeah, so about 1,500 powers off of being stable. Oh, hey. We're at this point. Maintain only. Maintain only. Because if I'm not mistaken, with our anomaly, I've researched everything I've got access to. So researching those serves no purpose anymore. Yeah, so we want them to just keep mining this plasteel, get that all cleared out. Let's see, who's our construction person? Lardine, you are sleeping. Gotcha. Who is another construction person? Harvesting oak tree, you go work on that. Because we want to get that power on before it shuts off. Because we get a little while that this manages to hold below freezing. But anytime it goes above freezing, we slowly lose those bodies. Sorry. And the more decayed the bodies, the worse the odds are of it, the worse the bodies are at being resurrected, the more likely to have side effects. Do you know what the chance of healing mech serum drop is? I don't. I know it's higher than the mech resurrection, but I don't know if it's like 2% or 5% or what it is. Because I want to say the mech resurrection serum has the worst odds at 0.5%. Looked it up, 1.9%? Okay, I mean that's still about 4 times the chance of getting a mech resurrection serum. Okay, so Larding's taken over that. You want a bunch of my Penny-Oxalin. You absolute monsters. Oh, hey. I'm surprised you're hunting an adult. Like, a lot of the animals hunting adults is no shocker. But that specific one is a bit of a surprise. Alright, so Canahawk. Get them to Penny-Oxalin. But yeah, no, apparently a 2% chance is actually pretty good. I have no idea how good or bad or otherwise the wiki is for RimWorld. Because I know a lot of these games, the wikis can be a bit dodgy. That you can't count on them. Like, they'll be mostly right-ish, but when it comes down to, like, actual details, they can be wrong. Like, the Project Zomboid wiki, for example, is notorious for being bad. Like, we have had people go through and put, like, a lot of effort into getting, like, the information cleaned up for, like, the different weapons or whatever. But, like, the Project Zomboid wiki is notorious for having just information that is absolutely not even... Like, it's not even, like, out-of-date wrong, it is just objectively wrong and has never been right. Ooh, there are multiple silver veins available here. There's actually some good ore on this map. Okay, so we got all the plasteel there. We want that to get hauled back. And they should have the last of these trees cut down here in a minute. And then they'll start hauling. Area revealed. I'm not expecting much. Yep, it's just one tile. Yeah, so get a moment to haul that back. In the meantime, all these larger animals are open season for anyone who wants them. There's a tiny little spot of fish over there that's not worth really fishing. It's only got 20 fish in it. Yeah, so that warg's way over there. Yes, both those wargs are not too badly positioned. If they do go after us, we'll kill them. Manhunter pack. Oh no. It's an army of swan. The world has not been prepared for this inevitability when the swan uprising happens. The big question we have now is, are they Canadian? I'm led to believe the Canadian swans are the most dangerous. Who are we missing? Oh, you are in trouble. Get ready to give that man covering fire. Okay, we're probably alright. They cut into the ship, and that's worked out for them. That is not how I wanted that to go. This is gonna be a mess what this is gonna be. Alright, so cutting into the ship has backfired tremendously. We can make this work. You get those doors open. Get them open. Get everyone mashed in here. How many are on you? 4? Kiona, I need you to not die here, alright? That is not ideal. Okay. Alright, you're in position. No, you're not. You're in position again. We're going to trigger that on and off so you hold. So we're holding at 2 fronts. And we're destroying our hospital beds, but that is just collateral damage we're choosing to accept. You need to be repositioned. Okay, you're good. You go over there. Okay, the 2 melee. Go deal with the stragglers. Now the problem is half of them died in the hospital, which is going to be a major issue. How badly are you hurt? Not bad enough. You'll never do hauling. Go hunt that swan. I need you to get these bodies out of here. Alright. I believe that is all the swans knocked down or dead. Cool. So I'm going to try and watch the hospital and anyone who goes to lay down in here who's not in dire shape. So you are going to need to go to bed. So tend to them. Okay, for right now, treat that's for like it's as if it's for prisoners. I can't have you all laying in there. You will all get immense amounts of lung rot. Luckily, I keep spare medicine right here, too. I actually did it for not specifically this purpose, but the general idea of this purpose is if the hospital was overrun, compromised, whatever, that I kept some medicine stashed right by the bedroom. Or if someone was knocked in the bedroom bad enough that... Oh, man. Lily here got multiple rounds of scars. Got scars on both eyes from the swans. Hey, Lily, you know what? You've earned yourself a treat. Go have some Luciferum. It's probably cherry flavored anyways. One can only assume that Luciferum is cherry flavored. Don't. Larnine. Do not stand in the corpse rot. I keep telling you to haul those corpses until you stop trying to repair the ship. Because you're going to get corpse rot, you're at least going to... See it there? Wasn't swans, but sparrows would pretty much blinded your melee specialist. Birds are mean. May look into bionic eyes. Yeah, we'll definitely get to that at some point. Okay, so you're done for right now. You need to stop doing that. Just trying to get the rotting ones out of here. Okay, so at least the rotting ones are no longer here, so we can go ahead and make that back for colonists. Our cooks will probably have a very good time with all the swan available. I guess we won't worry about hunting for a little while. I don't know where that steel chunk came from. Oh, it's probably with the one bed that did get trashed. They only managed to destroy one bed. All in all, that could have been way worse than it ended up being. When they managed to get in here and chase him into the ship, I was like, man, because I didn't want to turn him around and try and block the door, because I think it would have resulted in the same thing, but a downed pawn as well. Yeah, you were the only one who took some hits. So it's mostly just the melee, and then the one ranged person who got caught out. Were you slowed? Is that what happened? I guess you have a little bit of a slow because you're missing toe. Please don't stand in the corpses. Alright, so I made all the grav cores available. You only have 7 hours till we have to worry about that. Hey, Alistair, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. But welcome in, raiders. A bunch of mice engineers has landed in a daring expedition to your planet. We heard you have cheese. Unfortunately, the one painful reality we have in the world of RimWorld is cheese does not exist here. It is a difficult time. That one should expect more of life on the Rim. Alright, but let me go ahead and get a shout out for Alistair. Playing some Timberborn, so playing some post-apocalyptic sentient beavers. Really good game, and it's definitely something to check out. No cheese? I know, right? The fact that RimWorld to this day does not have cheese is really a crime, if we're being honest. Of all the war crimes RimWorld is known for, that's gotta be the worst one, right? Like, it's not even a matter of good or bad cheese, just an utter lack of it. An out of cheese error. Maybe I'll need to find a cheese mod. I 100% expect there to be a cheese mod. Okay, we got a bunch of missing fingers and toes. So we can launch again. I do want our people to at least grab this plasteel. A lot of the other stuff I'm less worried about if we leave behind. Like those components I don't actually care about that much. But I would really like the plasteel. I guess we're not in a rush anymore. Vanilla cooking expanded adds cheese. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised there's a whole pile of mods that add cheese. Alright, let's let our people go and get a chance to recoup real fast. We don't want to be here too long, but go ahead and give them enough chance to butcher all those swans that just attacked us. And as well, you know, have them collect some of this other materials we got around. Yeah, because there's not a whole lot to haul back here yet. Because we got a bunch of silver down here. We've got a bunch of plasteel up here-ish. So I'm going to have you grab that. So we got plenty of stuff we want to grab. Because straight up cash and plasteel is worth taking an extra minute to grab real quick. There's apparently more silver oil and components 2 inches from the ship. There's a lot of silver on this map. Yeah, so I'm just giving him a quick chance to do that. We got people recovering. Then we're gonna move on to our next stop. We'll probably be able to get around this far, so probably not be able to catch that much new that's interesting. We do have an abandoned colony that might have some goodies at it. Most of the rest of this not really looking too... Ancient chem fuel, that could be a good thing. We'll see. If we could, I might hit this ancient chem fuel here. You're not destroyed or whatever. Yeah, we might hit that and slowly like meander our way over there. Now the problem we're going to run into is going to be one of we eat a lot of food. And while we did wait for like a full harvest of corn, you can see that the corn supply is gradually diminishing. But considering you've done like 4 jumps now on that corn supply, that's not nothing, and that's without doing much to supplement our food either. Yeah, when everyone wakes up, they should be able to go out there and grab the steel. Not the steel, we didn't mine any steel. Grab the silver and plasteel. Alright, so there's only 2 plasteel left, so I'm not worried about that. But it would be nice to see them grab at least the silver down here. I don't think there's much else silver. Yeah, there's also silver up there. And more silver here. Okay, so that should put them onto hauling and butchering. Okay. Yeah, so running around collecting all the stuff. And the good news, it only takes 1 or 2 passes to get components and all that. So it should have everything collected. There's the components picked up there. The steel, silver's already gone. Silver's already gone there. And silver's already gone up there. I would say we're out of here. Because we probably missed a couple of components, but... Alright, so we can get to the abandoned colony over here. Where's the ancient chem fuel? This is kind of not the direction I want to be going. Alright, we'll do the ancient chem fuel on the return trip, I think. The abandoned colonies have been pretty much worthless to me. I've been unimpressed by them. A cold bog. Man, it's been a long time since I've done a cold bog. I'm just gonna push to try and get ourselves as close as we can to that ship. Because we're looking for ancient dangers. That's the Arca Ascended is being a pain in your butt. DC'd when Allosaurs were chasing you. Yeah. That's no fun. Alright. So this landing, I think we're going to try and rearrange those unstable power cores. So we've got a geothermal back here. A lot of dangerous animals on this tile. Already over here I've seen like 4 timber wolves and a grizzly bear. Grab nausea, that's fine. We land in the middle of a blizzard, that's probably fine. I'm just gonna have everyone run outside real fast for no big reason. And I got 3 dangerous animals right on top of my ship. What I don't need is people to be mining or doing anything else and getting mauled by a bear real fast. Come on, I know you're all sick from the grav nausea. I need you to stop throwing up directly next to the dangerous animals, please. Alright, well, we can shoot the timber wolf while we wait. Or Arctic wolf. Okay. Let's get that timber wolf there real quick. And then we should at least be clear where we don't have to worry about someone getting hunted the moment they walk around outside the ship. And then we can evaluate if we see an ancient danger or anything else of interest. Okay. So that's good for now. Alright, let's start taking a look. We got components here. Got gold. Not to worry about any of that. Components there. Yeah, so barring some upset or this being hollow, I very much doubt we have an ancient danger here. Yeah, that's just one or two tiles. It's probably not an ancient danger. Actually, let's cut through this way. I doubt it'll matter, but they can do it if they want. And otherwise, go ahead and hunt some of the other animals here. Man, there's a lot of dangerous animals on this map. Don't worry about the little ones. You can hunt the couple of big animals that are floating around. Alright. So we're only going to stay on the tile however long we absolutely need to. I see you've already got that built. How are you doing? You're right about to wake up and you'll build that, so that's fine. Okay, so we got 6 more days to the penalty for having a family member die drop off. Oh, you went right there. I thought there would have been something closer. Winter has begun. What a cool map. Yeah, no, it's, I want to say you're just a boreal forest, right? Yeah, you're just a boreal forest. It just happens to be that there's a blizzard going on. Lardine's gonna get the power up. We won't bother mining the steel on this one, but the next map we might hit some steel on the way through. Reduces accuracy, range weapon, extinguishes fires, and slows people down. That's fine. In 5 days we'll be able to do our next party. We've got 2.3 days till it's time to go. The wall isn't your enemy, Basset. And your head isn't either. Yeah. Areas revealed. Yeah, it's just a tiny little pocket. I figured as much. Fabrication. Finally. Okay, so we got all that on online. Okay, like I said, I'm kind of wanting to take all these random unstable power cores I've got scattered everywhere, and I want to kind of put them all in one place so that I could pop one wall and go in, but I do want them to be divided between. So this is going to be very inefficient, but I'm going to go ahead and make this whole like back area over here probably where we put our unstable power cores. Actually, should I put it there? I want you to cancel building that. Okay. Well, that's not really what I was aiming for. That's what I did. I don't think it should be on the exterior of the ship. Because if we have, like, any type of siege raid, they could happen to hit that spot. I could see putting them in this area. The only danger here being that's their kill box. That back wall is potentially in danger. That would also put me right in, like, line for reaching the vanometric power and all that. I think that makes sense. So what we're going to do then here is I still have 6 tiles. Okay, that's not enough to do anything. Never mind. Disregard all that.
Thank you 404 The Captain for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you for the Captain for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And that means a whole heck of a lot that you do that. So I really do appreciate it, and I do hope you're enjoying the stream. So thank you so much for that. Alright. Let's go ahead and put a zone there and a zone there before I forget, so they dump all the stuff outside that are surplus. Okay. So, I could put another one of the grav field extenders. I literally have the core laying around. I don't have enough. I have to have 30 grav light. Alright, well, we just won't worry about it. That's something I've been putting off, but it's something I do want to do. Yeah, so what I could see doing is just going along here in this area and just being like plasteel door, grav light core, plasteel door, grav light core, plasteel door, grav light core. You get the idea. Making them so they're all their own individual rooms. And then what I could do is if any of them get damaged, I can pop out the one section of wall, we can run back, repair them all, and I put the one section of wall back so we can protect them from tantrums and being direct targets of raids and all that. And limit a bunch of the other problems. I guess just start murdering more animals. What you can do for right now. So you don't know what an Ekis is? A horse? You read that you had to disconnect? It sucks? Gotcha. So power is slowly recharging. Yeah, so we're not going to stay here very long. There's nothing of value here for us, really. Just grabbing a handful of materials real quick. Looking like, honestly, we've already hauled all the good stuff back, so go ahead and start mining the steel just because. We got plenty of it, but we're going to want more eventually. You're a lurker, but the vibes are chill. You're glad to give your prime. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad you you enjoy the content and it being chill and all that. Supreme Expectations and the Flesh Whip and all that. Oh, you know what we can do in the meantime? Hey, skip Abduction. Alright, so you're one of the good ones we had. Was it you? No, there's one of you that has like 180. Yeah, there you go. We're gonna go ahead and abduct one of our neighbors here. And we're hoping for a Hussar or a Dirt Mole. That's what we're aiming for, is a Hussar or a Dirt Mole. Because both of them can give me faster healing, as well as some other negatives we could potentially take to give me more options. And what did we get? We got a Yetkin, which has nothing of redeeming value for me. So, alright, never mind, you got marine armor. Strip that man right away. I will take some practically free marine armor. And then when you were back up, since you were kind enough to donate me your poor quality marine armor, I will allow you to live. Now, as a warning, it is really cold outside, so you know you're gonna have that's not a bad pawn, all things considered. I don't want more people. Like, very really, I don't want more people. But all things considering, you know, great memory optimist, certainly not something to be bad about. Okay. He's got fur. He'll be okay. Probably. Or maybe not. I don't really care. Let's see. Loyal Bison for a Locust armor, excellent. Okay, so they said, oh, well, let's... So when it says that, I don't... Let's see if we move locations if it complains, because I don't want to deal with that here. I don't want to be stuck here for a whole season. It doesn't do me any good. The Locust armor is excellent. It's definitely a good reward. I would certainly take it. Locust armor is like recon armor with a jump pack built into it. Like, low-key, I have been debating moving my melee people from using Cataphract as like their endgame armor to Locust armor, so I can give them a shield belt and have them jump in and out of fights. There's certainly an argument to be made for it. Give up a little tank ability to be able to jump directly on your primary threat, like a Cyclops or whatever. And Audi. I can get within 2 tiles of my destination. Ancient Garrison. So I could jump to the Ancient Garrison. And that would definitely be in range to jump to that next. It is a relatively cold desert. Because I'm curious if that quest will stay here. If that quest that was like, hey, you know, keep this person for 17 days, if that stays here when we get, not to this tile, but to that tile, I could see accepting it then, because I'll spend at least 2 or 3 days dealing with that nonsense. We got geothermal down here. Got one over there. That's fine. Okay, just do a quick survey of the rock formations out here. See if we see anything we really want. I don't want to go all the way to that edge for components. Alright, so the rocks are a bust. We're looking at all the stuff in here. So in the meantime, people seem to be relatively up and ready to rock and roll. Let's go ahead and deal with this. Except for Lardine. You stay back and keep building the, keep on building our power. Yeah, so go check the complex real fast for important stuff. Okay. That's a fun one to have for our very first room. Okay, so we pop these. Most likely they're going to be hostile. They've been hostile every single time I have popped one. Yeah, so that one will tie you up, that'll tie you up, and then that one back there will be free. Let's actually tie this one up. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So these two should go into combat immediately. You have an incendiary launcher, or revolver, and all that. So... and handled. The big thing to worry about is if they have, like, Hellcats or whatever. Oh, you have good armor, don't you? Recon armor? Alright. Strip that person. Okay, we got sentry gun there. So you two go handle that. Okay, either your shield belt's still up. Yeah, yours is. Alright, so you pop doors while the other one refreshes. Okay, nothing in that room to worry about. Nothing in that room. Take a sentry gun in the corner and that. And a bunch of guns I don't care about. You have pop in here. Aggro the hunter. That's fine. You go ahead and start dealing with that sentry gun. Your shield belt should be back up pretty much any time now, right? Okay. So I'm gonna start popping all these doors. We got another sentry gun over there to deal with. Okay, nothing I care about there. Hunter drone here. We'll deal with that in a moment. Okay, there's 2 sentries in that hallway. Oh, that's fine. Kiana, you start hacking that terminal. So I'll probably take one of those sentries offline. We got a hunter drone in that room. Turret disabled, it's the one down there. Alright. So we got mortars. I'm gonna grab both of our melee people. And deal with the last remaining sentry. So we got 3, maybe 4 more rooms to peek. And then we're good. Cool. You all go there. You run up here. And that leaves just that room. Oh, and we still have that other hunter that I'll want to get rid of. Because my luck is I'll forget about it, and someone who doesn't have armor will run up and get themselves exploded and die.
Thank you Radix for subscribing for 3 months.
And thank
Smiley
you,
face.
And thank you, Radix, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 3 Mojibit sub to the channel. I really do appreciate that. And you use a Prime Gaming sub, which you only get one of a month, and you use it here. So thank you so much for that. All right, so there's a good chance that that hunter drone is going to catch whoever pokes that door, which I'm totally fine with.
Thank you Massively Overhype for subscribing for 1 month.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
Okay. And thank you, Massive Overhype for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. Thank you for all those subs and kicking off a hype train and all that good stuff. I really do appreciate all of that. It means a whole heck of a lot that everyone would want to support the channel that much. You are Not quite done building that. We still have power for a while left. I think as much as that, I did see a couple containers to open in here. We got 2 steel scrap boxes. I didn't see any component boxes. We had all these guns that, honestly, I don't really care about. We got chem fuel canisters, which I don't really care that much about, but it is free chem fuel. And genuinely, most of this place is just hot garbage. Alright, so we can go here and do this. And this. Set you to low priority on both of these. Alright, so I just need to get that generator online so we're fully charged. We don't have a lot of stuff on the tile that really has any value. This one was kind of a bust. Didn't get much of anything of any worth whatsoever. But that happens. So we'll just go ahead and patch ourselves up, keep the power running, and then be ready to move on to the next target. The reason I want to get that power online is so these don't keep draining, so we get to the next tile, they're ready to rock and roll. And otherwise they could just strip all the bodies, open all the crates, grab all the things of value out of here. Major break risk on you because you are very hungry. Your recreation's unfulfilled, but the power's online. So that while we wait for the ship to recharge in 2 days, we'll be ready. And since there's nothing else for you to do, go murder some dromedary for a little extra meat. That's what we got left that we can really do here. You can also disassemble those. They'll give me steel and uranium. Yeah, some of these ancient dangers and, like, complexes and all that, some of them actually have some good stuff, but the vast majority of them I found to be utterly disappointing. But that's what you're doing for it. It's like when you're playing games like Path of Exile. The vast majority of maps, you clear it and you basically get a fistful of nickels for your trouble. And then some XP. But then you after like your 8th or 9th map, you get like that one rare item, you're like, oh man, this rare item's really good, or whatever it is you're seeking. That's all good. Is there stuff we want to clear out while we're here? Just send the prisoner on, just like drop pod them somewhere. Just get them out of here. We could take all of the cloth, the yayo and the go juice, the mortars I'm not going to use. Not now at least. Eventually I might, but right now they're just stuff to pile up and cause too much. We're waiting for research on all of those. We can grab the Warren light machine gun. All these poor quality weapons. I don't really need the SMGs. I won't keep a poor quality... Like, we won't keep the poor quality weapons because they've got better ones now. We can get rid of that SMG and that LMG. Got a couple other good weapons there. Grab the Warren flak vests. And the awful shirt. Okay, because I want to send the drop pod to wherever. I'm playing Path of Exile Ruthless right now, can confirm. Oh yeah, no, it's just the... Like, that's also any action RPG that by and large... Like, early game, yeah, you get to switch an item, like, every other place you go. But very quickly that just tapers off to it's like... You'll have an entire gaming session where you've done, like, 20 maps, and you're like, what do I have to show for it? Well, I got a lot of random currency. What else do I have? I've made progression on my Atlas. But as far as item upgrades, we kind of asked for it, you're playing Ruthless. This is true. Ruthless is when you just want a punch to the beans. And you go, am I having fun? Look, man, that is something I need to really kind of figure out. Am I having fun is a question that has a lot I need to work through on with Ruthless. I think I'm having fun from the feeling of progression, but also I'm not sure. I need time to process. So say that will become a plasteel door, that'll become a plasteel door. This will become a plasteel wall. I'm gonna start trying to make this area where we start moving all these power cores into a hallway that's got a bunch of doors and all that, so I just pull down the one section of wall, they could flood in, repair all of that, and then we seal it up again. Stop making this... No roof. Okay. So who is getting a Christmas gift today? I guess the only... Send it your way. I say there's only 2 not hostile factions in range. Cool. Or not permanently hostile, I should say. And then the walls I've already made plasteel, I'll leave plasteel here. But we'll want to tear down some of these other ones to make other materials. That also does mean this heater probably going to want to get moved, because I'm going to take that tile back. Oh good, solar flare. Every solar flare means the corpses just get the slightest, teeniest, tiniest bit less fresh. And there is no counter to that. Because right now, this is below freezing. Actually, with the tile so cold, this will be fine. Normally during the solar flare, it'll be hot enough out here that this will barely dip out of the freezing range and go to refrigerated range. Which isn't normally that big a deal, but you know. Alright, so with this, deconstruct that tile. Go ahead and build this here. Distress signal, we're not going to worry about that. Okay. Reinstall you over there. And meanwhile, just to spare myself the pain, we'll run a power cable along that whole length. Deconstruct this tile, and this tile, and this tile. Build this tile here. Sorry about that. And put in our piece of plasteel door here. You get the ideas. I'm just trying to make a little area over here that we got that all moved out of the way. So we'll get that one done, and then we'll move on, and then like we'll slowly get all of these, because we're trying to get all these powers so that when we have the where we slam the ship down and do a little bit of damage to whole areas, I can go and repair all of those by only tearing down one section of wall instead of having to like pop each and every one, because then I also don't need to check all of them. Whenever I slam it down, I'll just make it a point to tear apart that tiny little segment of wall and just let them go. Well, also, you did let that one free, so let's go ahead and pop these doors. Okay, so we've got that. Because I do want to make sure that's at least sealed so we don't have some opportunist raider walk in and smack my unstable power core. That's good enough. Let's get out of here. And with all that, it is time for the Tundra. That's fine. Okay, so we're going to a grav core map. So we can get ourselves more grav core, and then we're probably going to have to start retreating down towards the equator again. We're still doing good on food for the time being, but every single tile we are burning like 1,000-ish food, 1,000, 2,000 raw food worth of food. So we are on a very gradual downward trend so far as our food goes. So I have to like retreat back down and see what we can make happen. Ancient Terraformer. Alright, so geothermal, we got one up there. So this will let me detect the geothermals pretty easy. Yeah, that one's... So all the geothermals are basically pretty close to the edge of the map, so we're not going to really win on that front. So we'll land here. How do you turn tobacco leaves into cigarettes? Is it a table? You can use the crafting spot or the drug bench will let you roll smoke leaf. So if you look under here, it's this crafting spot down here or the drug lab. That said, in my opinion, smoke leaf is the worst of the ones to get you. Like the negatives you get for it are pretty rough. It slows down the movement speed, the consciousness, and everything on your pawn, which doesn't sound too terrible, but can be very death by 1,000 cuts kind of drug in the game. Like it's still worth using on occasion, but you can actually literally kill your pawns with it. Okay, we have a raid immediately. So what do we got? This and triple rocket launcher, 2 miniguns, 2 heavy machine guns, a bolt action, 2 revolvers. So triple rocket over there is kind of scary. Down here we've got a bolt action and a sniper rifle, otherwise the rest is not really something I care about. And down here we got chain shotgun. So the triple rocket launcher is my primary concern right now. That's the one I'm the most afraid of, is that guy there with the triple rocket. So these two I feel comfortable just straight up fighting. This one here, it's that triple rocket I gotta figure out what I'm doing with. Now, if I had a jump pack, I could certainly see just jump packing out of dodge. And it's too many for me to hit him with a flare and just run up on him. Like, I could certainly run up and take out the 2 machine guns or whatever, but between the 2 miniguns and all that, I think running up on them would be trouble as well. What I'm going to try to do is probably a very dangerous thing. I'm going to try to bait them into shooting at one of my melee with the shields up, and then have everyone ready to sweep in and start clearing house as best we can. This is definitely not a wait raid, because like if they get in here and I'm boxed in, orbital bombardment. That's not a terrible idea. It's a little wasteful, but honestly, with what we're dealing with, I think this is fair, because I don't care about trying to spare any of their weapons. And the triple rocket is really dangerous. So yeah, I think because otherwise I'll just hold on to the orbital bombardment forever. It's what I do every single time. So who has that thing, by the way? It was you, wasn't it? Yeah. Alright, your goal is to get close enough without getting yourself murdered to drop off the orbital bombardment on your target. Okay. Yeah, I don't care about the rest of that. I will go over to try and knock him, though. Because if I can score that recon armor, that'll be good. Because the rest is, like I said, I'm feeling pretty comfortable. We'll draw the bolt action and the sniper rifle into close range. They'll get wrecked. Same here. The chain shotgun can do some damage, but this'll be a clean sweep. It's just that triple rocket. Alright, well, we didn't get the recon armor, that's fine. So everyone get back home to the ship. Because I'm also a little concerned that we will get hypothermia outside the ship. So I'm gonna rest, tidy them up. Yeah, like I said, these ones down here aren't a big deal. You learned so much. Normally, you play this, you turn your brain off. Yeah, and that one, like I said, the big concern is that triple rocket launcher in an enclosed space. It's one of those things that's kind of a 50-50, where if they run in, it has a little bit of a fire time, not a long one. So, if I were to run up and manage to drop them, or at least stun them before they have a chance to fire, that whole fight probably would have gone buttery smooth. But on the other hand, if when the whole thing went to go down, they managed to get the shot off in this space, literally my entire force would have gotten hit by it, all three of them probably. And while it would certainly have done collateral damage to the raiders, ultimately I would have been the one who loses, because the raiders can sacrifice themselves and it costs them nothing, because they'll just get another raid group to come after you again later. I was actually hoping you'd get them down before they got to that position. Okay, so it looks like they are going for us. That was the only reason I was standing out there, is I wanted to try my best to get them to come after. Alright, well, some of them aren't. That's just the way it is. That's fine. Cool. First wave's already retreated. Okay. So now we start chasing. Please, if anything, don't destroy the freezer. You destroy the freezer, I got problems. Okay, now I'll take care of that. Come on. Okay, cool. They switch targets. So you'll go to cover at that corner. Do you actually care about what you've got? Not really. Cool, so with that, you got flak, so we're gonna strip you. You got nothing I care about, and no other survivors were present. Okay, so raid handled just fine. I did use a valuable item on it, but that's the thing. You know, Tundra, I think you're fine. Keep in mind we're on a deep freeze Tundra map, because this is a special one. There is a thing making it extra cold in here. It's minus 50 degrees outside. So even on the ship where I've got the heaters, it's not holding up. I'm gonna need more heaters in here. Where could I slip in another heater that's not in the way? Oh, I meant your freezer? Oh yeah, right. Yes, that makes sense. You are correct. We do not need to worry about that. So let's put a heater back there. So where are you getting hypothermia? Please go inside before you start losing limbs. Kiona Chick is getting hypothermia back here. They're adding more heaters to the building because, very genuine, the map is expletive cold. Which is going to be the big problem for this, is just clearing our way in here. So we're just going to go like this. Somewhere in there, is a main building, and it's just going to take me time to deal with it. Very genuinely, what I might actually want to do here, this will be a weird one. I might actually want to go in here and run a power cable and a heater into the hallway. Oh, I need you on that geothermal first. Oh, wait. Get out there. How are you doing rest and food-wise? Not amazing. Get to work. Because our power's draining, and that's going to be an issue. I forgot that we got raided before I had a chance to work on any of these things. So let's get our power on. Quest expires. Honestly, I'll say yes. Okay, so we got the 4 bison. I'm gonna go here and say... animal sleeping spot. Rescue. 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 Does that give us locust armor? Because we're gonna be here for a little bit. Because we have to run back and forth again and again because of hypothermia. Alright, so we got all the steel transport out there. We're just waiting for Lardine to get the last bit of this. How are you doing mood-wise? Pretty soon you're going to get pretty... absolutely freezing. Yup. Okay, you were smart enough to run back in. You get out there and take over. There goes the power. I know the hypothermia is getting dangerous. I'm trying to resolve it right now. First, okay, power should be on. So you got a minor touch of frostbite. Okay, so from here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go put a steel door there. I'm gonna mine spots here and here. Cargo pods, that's fine. And we're going to run a power cable out here. And I'm going to put 2 heaters in this spot. Okay, so the good news is we did directly beeline straight for it and hit the wall almost immediately. That is really good news for this case. What I'm going to do is try and get the heat turned on, because this time we actually landed on this ridiculously cold tile during the winter, which is probably not my smartest move, but it's fine. But the plan here is to make this like a little warm hallway, so as we're like clearing the base, I could retreat into that little hallway and we'll be fine. Manhunter pack. Alright. We're going to be risking hypothermia again. Get everyone into position. Okay. We don't have long before hypothermia starts setting in. So there's a chance during this fight I'll have to retreat people out as they get too hypothermic. Okay. Are you holding up? Collecting a lot of scratches, but nothing too serious. Your armor's holding most of it. Just one after the other. We're gonna lose those plasteel corners. Major break risk on you because absolutely freezing. Any grenades? No, I usually don't use grenades. They end up destroying your walls as much as anything. So I find that grenades tend to be more of a negative than a positive in your defense. Grenades can be good for attacking things. And not counting EMP grenades. Let's see, you had to clear cut the grass as a fire break to stop from reaching the house. Oh yeah. Let's see, you started your run in the grasslands. It's brutal for that biome. A single shot from a boom rat burned down half the map. Oh yeah, no, the grasslands fire ends up becoming a huge ordeal. So literally the only one who took damage was Lily. Honestly, not too bad considering they just held their ground against, what was it like? Because that's just the corpses and we still got a couple alive. So it's almost 60, 70 foxes. So considering they just held the line against 60 foxes or whatever, that's good. They are Neanderthal though, which means they are good at stand in, way, not die. That's kind of their thing. Could you not stand up there and slowly die? Okay, so we already got our stockpiles, that's fine. And next I gotta breach that wall. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is just carve out a little spot right here. It also gives me a defensive position in case anything nasty pops out of there. Okay. So as soon as Lilypad is fully recovered, we'll go down there and shred that wall and start popping in that base. Let's see, what the hell was it that... What the hell is that, and how did you find it? Oh, this? It's one of the quests for the grav cores. It's a thing for terraforming the planet that's broken and making the whole place ridiculously cold. Considering it unroofed. Oh, there's one tile over there that was... No, it's still saying unroofed. Whatever. It's still staying warm enough that we won't freeze to death in that hallway. There, now it's indoors. So yeah, now that room will stay warm enough for us to not die. So I'm going to keep repairing all that. They said are basically waiting for Lily here to recover. These having 1200 health and still managing to destroy both of them during the fight says a lot. Okay, and we're taking care of our the bison that we have to on the map. Okay, you're basically almost healed there. Yeah, everything's down to just 1 or 2 health to recover. I would say that's good enough. People seem to be big. What is your problem? You observed a corpse. What I'm going to have you do, I'm going to have you eat a meal real fast, so we don't add new penalties onto you. And we're going to grab everyone. Okay, so you're not grabbing any more meals. Run on in here, and let's start clearing this place. I mean, you just extinct the Arctic Fox could be in that raid. Hey, to be fair, I was minding my own business, and they came to me. And I also just realized I didn't grab my melee pawns. Are your heaters heating? Yes. Like, some of these rooms, they're only heating it a bit, but they're keeping it above that. Like, I need more heaters in that space is what needs to be happening. But this hallway is comfortable. But yeah, like, a lot of these rooms, I just need more heaters. Because minus 45, and some of those rooms are only sitting... at, like, the teens and 30s. They need more heaters in this area. We got 3 heaters in this back room, and even that's not enough to keep it comfortable. It's probably like one of those things, if I close those doors, everything would be good. Well, that's not what you want. Go smack that robot. So Lardine got a bruise to the head, but is otherwise fine. Okay. We got 2 dangerous things in there, that's fine. So, tuck you all back here. Get the door back open. Cool. These will probably be Gravlite panels. Meanwhile, you scooch over here as best you can, because the whole place is just full of ice everywhere. You can go hack that one. That'll be an annoying one to deal with. If we're lucky, it'll come this way. Cool. Meanwhile, go poke that door. Okay, so we got a hunter drone there, and then we got a hallway. That's probably the exterior door, I'm guessing. You're already 90% of the way through hacking it, so I guess have at it. This is one I'm not really going to be able to dodge it. I'd have to wiggle through the whole place, so just took it to the face. Ranged team. There's no sentry gun here, so just pop on down here, I guess. Finish hacking that door. Like I said, pretty sure that's an exterior door. Yep. Okay, so we got wasps, we got multiple drones. And we got a hunter drone in there. Let's not agitate more than I need to right now. Feel like the face is nothing? Yeah, if you got a shield belt and any kind of armor, they're not that big a deal. We got medicine up there. Alright, so I do think we mess with this room. This room is going to be a little bit of a disaster. Major brace risk on you. You're just going to have to deal with it for a second. Change my mind, you just leave. You're a liability. Where are you going? Oh, you're opening the mess, and that's okay. Okay, so that's that part of the threat done. So grab all of you and scoot you over here. Go aggro this. Alright. Grab her ranged. That's annoying. Okay. Squeeze you in here, get you ahead. Hypothermia, and they call me Doc. Alright, you're in retreat. In fact, everyone get on retreat. Oh, that's not what I want. Okay, the good news is you covered yourself. Here, well, I've got you here. Go smack that. Alright, this door is off limits. Don't go that way. Okay, so everyone go back. Get yourselves healed up. Warm up. Do all that stuff. We will want to add a new steel door here. That way we can make that hallway warm for when people need to retreat because of hypothermia. I do have one mech running around there. That I will want to deal with. We're getting most of that place 2 mechs. My guess is either this room, that room, or this room is going to be the final one. My guess would be that one or this one. Probably this one. Judging by how rough the things were out there. Okay, and Lardine is getting patched up. You're playing billiards. I'm going to have you seal that, deal with that door real fast. That way, again, that this hallway is warmed up. Cool. Plus, then I can tell him to not go through that hallway. Alright. Change of plan. We got enemies coming out to me. Alright, everyone get back. And give everyone a chance to eat, do all their stuff, take care of themselves. Put another heater in here. How many heaters do I have? I have 12 heaters. It's nowhere near enough. But that's the whole gimmick of this tile, is that this tile is disproportionately cold compared to normal. Okay. Yep, I got the ad delayed because Tomb won't be home for a little bit longer. Thank you for reminding. I got focused on the game. So I'll delay that as long as possible so that when Tomb gets home, I step away during that time. Yada yada. I'm not gonna bother trying to build out more of that while we're on such a cold tile. Staying here for as little time as possible. Okay, so you're almost recovered. I'm just gonna give Kiona Chick a chance to wake up. do just a little bit of recreation real fast. They're not, that's fine. You're not gonna recreation, then we're on the move again. So melee people. Oh, I have to allow it. Just run over to the mech we see running around. Ranged will come support you. Which is wholly unneeded. Alright, melee, get down to position here. Range, just pile in back here. Okay, so I got about 10 minutes till my wife gets home, which is usually when I take my long break for the stream, which is about 5 minutes. Just, you know, I welcome her home, toss some food in the oven, just cause timing. My only options are either, one, I would delay starting stream by like 2 hours and some change. Or we just kind of accept the fact that there's gonna be some like weird timing stuff. Okay, so this one, you go smack that. I said smack it. Back off if you can, you'll probably get caught in the blast. That's fine. You didn't have your shield belt go down. We got the wasps down there. So grab the entire range team and shove them up in this corner. Just opening this up. Cool. So now what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna try and aggro the wasps. It sucks so much the wasps are right there. Because just right that I need to kind of aggro both the turret and that. Alright, so you all go down here. Range team back off. Actually, you don't need to be in there either. Okay, so range team, you go help over here, check this other door. Hypothermia on you, you get out of here. Alright, for right now, get everyone else out of here. Starting to get hypothermia and mood breaks. We can order allow everything. Open those up. Yes, there might be a door here, there might not be. There's probably a door along this hallway here. Honestly, you're how close to... Yeah, you're about to hit next level hypothermia anyways. Alright. So we're getting all the goods out here. Like I said, there's another room over here too. We got the main building gone and already grabbed the goodies from that. We got the Gravlite panels. Now, the thing is, the tile, I believe... Well, actually, so the tile is no longer in deep freezing. It is actually warming up to temperature it's supposed to be. Alright, rather than do that, I'll just smack that piece of ice, because I'll reveal if there's a room down there. They'll smack the piece of ice up here. Just trying to see what else we still have to explore down here. Yep, so there's no doors on here, so I'm assuming there's no room there. Okay, we got a mech. They got a mech and a sentry gun, so let's grab people. Never mind. Go about your business. Sorry for disturbing you. Because these two don't need the help, apparently. Okay, we can have you start knocking to see if there's a door here. Okay. Alright, with that we've got that all cleared. Beavers! There is a hungry group of beavers. You're not gonna find much beavery friends. Okay, so we're gonna run back and forth, grab some of those meals, grab the chem fuel. The big thing is that they grab these gravlite plates. And then we're basically done here, because there's not a whole lot on this map. Back to the door to South Hallway. This one? Oh, that leaves. So if you look at this, when they make these, a lot of times they are a box, like that. So that'll just go to the outside. So the big question was, is there a door here or along here? And there wasn't. Now, I guess technically there'd be a chance of a door out there, but a lot of times these will just be empty spaces. I've not found stuff I care about in them. Like, there's a door in the hall to the south. Yeah, this goes out. This exits the building. Just like these exit the building, because you can see where I tested here, and it goes directly into the ice wall. I'm not that worried about it. We got the rooms that are giving me the stuff I care about, the gravlite plates and the grav core, which is the things I really need. So I'm just letting them haul all this crap back. We're not worried about, like, full clearing every last thing. Better be sure to miss things? No, I'm very confident there's nothing I care about down there. I'd rather load up and move on than waste time here. Because this map I can't grow anything in. You can't, like, you're not going to find much in the way of food here. So, like, this map sucks. This is a map you stay at if you want, like, a really big challenge map. And nothing else, if you actually look at these people, we're getting a bunch of mood penalties from, like, excruciating cold and all that. So the risk of having lots of mood breaks because people are just pissed off about how cold it is outside. I'd just like to get off this tile as fast as we can without leaving stuff I want behind. Attack for profit. They'll send attacks to me. They're willing to give me Luciferum or the Archite. Nah, that's fine. It is interesting in that part of me wonders if I accept that with how cold the tile... Well, actually, no, it's only getting to about 0 now. When we did have the gill rot? What fish population? Is there some, like... Oh, no, I guess there are fish underneath the ice. Let's see, can you move with the animal quest you took? No, it expired a while back. It was only good for like 5 days. And we got here and there's like 3 days left on it. Oh, I'm sorry, I see what you're saying. No, you know what, you're right, I don't think I can move. I think that will fail it. So I guess we are staying. Well, in that case, fine, I'll hack the door just to prove a point. In the meantime, there's not a whole lot for us to do. So, like, I could accept this quest. Like, the Archite capsules would be nice for us in not too long, and the Lucy's fine. It's two group of archers. Part of me honestly wonders... Or, sorry, part of me honestly wonders with that quest if they don't attack immediately. Okay, so we popped the door. And wall. Yeah, see what I was saying? Like, the world generation, it's just a box. Because there's also all these doors on this side that make it a wall as well. You get a feel for that stuff pretty quickly about, like, oh, where's the end of this area? What's that? It's not worth me hunting. We'll get hypothermia real bad. Like, now the temperature's dropped to only 5 degrees versus minus 50 degrees earlier. If it was still the minus 50, I genuinely probably could have prompted this quest here. And honestly, even though they probably would have reached me, a lot of them would have likely had really, really bad hypothermia. But honestly, 3 groups of that, while these are good rewards, that is... I like how it's telling me this is a 1-star difficulty, when that is a lot of firepower you're going to be throwing at me 3 times over in the course of like 1.1 days. Which means the reality is we're probably facing triple this in a short window, and they're going to give me 2 archers. Like I said, with the minus 55, I actually wonder if it would be a good job to have taken it, because the cold would have probably been getting borderline lethals. Yeah, 1.1 days when the first group arrives. Right, when you have that, though, it's usually one group arrives, then like an in-game hour or 2 later the second, then the third. So you just basically are kind of fighting all 3 at once. Alright, so with that, chat, we are going into my long break, about 5 minutes, so I can welcome my wife home, throw some food in the oven and all that stuff. And I'll be back up here in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, and the next thing we're going to do is we're going to declare a variable. And we're going to declare that variable of a type integer. And we're going to set its value to input 1. Don't forget your semicolon. Like, are very not comfy. Alright. We can dive deeper than the vehicle. Yeah, I mean, the idea behind this vehicle is like it's a big glass... I feel like I should be leaving. Nope, it's time to leave. Nope, 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 nope. Real slowly. I keep watching the wheels just scooch a little bit every so often. Very slowly. Okay, go down. Please. Please tell me we're not gonna have to like move this whole thing though. Okay. Alright. Alright, the correct way to do this mission. So, is there anywhere down here we gotta worry about? Okay. So I'm not gonna put up here, I'm gonna go ahead and put these up here. I had gotten the amount of tomato seeds I wanted, and then the game was like, congratulations, have tomato seeds. I was like, wait, no, hang on. Is there anywhere we got one? Oh, we're probably dead here. That's it. There you go. One more. Kidding me? Alright, new run. The chance of actually getting tapped out and killed like that were very low with a regular club. That's some BS there. In hindsight, the one I probably should have done is the cow where it's like the If it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. You have to know what the best tractor brand is there. Well, it's clearly going to be New Holland. And this is a joke I'm 100% stealing from Altosaurus. And the reason why the New Holland's the best tractor brand is it's always new. Because even if it's a 10-year-old New Holland, it's still a New Holland. Alright, it wasn't the full break. Tomb's not home yet, so I just threw some food in there, so I might have to step away again in about 15 minutes. I do apologize about that. It does happen sometimes when she gets stuck in traffic or whatever that I have to do the weird juggle. So I know it is a little disruptive to stream. It's just my only alternative is either she fends for herself for dinner, and that's not kind of fun for the both of us, or the alternative is I start stream like 2.5 hours later. But that's fine. It'll just be 2 little interruptions. You think I'm gonna go sleep now? Alright, Basette, you have a good one. So in the meantime, I'm in an awkward position at the moment because it is expletive cold outside. We'll see how it goes if I send them out to mine nearby the ship. Inspired taming. Actually, here's a question. Do you have any special abilities? No. I was curious if the Alpha Beavers had, like, a special ability to, like, woodcut or something like that, because it'd be kind of a cool thing to have. Break risk. Because it's super cold. And they're passing in a giant heap of human corpses. Alright. Yeah, so the good news is that'd be cool if the Alpha Beavers could auto-cut. Yeah. Because you actually have, there's a couple of them, like the... Oh man, what was it? There's a couple of animals that do stuff like, mine for you, and they wouldn't do it consistently or reliably, but then you just have these animals wandering around and occasionally run up and knock out a couple blocks you queued up for mining. And that's just steel and components over there. It's not worth me risking hypothermia running all the other side. Yeah, so just grab that silver. Yeah, wild boars could forage for food. Yeah, there's a couple animals that'll forage for food. Yeah, the real problem we have right now is just... There's not much worth going out here, potentially risking our pawns for. And none of the stuff I could disassemble here is going to give me anything worthwhile either. The Alpha Beavers on the opposite side of the map at this stage. So yeah, we're kind of just chilling, because this to me makes no sense. Like, those are good. That is a lot of wealth I'm getting out of that. But yeah, we're going to get 3 waves of that. That's just... I don't need their weapons. It's not worth the risk. No point in drawing that here. They're kind of stuck here, waiting for the quest. We're not going to be doing the stress signal. I'm not going to be going after components. We're not going to be going after a hunting place. Not doing the hunting place. Not doing the farming place. That's fine. Yep, so time being, what we could do is work on this. So I've already got the power cables pulled. So we can work on putting you over here. Now what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to tear down these walls to try and help out with that. Sadly they're vacuum resistance, but it's cold in space. Oh, the mega spiders? Yeah. So that one's fine. Alright, so I actually do want to tear apart these tiles. Meanwhile, we'll go ahead, punch a hole through here, I think. And then reinstall you down there. And we can move this statue here. Build a hall segment there. And deconstruct this And basically what I'm doing is I'm rearranging the ship a little bit, opening it up. We can go out here with this now and go to Orders, Odyssey, Remove Foundation. Take that back out, and that's Tomb getting home. So like I said, in about 10 minutes I'll have to run down there and grab my food out because I haven't had a chance to tell her what's up. I do apologize, it'll be like the double break. Why is my power offline? There. Okay, power's fixed. Cool, and that opens up some more tiles, so we can go out here and say Odyssey. Get those sorted. This will actually let me expand the bedroom ever so slightly. And meanwhile, we'll build this piece of hall back. And then we can tear down these walls and pull up that foundation. And I'll grab a plasteel piece here for the corner. And then we'll tear down this section of wall there. Giving us one more section on the bedroom that I guess I'll put a statue in there. Okay. So now I can go over here. Deconstruct those two. From this one, we'll go ahead and deconstruct that tile. Then reinstall this power core over there. Run the power cable the whole length here. But yeah, so you see what I'm doing here is I'm trying to move all this so that when we have a crash landing, I pull up this block, they can go through this whole length, repair all of them, but I still have a barrier in between each of them, so if they explode, they don't chain react to take all of my power out. Actually, let's wait on that door. Because I have, what, one more? No, 2, 3? Yeah, so I still got quite a few more, actually. Okay. So we got that one sorted. We can go again to Odyssey, remove foundation, remove foundation. Next two contestants are to deconstruct that tile and deconstruct this tile. Reinstall you. And reinstall you. Put those tiles in. So you got lucky with those. You found a place with 3 Vanometrics. Man, I didn't realize. I'm assuming that's a modded location. I don't think I've ever seen a naturally occurring Vanometric without mods. Like, there's quests that get you Vanometrics, which is where you normally get them. But as far as just going to a location, I could imagine with, like, the new locations that maybe you could have a ruin, that maybe the ruin could have a Vanometric. Alright. So you can pull all those up. So I've got one more power core up here. And I'll need to go to Odyssey, Foundations. Power is already run there. I'll go ahead and add another tile of power cable. What is starting limitations for this colony? In what regard? We were a tribal start, so we have reduced research speed from that. Our ideology is ritualist with extremely slow research, so we get a massively reduced research speed from that. We started with no starting research using a mod, and we have random research through semi-random research. So we got like all that going on. That summed up well? Okay, I actually can replace this with the plasteel, because this will keep it all internal. Yeah, so while we're waiting on the time right now for that quest to get done, we're just going to build this out, have this all sorted. Cool. And now I can do the same for this wall, because I want to seal all of this in plasteel. And I want to do it that way so that, you know, if these go off, it should contain the explosions. Okay, and then with that, we should be able to go to this side and do the same. And it'll remain contained as a bedroom the whole time. It is burning a decent amount of plasteel, but I think it's worth it because they're unstable power cores, and they explode really big. Oh, we also need to go to Odyssey, remove foundation there. I think the rest is all fine. Cool. So now I've got it whenever we do a... Oh, come on, Lardine. Don't seal yourself in the wall. It's pretty easy. Okay, so then the idea here is, like I said, in the event we do have where the ship goes down hard and it does damage, as pull that one spot, they could repair all of it and they just put it back. And the reason I'm sealing it in the walls is just for the fact that if we don't, someone can have a tantrum, run in and smack one, and then we have a dead pawn and an exploded thing. The other thing we can run into is a bunch of other problems. Sadly, we don't have sandstone here, so I can't have them build out more flooring. So we are kind of just idling right now, because I'd love to have them doing stuff, but it's too cold out. Actually, it's getting warmer outside. Because it was at minus 50 degrees when we first got to the tile. Well, I guess we're moving into spring now. Yeah, so now we're starting to get actual normal animals on the tile. We're going to start hunting those random animals. This is warm enough, I think we can run out and just mine whatever's on the map. Just greet it all. We're stuck here anyways. I don't think there's anything worth mentioning inside here. Go ahead and tear apart all of that just because we can. Oh, you're still terrible at mining, aren't you? That's fine. You'll figure it out. Or you won't. I don't care. Yeah, so you're at extreme break risk. Yeah, that flesh whip on him. Psychic agony, that's fine. Entity liberator because psychic agony. That'll also be okay. Let's get into position. Murder the escaped entity protocols. Because what they're gonna do is they're gonna run up here. They're gonna pop that door, and they're either one, gonna let the Gore Hulk out, at which point it's gonna die a horrific death. Or two, they're gonna let the Revenant out, which is also gonna die a horrific death. Okay, for that one, you two get up here. The rest of you carry on with your day. That's fine. The Gore Hulk was not that big of a deal. Alright, chat. Now we're saying is gonna have to step away for just another minute. We have hit that point. I do apologize about like the double break thing going on here. It's just timing-wise things. So just gonna grab my dinner out of the oven and I'll be right back, and that'll be like the last break for a good while. But thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Well, that's not gonna help us. Yep. It's probably fine. That'll almost certainly not have any repercussions for us, having the entire group of guests who are going to stay die from heat stroke. My colonists are doing fine, so I don't know what their problem is. Maybe they should just have made themselves out of tougher stuff.
Jesus, that one was torture.
We'll deal with that in a minute. Okay. Good job, man. So we got a bamboo. I eagerly await our P money. That sentence sounds very weird. I can only imagine some of the jokes that happen in farming. You followed after that? I truly don't understand people. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing Drongo is doing all the time. It's just my axle underneath the barge. Don't worry about it. There's just something about the barge messes with physics badly.
Yeah, just something about me driving in general messes stuff up. I don't really get what's happening. I'm fine right now. That's right now.
I'm not sure if you can see, chat. My front axle. No. I'll just. Well, that's not what you want to see. Where are my SWAT? Oh. How'd you get through the door? I was busy focusing on, there's one of the prisoners over here had a shotgun. Edward over here. I was like, oh, I may not want to go there. How did you get through the door? Oh, he probably stole keys. He must have stolen keys off of one of the people that got killed. Well, that was Rita's go. I don't know how to make you take off your pants. Oh, we're probably dead here. That's it. I just need to park it on the space, and I push a button, and the logs vanish from the ether. Oh my god, all these logs that are sideways. Okay. There, fixed. Magic. The real money is over here. Okay, I am back, and we shouldn't have another interruption for a while. That's good news. So Lardine is drafted. What were you doing? What was I doing with Lardine? I don't know. They were just moving, so let's go ahead and... You're also drafted. Why do I have these two drafted? What are you running from? Oh, right. Okay, I see what happened. Alright, I gotcha. Because we had the Entity Slayer, I was bringing them back in case we needed to deal with the Revenant, and I just didn't undraft them. And you took a single bruise to the neck from the Gore Hulk. That's all fine. And I told them just to go ahead and shred everything down here. 99% of it won't give me anything. And the stuff that does will probably also be junk. Technically, I could mine this out in case there's more stuff in here, but I don't think there will be. I actually don't know if anything can even spawn back here. But we're killing time, so killing time we're doing. So we got 6 days until we can leave, and that's for a Locust armor. Which would be fun. That's going to one of our melee. I'll probably go out of my way to give it to, they call me Doc. Because Lilypad, you have either Marine or Recon. I'm not sure which one you got. Recon. And you're still on Flak. If we get you Locust armor, you could jump in and out of the fight and have the shield belt on you. Yeah, so we're opening up these rooms. Like I said, I'm not expecting to get anything out of it. It's fine. Okay, the Gill Rod is ending. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe, say I wanted these fish really badly, I think if you put a room on top of it, so say like I built a room like this, covering the water, and I put a fire here, once that room got hot enough, I believe it would melt the water, and you could go back to cooking down there. I believe that's how that can work. Oh, so you're hunting the animals on the opposite side of the map, because that's where they all are. Because of course they are. Does an electric heater? I can, I just gotta run the power and all that. The problem is I don't have any water anywhere near my ship. We can probably do a test real fast, though. So what I can do here is furniture. The problem is I'll have to build bridges over it or whatever. What type of stone do we have? Granite blocks. Area revealed. Nothing I care about. Well, yeah, we're not going to stay here long enough for it to be relevant, but I do think it's worth testing. Yeah, I'm going to make it a steel. We'll do heavy bridge. Okay, so you're being hunted by a warg. So grab all of you. Start consolidating them. Yeah, I'll be fine. Alright, and that's the warg is the only... The warg and the wolverine are the only one that would hunt. And honestly, don't worry about those ibex. They're on the opposite end of everything. It's not worth me taking the time to chase them. That should be more enough to drop that warg. Okay. Alright, so it should happen is they should run that power cable down there. And what I can actually do here is the moment that's built, I'm going to snag one of these. I don't really need these anymore. In fact, I'm going to deconstruct one of them. And then we'll plan to reinstall this. Okay, nothing we care about there. I keep expecting to pop one of those open, have a bunch of wasps back there, and end up losing a colonist for no reason. Like, pop this and have some wasps just in the middle of a chunk of ice just to be like, screw you, man. Yeah, because we got 5 days. Well, it's officially getting warm enough The ice is melting on its own, defeating the entire point of this. Alright, we gotta cancel it. Literally, it's going to be just in time. It's gonna be just in time, and that's because they destroyed the thing that's making this tile artificially cold. So it's gonna go back to the temperature in the surrounding area. Which is a cool thing, because at first it's like, oh, it's probably like set on the tile and it's gonna just stick. But genuinely, they don't really need it. In that case, let's go ahead and disassemble this anyways. I don't really care about the materials, but we don't have something better to do. Yeah, so unfortunately, the ice is thawing itself, making it a moot point. So we can go over here and say, how would you like to fish? That's interesting. Are you considered the same thing? Yeah, it's acting like this is one body of water, as far as I can see. Yeah, I'm sure we'll land in some place we can test it. Yeah, and that's I've been led to believe is a thing that you could do with it. Taking all that apart, that's fine. I don't really have a reason to disassemble any of these things either. This will also let me check to see if there's a door on this side either. I expect these will be just outside tiles that have nothing I care about. One second. Alright, we got a raid that's gonna try and breach our walls. 2 bows, 1 bow, 4 bows. You're impids, right? Okay. So it's one group of impids that's gonna try and breach us. They are just gonna kind of rush us, and I'm not really going to have a chance to do much to get them where I want them. So the goal here is just going to be to get out here, draw them at us, and just try and shred them to minimize the damage to the ship. Yeah, breaching the ship, but we should be able to kill enough of them fast enough that they won't destroy too much before we push them off. Okay. Base attack. I mean, the Marine helmet's good and all. Okay, so it did manage to destroy 2 tiles, but it's just steel. Nothing we care about. Alright, so let's see what that quest was. Okay, you want me to send 6 soldiers to attack this tile. We'll have 2.8 days to wipe it out. That's guarded by 4 wasters. They're willing to give me a marine helmet as kind of the good option here. And whatever's in the base. I don't expect to find much good there. I do think it is worth me taking the time to do that. Because we are still waiting. We're almost waiting, where is it? 4 point whatever days. We just had an attack. So we should have a little bit of leeway to the next one. I'm just going to give them 2 seconds to patch that up. And once that's patched up, we'll send an away team to deal with that real fast. Because otherwise, we're just kind of waiting here. What is your problem? Agonizing pulse. Ancient launch site, we'll worry about that later. Alright, so Lunar, you do it. Okay. So we've got more than enough medicine. Take the Go Juice Wake Up Yayo. Take the EMP shells. Poor shooting and strong immunity. I'm not going to end up using that. And none of these books are we done with. Go ahead and take some of these weapons we'll never use. You're about to run out of money. The Honor of Chris. Oh yeah, the Honor of Chris was a submachine gun with a flamethrower on the bottom. It's basically like a Hellcat rifle, except, you know, the flamethrower's on a submachine gun as opposed to an assault rifle. Which is cool and all, but I already have more Hellcats than I know what to do with. So we're just gonna take the money, and we already like them enough that we don't need to worry about it. Could someone patch the hole in the hull, please? There we go. Okay, so with that, we're going to go ahead and accept this quest to go attack this base. For the Marine helmet. Okay, so my thought... Yeah, let's send you. Then for the ranged... That should be good. Who am I missing? Lardine, where are you at? Okay, that's fine. Alright, so let's do this attack real fast. Then we got Mohan Rai on their 185 stream streak. Catch that as 185 streams, not miss one. Thank you again. You wouldn't be surprised if the ship wasn't here and you caravanned here. When you leave and you come back and nothing would be in the middle. Oh, to be clear, when you come back, you can't come back to a tile. Once you leave, it's done. Okay, so you got shotgun, smoke grenades. I'm not seeing any sentry guns outside. So you got 2 shotguns, a bolt action, and tox grenades. Like, you can't, like, once you leave with the ship, you can't come back unless you use a grav anchor. But, they don't do a lot of refreshing of inactive tiles, because it'd be one of those things, if suddenly we started doing that, you'd run into the problem where once you opened a tile, it'd have to run calculations on that tile forever. Okay, the first one's dead. And luckily it looks like the bolt action's going to be the last one to show up for the fight. Bonk. Okay. Let's claim the door. Start inspecting the base. I'm saying if you didn't use the ship to get there. Oh, so the thing is, it was an event tile. If you visited the event tile before it generated the event, yeah, it wouldn't have anything worth mentioning. That's not unusual for a lot of this stuff. It's the same thing like when you're playing normally and you have, like, you know, whatever this fact, like the mechs have set up a smoke beacon thing nearby. Same exact concept. That smoke beacon and everything related to it don't exist on your map in any capacity until that quest triggers. So if you went to that tile and set up a base there, there's just nothing there. When it does its world generation, it would generate a normal map. Alright, leave that crap behind. Grab the flak vest. It's fine, I will grab those. The tox grenades can just die in a fire. I know they have value, but I want to deal with it. Okay, let's go ahead and get you all home. I didn't check. Do we care about these people? No. So you're all gonna get in the shuttle. Cool. Love to see it. Don't land on one of my rooms, please. Good. Because I've had a couple of times now where they've landed on one of the rooms and then just deleted the wall. Combat supplier ship. Let's see what we got here. Not worry about the engine. We got the gravlight panels. We don't need the bald gene. Perfect immunity, psi sensitivity. As much as that would be nice to get perfect immunity, because perfect immunity is excellent, the reality is I am not going to be able to add that in. I don't have enough negatives, nor do I expect to. I have other positives I want more, like Deathless. To me, Deathless is just the better super immunity. Sure, they die, but then, you know, they just don't die. Thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. They die, but they get better. Alright, yep. Yeah, so not much else I want here. So I'll take the money. Alright. Like, Deathless is a trait I'll go way out of my way for, if I can get my hands on it. But we're still stuck waiting on the research, which is what we're doing right now. Is we're going full bore on the research. We're about to get fabrication up, which gives me the problem now that this room was meant for my fabrication room. And then I added more stuff to it. So we're going to need to expand that room a little. We can just expand it straight out. Don't need to get fancy. That'll let me reinstall this bench down here, put the fabrication bench up here, rotate this over here, and have more space. Alright. Now, the beauty with getting fabrication unlocked is that means I have the potential to get the advanced grav tech, which would be huge, because then I can get grav core power cells. The arcogenetics, which would be huge, because that means I could take the Deathless trait I already have stashed and put to use. Bionic replacements, which will let me fix a lot of stuff. And then all of the implants that I've ever implanted in the implant. Most of the rest of the stuff I'm not super concerned about for right now. Let's see, your sister taught you something new with Sloppy Joes. Put the meat on top of fries like chili fries. So much better. Yeah, no, it's basically like chili cheese fries. I mean, Sloppy Joe is very, like, very close slash chili adjacent. Oh, hey! Hidden box! And it was an anti-grain warhead. Okay. Where the heck I want to keep that? Because alright, here's what we're gonna do. This shelf is gone. We make a little cupboard for keeping the anti-grain warhead in. Building roof? Where are you building roof to? Where are you? Oh, you're building... Okay, that's fine. Alright, so yeah, so don't continue doing this. The point is we have cleared that does just loop around. Those are hollow spots. Anyways, let's keep the psychological horror inside the ship. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, no, it's fine. Where else would I keep it? Alright, so I want them to deconstruct this shelf. And then we're going to go ahead and put a new shelf in here. That's just a 1x1 tile. You don't need to build the roof down here anymore. Because what I want to do is I want to make that a shelf dedicated for the anti-grain warhead and other like super high value items. Or items I definitely don't want to be targeted. So we'll say clear, critical. So anti-grain warhead goes in there. We will say healing serum, mech resurrection serum. That's the serum thing. Used anti-grain on Winston Waves Raider before. 400 tribals dead, one shot. Was beautiful. Yeah, no, the anti-grain is amazingly power, but also very dangerous. So when you're not using it, you tuck it in the wall, so no one can tantrum walk up and kick it. Because then what it can do here is if we have trade caravan coming, even though it's in the wall, we can just trade for it. I was not expecting the tile to warm up to a point where we could grow on it. Alright, okay, fabrication. Brain wiring is what we unlocked next. That's fine. And how much longer do I have with the bison here? 2 days. So there's no point in me planting anything because we're leaving before it'll grow. We are getting to the point, though, we need to be heading back towards the equator so we can set down and restock our fuel. I do have like 400 meals stashed away, which is good. But it is just the reality of not having more stuff I can cook. We're going to gradually run out of food. Reinstall you to be back here. Cool. Lilypad has had one of their scars heal. Alright, so now we go here to get this room extended. And again, that's so I can fit a fabrication bench in here, move the serum over, that kind of thing. Most likely I want to rearrange this room a lot and do that. And one of the other things I want to do is put a shelf in here that's dedicated for like steel, plasteel, gold, you know, all the materials you end up using on your fabrication bench very regularly. It also means then anytime I go to a tile, even if my main storage is full, because I'll prioritize that, I have kind of a minimum amount of those materials I can carry. So we'll want to reinstall you to that wall. Oh, I need to build an extender. We have exceeded what I can do with the current extenders we've got. Good thing we noticed that before it became an issue. Where do I want to shove this one? Because I had to be in this loop. What I can do is I can build one over here. So what I'll do is I'll put grav structure there. And I can put an extender here. And then wall it up. And that'll leave me only one more extender I can add before we've maxed out. Meanwhile, we're going to go zone. Home zone this. And I'm just having them mine through. I suspect it's literally this is nothing but ice, that there'll be no anything inside there. I just wanted to carve through since I had people had nothing better to do. Just in the off chance that there was like an ancient danger tucked in some wall somewhere. I don't even think it can happen, but you know, haven't tested it. Alright, 1 day, 2 hours, and then we get our Locust armor. High drone. Cool. Let's have a party right the heck now. That's a fun one. And we'll run over here and try and do another party. And basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to have enough positive mood bonuses that even though they're under the high psychic drone, that we just choose to ignore it by having massive mood bonuses from our rituals. So we'll do a Sky Lantern party real fast. I like how you're supposedly watching from inside the ship where there's no windows. Cool. Yep, so I got 2 mood bonuses. They should, if not override that, be a pretty significant... Holy crap, it's like half my colony women? Like, not even half of it. It was like... I just went trying to find, like, a male to see someone taking the penalty and came to the realization that a good chunk of my colony is. Yeah, so that's minus 30. Those 2 events both gave me a +6 and a +8, so it's 14. So it's not fully canceling it, but it is mitigating it a lot. Okay, so you start a fight. Thanks, man. You're helping the colony. Deal with that in a minute. And go here and go to production. Fabrication bench. Have to wait till stuff's moved, but we can fit that here. Alright. And then we need to put the extender over there. Tell them not to build that tile. And that'll be another extender we got built on the ship. Let's see, those droners always hurt your leader because you always pick a hypersensitive pawn. Yes. That's where Mind Numb comes in, because with a high psychic drone, the one that hits super hard, if you just pop a Mind Numb, you'll Mind Numb through the whole thing. Or, one of the things you can do, if you don't think you can manage it, put them under anesthetic. That's another way of keeping it from being a problem. Alright, the shuttle has arrived. Okay, so already starting to carry the bison out of here. You've cascaded them before? Yeah, that also works. Just putting them into cryo. There's lots of ways to deal with it. Oh, were you dealing with it and then you got into a social fight and now you're not? Alright. You help. Because then we get our brand new armor, which is why we've been staying here. And then it's time to move on. Because like I said, we're slowly burning through our... It's not even that slowly. We are burning through our food supply. Alright, pods have arrived. Go get your brand new armor. And what I'm going to go ahead and do is for your stuff. I had forced it. We can clear forced. And they should keep that armor on. So now we've got a Locust armor on Call Me Doctor, which again is in the ballpark of, is in the same ballpark as Recon armor, both jump packs built in. So they can have both a jump pack and a shield belt effectively at the same time. And with that, I believe that's everything we want off this tile. Let's get the heck out of here. Because I'm out of raw food entirely. And we've only got 337 meals left. So we need to start heading back towards the equator. You thought it was like marine? I could be wrong. I thought it was in... Yeah, unfortunately that's in space. I thought it was more in the recon armor part, but like I said, I could be wrong. There's nothing here we want. So I'm just going to jump straight down. Oh, we have a lot of those that I should probably do at some point. I didn't realize we were... Like, look at all these ancient complex or whatevers. They don't really have that great of stuff, which is part of why I tend not to go out of my way to do them. Unless I'm having to just, like, kind of meandering up to a point or whatever. The big problem is just so cold. So we got an ancient danger here. Just gotta check, because you can have more than one on a map. So it looks like we got the one there. Where are my geothermals, though? Okay, got 2 up there. A couple over here. I could probably position myself on the water so we can get at this geothermal. Good fishing, too? Yeah, and that won't be, that'll probably be worthwhile. One south of the river? Yeah. Mech Hive detected. You have detected a huge gravtech energy spike originating from the Mech Hive in orbit. Its location is now marked on your world map. This Mech Hive is the center of the mechanoid intelligence on this planet. Shutting it down will disable all the murderous mechanoids planet-wide. Alternatively, you may be able to use the Mech Hive to your own purposes. The Mech Hive is defended by anti-ship weapons, so build a signal jammer before approaching it. Be warned, Mech Hives are extremely dangerous. Finish exploring other locations first, and ensure you're ready for a long stay in orbit. I can't handle living in orbit for any length of time that is greater than 0, so we're definitely not in the long stay range. Alright, so give everyone a chance to eat, do all that stuff. We can go ahead and go zoom. Fish. These should be considered connected. Yeah, so we got salmon the whole way. So go ahead and say you could fish off the front of the ship and along that shore. And go here and say zone, dumping zone, regular zone, low priority, make sure our schedule's fine. How are your injuries? Negligible. Pop the ancient danger. Because we get the very low chance of getting a mech healing serum. Let's see, I had to look it up. The Grenadier, let's see, the Grenadier is space armor. The Phoenix is a special cataphract armor. Right, but the question was the Locust. The Locust was that recon armor? Because like that's what I said. Is my belief was it was in the area of recon armor. I could be wrong about that, because it's not one I get. Yeah, no, it's not one I get very often. Okay. That is not the end of the world. It is a bummer that they are already upon us. Because what's going to happen is that's going to spread out over us. One thing I might be able to get away with. Okay, so they're all hostile. This will work to my advantage. So fall back over this way. Which is why I popped them. Okay, so who took what hits and how bad? Yeah, nothing serious. Now, all of them being hostile is a little rough. Yep. And this is the box we want to know what's in. Come on out. It's probably fine, individual person with shotgun. Okay. So you got a couple tags from that. Just a bruise on your leg, though. Alright, so orders allow everything. So we got Cataphract and Healing Factors. I'm pretty sure I already have both of those. Healing Factors, Cataphract. Yep, so we don't need those ones. We'll take them because we can sell them. As far as shooting goes, who is our lowest shooting person out of here? So you're at 10. Alright. Go get yourself a skill upgrade. And strip all of them, because a lot of times they'll have goodies we can actually use, such as the Fire Foam Pack. And the rest I'm not too worried about. They also XP towards that, if you already had it full. So you're saying that gives me XP towards completing this? Because I haven't heard of that one before. I'm down to try it, though. We could try it with the healing wire. Apply healing factor. So the big problem is I can't actually see the progress on healing factor out of the 4,000. Yeah, 2,000... Yeah, 1,000 points went towards the XP. Yep. I do wonder with Cataphract, because I'm not eligible to actually do Cataphract yet. Here's how that works. I've already lost track of that. Oh, you didn't grab it yet. We're not going to stay here long, so just shred all of it. Yep, because we're only staying the 2.4 days left before it's time to go and all that. Go ahead and murder the local wildlife. At least the ones that have at least, enough meat to be worth murdering. 3,000 XP remains. Yeah, that makes me curious. If you got enough Cataphract, would you be able to skip to it? Because I feel like that's a weird thing that could potentially happen that way. That you could research something past your requirements. It could just be that you complete it, but it's unable to be used until then. Or it could just complete, because you did bypass. Oh, you need to actually get that online, man. The power's flicking. We have some poor quality marine armor laying around here that someone can use. Meanwhile, tell them they can mine that. Let's take a look at if there's anything really good in the map. Alright, so we'll take a peek. See what materials we got nearby. That could be potentially worth mining. There's silver there, so go for that. Steel, I actually could use more steel. I'd rather not... I mean, either way, we're going to be mucking through the water. That's fine. What we'll do is we'll have it go like this. That's too far out of the way to be worthwhile. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so they'll do what they can. Some of them will probably fish. A bunch of them will pull up this stuff. They'll deconstruct stuff, they'll mine stuff, it's all good. Most of their weapons I'm not too worried about. We'll go ahead and have you haul that assault rifle back. I don't imagine we'll be using it on anyone, but you never know. Trying to see if there's anything I should be adding in here. That's the... Okay, did we have anyone missing ears at this point? So we got one ear missing. Yeah, so I only got one ear missing. Let's go ahead and add one of the implants for the ear. And you're our mining person. So let's get you a pair of power claws, or not power claws, of drill arms. We also have field hands as an option, which lily pad is our grower. That would help with the stuff there. So I can go bills, add. I'm trying to remember what the negatives with these are. So let's see. It subtracts some beauty. It penalizes movement speed, but it gives us extra plant work speed. Yeah, it's fine. Would replace her fingers, slows you down. Yeah, I think that's fine. So get a pair of those and a pair of those. Alright, so for the person missing an ear, operations add, install right ear to replace the missing ear. Because I'll work on trying to get our people starting to tech out. We don't have like the actual bionic stuff. Can doctors... Is it... Okay, it's anyone but my terrible doctor. It's balanced with bionic legs. Yeah. Alright, with that, you no longer are missing an ear. Now granted, that's not as good as your natural ear, but it's better than a missing ear. Just continuing to hunt the nearby stuff. Actually, don't hunt those other ones. Because the alternative is you'll fish. And honestly, I'd rather they fish than do the other stuff there. Yep, then we get the drill arbs for Kiona chick, so that they can drill even better. Oh, you haven't seen the heron? Could you show it? When you say show its ID, or its tameability, tameability, it doesn't have any. Most of the birds, if they're not like parrots or whatever, are pretty low. But they mostly just give you eggs. I don't imagine it's a particularly good bird for anything. But you just tuned into this colony from yesterday. Looks like it, but you're wondering because things were getting hairy when you stopped watching yesterday. Yeah, no, this is the same ship as yesterday. Now, we've actually been in the same colony for a while. You want a bird that hauls? Gotcha. I think you're going to be having problems finding that, because with them having the birds be mostly realistic, there's not many birds that can lift large amounts of weight to move it around. So I don't think it's very likely they'll give us birds that have, like, proper hauling or anything like that. Okay, we are researching brain wiring, which not really looking to do, but we have it. Could you haul that Luciferum? Of course, choose one of the only ones that never hauls. Yeah, the crows with the new drugs don't, because new hogs don't get hauling, sadly. Yeah, no, I don't think it's a matter of, like, tameability of them. I think they're taking the practical approach that most birds have, like, hollow bones, so they're just not built to carry a lot of weight. I mean, I could see something like maybe an emu or an ostrich, you know, being able to be like a pack animal type carrying things, but that would be the only ones I could think of off, like, or a cassowary. Those only birds I think would be big enough to potentially be able to do something like that. But like all the other ones, like herons and all that, they're just not built to hold any meaningful weight. Alright, there's the drill arm, so we're just going to go ahead and go to you and say, how'd you feel about left and right arm being drills? But before we worry about that, launch the ship. It's time to go. I don't care about that steel laying on the ground. I'm more concerned about getting to where we can have a long grow season. Okay. Valley Caves. Ancient launch site, Hollow Caves. Archipelago, Bay. So we're pretty much looking at pollution, and maybe a little pollution. I am more concerned about getting distance than really the other thing, so I'm going to just jump to a random chunk of rock. See, murdering a murder of crows is useless, sadly. 20 crows lost to one scyther. Yeah, no, also, like, the little birds are also super fragile. They can hurt your pawns by just kind of like death of 1,000 cuts. Where you just get like, it's the same way you lose to like squirrels and bunnies and like squirrels and hares and that. They don't really pose a real threat, but like after the fight you've got 30 wounds that are all bleeding that it just takes so long to bandage. It can be hard to save your pawn if you don't have tools to leverage. We got geothermal up there. None that are available to this area. So I think it's going to be one of those ones I got to pipe a wire all the way over. Because the ship's getting to the size that on maps that aren't wide open, I usually get my one, maybe two places I can land. And then that's it. Okay, so geothermal. Power line. So you can work on that. In the meantime, we're going to take a little peek around. And we're looking for ancient dangers and materials of value. Yeah, it wasn't fit. Yeah, Emu Ostrich should probably be able to carry a little bit. Major problem there is getting them to feel like carrying rather than kicking you from trying something. Yeah, well, that'd be the idea, is you give them the thing that makes them more tame and all that, and in theory, that works to your advantage. Alright, so I did see we had some plasteel. Let's make sure I didn't miss any, because that's an overlooked one. So we got plasteel there. Got a lot of that. And one thing I'll do is our little cheesy thing here, where I draft. That looks like it could be an ancient danger. There was a hollow spot. There might be two, so there might be an ancient danger up here. Yep. Nah, that's probably just a pocket back there. It's too big. Still. It's worth checking. Yep. Alright, we'll just cut them loose. I probably won't make it a priority to go there. But if they happen to go and check those spots, most likely it's just going to be a pocket of cave. But that's all good. So meanwhile, it's going to take a minute to get our power plugged back in. Research is plugging away on our brain wiring. Yeah, none of those I ever use. there's arguments for each of those. They Leon, are you a good doctor? Nope, they Leon. You two are all cut off from doctoring for right now. Hey, Earthrush. Did you operate? Get that other drill arm put in there. Cool. What's the argument for Mind Screw? That's some awesome cheese. Yeah, normally, like, I've known I could do that forever. Normally, I don't do that on maps, because you stay on the map long enough, you eventually find it, but where we land and go, it's like, I'm specifically seeking these things out, and there isn't a more elegant way of doing it. So it's just like, whatever, let's just knock it out. What's the argument for Mind Screw? The best I can come up with for Mind Screw, because those who don't know what the Mind Screw is, it basically causes a permanent thing to 20% pain. The only thing I can assume that you would want to use that for is if you have people who they like pain, but I wouldn't do that because pain can kill you in RimWorld. So it feels like one of those things you do it because teehee war crimes, but there's not really a valid use case. At least not that I've been able to come up with. Okay, so that was just a pocket back here. Nothing worth mentioning. It's kind of what I figured when I found more of it, because I was moving my mouse over here, which is what made it look like an ancient danger versus an open space, but then when we came back, there's that whole thing. Alright. As we're looking, if there's any good ore here. Doesn't look like it, though. Alright, so we got our power online before anything dropped off. Ultimax drill arms as well. So Ultimax, we do have them doing a bunch of drilling as well. That's not a bad idea. Let's take a look. Let me double check, because I want to say drill arms slow you down if I remember correctly. Yeah. Yeah, I can see doing that. We'll bump that down and put 2 more. We'll give those to Ultimax. Major break risk on you. That flesh whip is gonna have to go as soon as we can get rid of it, because Anandar, because of supremely high expectations, it's really, really hard to manage their mood with that. Having that extra -6 there kind of hurts us. We'd also want to replace where they're getting the extra, the permanent minor pain from the flesh mass lung, because I don't need it for the detoxicating thing. Now, one argument you can have for the joy wire is if you have the thing where it boosts the mood of everyone around you. I can't remember if you can have that with the joy wire, but if you can, it would make sense to have that person be like a walking beacon of making everyone happy. Just have them stay back, have the joy wire wired in. They eat the consciousness penalty, who cares? Alright, so field hands are sorted. That was Lilypad, I believe, we wanted for that. So health. Add field hand right, field hand left. It's always hard to tell with some of those which ones you can put together and which ones you can't. Yep, we only have our currently our best doctors on standby to get Lilypad all sorted out. Area revealed. Yeah, so it's just another cave. So no ancient dangers. So there's one field hand installed. There's the second one. Love to see it. So I get 2 drill hands for Ultimax. And we can leave in 1 day, 2 hours. I was getting pretty close to the point that I'm gonna have to set down and work on food. I'm just trying to get to a point where when we go to do that, it's a place where we can genuinely get a lot done. Okay, so you're back in action and able to the farm even faster. And we've already got our 2 drill arms done for Ultimax. Drill arm right, drill arm left. Get to the hospital, and then we can put all our people back onto assignment. Quest that's going to space, I can't do that. That's part of the reason I'm continuing to go south. We're still at the point where our seasons are very short up here. And that's the reason why I haven't bothered putting that down, is because we're already into summer. Cool. And everyone's sorted out with their specialty prosthetics and all that. So now I can go back to you all being on the doctor's list as well, so you can continue to get better for when I need you. Go ahead and hunt everything on the map, except the emu. Emu are impossible to fight. Not really. They're very... in the game, it's just the meme. Do not underestimate the emu, for they are made of durability. Alright. We top that off. We can't do a party for a while, which is fine. Okay. So we can go ahead and do a skip abduction. So grab you and you run it. And I need people to be making a hussar or a dirt mole. Looking for a hussar and dirt mole. They're almost bulletproof because tiny body mass, super fast. Australia lost 2 wars against them. And waster, not something I need. Gear, go ahead and strip their gear. I'll take your sniper rifle. Shamblers approach. That's 80 shamblers. I don't really have a reason to fight them, so we can tell everyone to stay inside the home zone. There's not much ore out here anymore for us. We're gonna be kicking off to get out of here in like half a day. Not even. So prisoner, we will release you as soon as you're good to go. Yep, that's fine. Like I said, I could kill them, and I'm sure in that if we like took the time to look, there'd probably be a couple that have shards in there. But We don't want to tap their blood for emergencies? No. It's pretty rare that I go and I grab a bunch of hemogen packs. I actually have 15 on standby. Keep in mind almost all of my people... Oh, you're not... We haven't done your thing here. Alright, hang on. Oh, right, because you got a passion for everything. Right, and I haven't figured out which ones are going to do what. If we actually look at most of my people, they have super clotting. So most of my people... Like, most of my people have what we need that I could just use that. Alright, and we outie. There's an ancient launch site, an ancient smoke vent. Okay, we can get all the way down to the point we have year-round grow season. Yeah, anywhere down there we'll do it. Is there anyone over here that's interesting? Foggy. Yeah, it's fine. Just jump all the way down there. Back it off as far as we can to keep it year-round from that pollution. Okay. Smoke vent is scary. Smoke vent is a bit annoying. Alright. So what we're going to do down here is we need to resupply our food. Because I got to plant a bunch of stuff. It's going to take a while to grow. I've still got like 300 meals on storage, but no raw food. But with having 12 colonists running around, they do go through the food relatively quickly, considering I have, I think, 1 or 2 gourmands. And then plus, on top of the gourmands, I do have pig person and a lot. So go ahead and plunk up here. To be near that smoke geyser. Or the vent. Whatever. We'll land. We could fish in the water here a bit. Grab nausea, that's fine. Plug you in. Can you see any use in using a grab anchor? The reason you'd use a grab anchor is if you want to have a home base you keep coming back to. That's what the grab anchor's for. If you're not doing that, then the grab anchor serves no purpose for you. Not really. I'm sure someone will come up with a cheese strat to use it or something like that. Hey, Solar, how's it going? Do a small rice field here. Do a larger potato field. Do a really big cornfield. Just for the heck of it, do a strawberry field. I'm pretty sure I'm up to my eyeballs in cloth and medicine, so I don't need to worry about that. Is it possible to split the colony, have a grav ship with some and the remaining at the base, while some take off with the ship? Yeah, so you can actually have your colony where you have a home base and the mech. Centipede blaster, a termite, 2 lancers, a scyther, and a militar. Dye. Yeah, we'll get some dye going as well. But that is what we refer to as a pretty bad time. But yeah, no, you can have it where you have like a home base and your grav ship going around. The problem is, from what I have been told, and I haven't tested this myself, is I have been told that when it comes to determining raids and all that, it considers both your grav ship and your base together kind of thing. I don't know if that's true. I haven't tested it. But if that is the case, that almost makes it non-viable, because you're going to be talking kind of double the colony with half of it, unless you go out of your way to just have a small grav ship you move around. Because then I can see where you have like the micro grav ship, you run around with that, and you have like your main base, so it's just a grav ship with like some shelves or whatever. Alright, so I think what we do is, what is the range on your blasters? I believe I can outrange the blasters if I remember correctly. Isn't it like 26? 27. And we look at these, I believe they're 30-something? Okay, so we're going to probably have to do like a rolling retreat type kite on this one. I'm not super loving it. What is the range on the EMP gun here? Have a good range. I don't think you do, though. I think it's 20 as well. No, it's 31 as well. Alright. So the way we're going to have to deal with this kind of rolling retreat, the big concern here is they do have lancers among their midst, and that's a problem. It's only 2, though. Because they got the termite, they got that. Can they even hit anything at that range? I mean, they can. It's not great odds, but I got a lot of firepower to put. What is your range, by the way? I actually don't know your range. 25. Yeah, it's a shame that the Lancers are staying right in there. The Lancer's the one that scare me the most, because they can just pop you with one good shot. Okay. There's not much cover to work with over here. There's really not much cover to work with over here. You're just gonna have to stand in the open. Go with the old, like, colonial era British fighting style of stand in one big line and open fire. Take the Lancer out, take the Lancer out. Okay, you're gonna have to fall back. Let the shields draw some fire. Ah, all those stuns from the minigun. Alright. Let's continue the rolling retreat. It's really easy to get tempted to try and just hold it. Ooh, did your shield already fail? Your shield failed. Because... Alright, you duck out. Okay, the minigun's doing its thing, stunning, stunning, stunning. You are not in position, friend. Okay, you start to retreat again. Okay, Zerx has taken too many hits to keep with the rolling retreat. Why are you not moving? Okay, we got their attention. Your shield is still not back up, so you go ahead and keep running. Stop shooting my walls! Okay, keep on backing up. Zerx keeps getting hammered every single fight. How bad are you? You lost a finger, so you're actually not that bad. You're back in. Okay, so we got 3 centipedes still up. We got that. They are firing at the walls. Okay, you're non-range still, right? No. Okay, you're just shooting at our people with the shields. Come on. If we can manage to knock these 2 down, I can jump our Locust armor on top of the R2. Okay, we're going in. You get down there. You get down there. Range team, get ready to roll in. Okay, all of you. Drop right on top. You can just get out of the fight for now. Go ahead and rescue Zerks. Alright. So he knocked a little hole in the wall, but otherwise we're good. Is there ever a friendly fire? Oh, yes. There is lots of friendly fire in this game. I try to make sure our people don't go more than like 5 tiles away from each other if they're gonna shoot past. Dude, go to bed. You got holes in you, friend. We could deal with your gun later. Once you're not bleeding from places, you can go out and grab your gun. Sometimes your friends shoot you more than the enemies? Yes. Yes, they do. If you get, like, you make the mistake of, say we're fighting this area here, like we got people in here, and I got a melee pawner up to here, and you have, like, a minigun drop back here, you are going to chew the backside of whoever is right there. Like, forget the enemy, the friends are the real threat in that one. The game lets you customize a lot. Yeah, you can actually turn off or massively reduce the risk of friendly fire and all that if you want. It's not bad. For those curious about the friendly fire thing, if we pretend that here is my firing line of pawns. If I'm not mistaken, this green area here, if I'm shooting over this way, is safe. Assuming let's make this cleaner. This green area here is safe. And then once you get out here, that's where you're in the friendly fire danger zone. You got 5 tiles between you and your target that you cannot friendly fire. It's 3 long? I thought it was longer than 3. I thought it was 5 tiles. I'm pretty sure I am very confident it's at least 4 tiles. Not saying I couldn't be wrong, but I don't care about that. I'm pretty sure this is the safety range. It was originally 3. Yeah, it may have been 3 back in the day, but I believe it's 5 these days. That, like, you can be within 5 and be fine. The place it gets kind of hard to tell is it this pawn shooting here. What I don't know is it that distance? Or how it actually works. Like, is this the danger zone up here? The diagonals I'm not as confident on, because usually I don't have many boxes I have to worry about diagonal friendly fire. But I'm pretty sure it's 5 these days. Like I said, it might have been 3 at some point. I do feel like at one point it was shorter. So that's probably right that it was 3 in the past. Also, oh, you're all restricted to the home zone. That'll do it. I need to get that power online. Wiki says 5 now. Yeah, I was pretty sure it was 5. Yeah, no, you're good. And like I said, people made the comment that it changed, which that's one of the reasons why wikis are so far behind a lot of these games. Is just, it's real easy for you to learn the information at one point, and then it changes on you. But yeah, so case in point, when you're building your defenses, that's kind of your range, where this is your firing people, that's all safe, this is danger. So when it comes to your melee, say these are 2 melee pawns here, you don't want the melee pawns any farther up than this. Let's see, it's 5 straight and 4 at angles, it seems. Yeah, that sounds right. Because it'd be one of those things, otherwise the diagonal, like diagonal 5 feels way farther. The diagonals I'm less confident in, but you usually don't have stuff that you have to worry about. That's how you feel about Stellaris and the EU4, stuff changing every patch in DLC. Your favorite friendly fire was a careful shooter sniper rifle, took ages to line the shot, only to shoot his wife in the head and insta-kib. Yeah. Well, I mean, if we assume that, like, people are moving around in the front, you're trying to aim past, you know, it could always be that you had your shot lined up and the person moved into it as you were firing. Friendly fire is a real concern in real life for real reasons. I mean, maybe having a grudge against his wife, power. That should be being worked on. Yeah, they're building it now. The battery's getting low. It's just I had them all set to the home zone after the mech showed up. So they were just kind of dealing with that for a minute. And I don't remember if I got a good look at what we had for rocks going on here. I'll tell you can mine it. It's not a priority. Yeah, you already mined it. That's fine. Definitely not an ancient danger on this one. Oh, right, and... Fish. And the environmentally friendly thing to do would be to not take any more fish than the environment can handle. We are not environmentally friendly in this colony, and we will grab any fish that we please, and so nature will have to just accept what we're doing to it. I don't want to fish that close to the edge of the tile. RimWorld takes as much as it gives. It's such a great game. Oh, yeah. Alright, one thing that we're doing is I don't like to have a cougar sitting, like, right here on top of the colony. There we go. And while we're here, you're made out of copious amounts of meat. I'll take your kill. Any other animals I want to worry about? The other cougar's way over there, so I think we're good. It's like a cougar saying to me, behave. Behave. What you do is fine. You just don't need to necessarily broadcast it. Are you sure there's any meat left on those animals with that firepower? Yeah, we didn't even knock a single limb off. Yep, we just perforated it. We made it ground, that's all. If you remember correctly, that guy may have ended up being killed by his ex-wife's brother or father, who was in a hostile faction, but you could be thinking a different run. Too many memories to keep track of. Yeah, I still like the colony that... It was our Arco Nexus run that we had a couple that got together. No problem. It's RimWorld. And they get together, and what ends up happening is one of them goes murderous rampage and goes to kill their wife. The wife was my main melee pawn at the time. So they walked up, punched their wife, and their wife absolutely throttled them. Then they broke up because, you know, they harmed me kind of thing. And so a whole bunch of time goes by, they're insulting, spreeing each other, and generally do not like each other. So, like, the whole colony's going, and you just got these two people who are just at each other's throat. And then, like, years later in the game, because, again, Arco Nexus is a long-haul run, years and years later in the game, they get engaged and married again. And I'm just like, no. No, don't do that. You're not good for each other. Like, it doesn't even matter what you are as individuals. The two of you do not have a healthy or anything relationship. You literally tried to murder each other and have been just awful to each other the entire run. You do not need to be in each other's lives. There are other options in the colony. Choose one of them. At least there's a hope of a happy thing. Now, granted, the entire rest of the run, it went smoothly. Like, they got over it and they kind of went through. It's like, no, I'm pretty sure if your spouse tries to, let me check my notes, murder you in cold blood, that is a relationship that should not be resumed. That is a relationship that should be concluded and never looked back at ever again. We're not going to stay here long enough for the Devil Strand, but yeah. Unfortunately, there's too many people who do that in real life. Well, I mean, not to get like the serious topic, but it gets like abusive relationships and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot that comes into it where it's not as easy as like, hey, that person was awful, don't go back to them. It's a whole mess of things. Long-range mineral scanner. Okay. A lot of abusive relationships, a big part of us tearing down like your self-worth and your support networks and all that kind of stuff. Okay, and we'll just go right here and put a granite door there. Because we'll be here for at least long enough to grow stuff. So let's put our geothermal so it can't be attacked directly. You like the mineral scanner with the grav ship? I couldn't tell you the last time I've used the mineral scanner. I was actually about to make the comment, like, you know what? I have no idea with any of that, like how much I would or wasn't use it or anything. Let's see, your mom was already set to kick your dad out before she found out he tried to borrow a gun to kill his sick dog from a friend. We had no dogs at the time, but after she was definitely even more set on doing it, yeah. It's kind of also those things when it's like all that's like, you know, again, easier said than done kind of thing. It's just like, you know what? There is an alternative path of all this. Instead of murder, you can just get divorced. Yes, you know, there are people who see it as like some big like moral failing or whatever. But, you know, if you're not good for each other, that's certainly a better option to consider than maybe going to jail for murder. Okay. So we're gonna rip up the blocks nearby, so I'm gonna go ahead and do 2 strawberries. Yeah, it's fine. I put down the field and I was like, what was I gonna do with this field? And I was like, it's fine, I don't care. You know what? That's fine as well. So put granite door there. Down here. Over here. Up here. And over there. So the moment we're just going to slap that all down. I honestly am not expecting to get that done. That's already granite wall, so maybe we will not disassemble granite wall to build granite wall on our disassembled granite wall. There we go. There goes zone. We will make the wall itself a home zone, so if any spots get destroyed or damaged, they'll repair and replace it. Yeah, we're not planning on standing here, like, super long term, but I do need to at least stay long enough for a proper harvest. Trade ship. That's fine. If you give me, like, an Archotech arm, that'd be great. Take the drugs. I don't need them. We got plenty of penioxylin. I've got plenty of luciferum. Take your glitter world. Take your advanced components, because why not? The Nutramine is very tempting, but let's see what else we got here first. We have Attractive, Orange, Gaunt-Head, Pain Doll, Pollock Seed. Grab those. Bunch of skills. Bionic Replacement Book. We'll grab that book. Alright, so we don't have anything good there. Alright, so that's going to be a pretty big sale, but that's fine. Grab the Nutramine. That's a lot of Nutramine. But that would give me the penioxylin. Okay. So that's an unreasonable amount of Nutramine we just grabbed. But it basically means I'll be set on penioxylin probably for the rest of playing this entire run. Plus, it gets rid of a bunch of wealth. Like right now, I just transfer that wealth into penioxylin, or into Nutramine, that I'll make into penioxylin, and then that penioxylin will just gradually get consumed, slowly burning off that wealth. And then worst case scenario, if I need the wealth back, we just trade stuff away later. And Kion's just out here enjoying a nice day of fishing. Catching some bass. I think my intention will be for the defense, I'm just going to make a little tunnel like that. Once we've got it. Probably a long one, so make it like way back here. That way whatever fights in can just deal with it. So just kind of your classical choke point. And honestly, I very much doubt we'll be here long enough for Devil Strand. Just chuck it in the ground there. Because you got all this mostly planted. We're going to have more food than we know what to do with. And with those field hands, Lily just goes, just full sends. Like, Leon got 10 tiles done in the time that Lily got all of this and that done. If I'm not mistaken, we are actually at the point, if I decide, like, let's Arco Nexus, I can just hit the button at Arco Nexus anytime. I'm not planning to do that now. I might do an all endings run with this, just take it how far we can take it. I do want to do the Odyssey ending first. But then if I finish that, I'll literally go Odyssey ending and Anomaly ending, because that'll be super breezy. Oh, actually, Anomaly ending, or sorry, the Odyssey ending first, regardless. But then what I could see doing is pushing the Honor to get the Royalty ending lined up, go to the Ship to the Stars, and do what I was talking about doing the other time that we were pushing for all the endings, where I go to the Ship to the Stars, I build the defense around it, I trigger the Anomaly ending and just kind of hold there while we get everything set up, and do the Royalty, the Ship to the Stars, and the ship, and the Anomaly ending all at the same time. It'll be a great idea that won't backfire in any meaningful way. Let's not put the door there. We're getting a bunch of limestone. We're just using this so when stuff goes into this defensive position, it takes them time. Because they have to climb over the fences one by one. The speed of which... Oh, we got another cougar, like, chilling right in the middle of our colony again. And now we don't. And there's a wolverine slowly bleeding out from a fight with a hare. That it got bit in the neck by the hare, and it's going to slowly bleed out and die. Well done. Big wow. Alright, we'll tell them to haul the granite chunks down here if someone has nothing better to do. Okay, and it looks like we're already getting the first of our rice up. And the goal is to try and get the corn up mostly. That's the crop I actually care about the most. The corn has the highest nutrition per unit or whatever. But yeah, the reason we stopped here is we were down to about 300 meals. And we have been slowly ticking that down. Now granted we had more time, but I've just had some really bad luck where we get down to just like 20, 30 meals when we land. We're like, alright, we should have enough time, and then immediately cold snap. Cassandra's been really rough this run about just attacking my food, so I'm being a bit more protective of it right now. Goats join. Animals. Okay, all right. I still have the alpaca set from the very beginning. Nice. I forgot that before we were able to take off with the ship, we had an army of alpaca as our main source of material. Alright. So, I can put the last grav core just somewhere on the ship. And then with that, we will have the maximum ship size we can have. Like, it won't be able to get any bigger, there'll be no more use of putting grav cores anywhere else on the ship. A bigger freezer for more food? I could do that. I don't really need to. Because honestly, when we get it loaded up, it is like 6,000 food or whatever. It is a ridiculous amount of food in there. So far as raw ingredients. It's just something I have to periodically go, let's top it off. Alright, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is, even though I don't really need it, I'm going to put grav core extender there. And that way, you know, we'll be at the maximum size the ship can get. That there's no more room for growth on the ship in that regards. There's the grav core extender. And deconstruct this tile, and we'll make that into a door. Toxic waste dump. Nope. Meanwhile, what I could do here, grab all the little bits of animal hide. Say little bits like it's not a giant mountain of animal hide. And we'll load up a bunch of the wood. And we'll send that one of our neighbors to boost moods, or boost the, reputation with them. With our neighbors. So, the Neanderthals are the ones who like us the least. They're the only faction I can befriend we have not already befriended. So if we get the opportunity to send it at the Neanderthals, we'll send it their way. Otherwise, we'll just toss it at whoever, I don't care. Because they're all pretty close to the same after that. But just clearing out some clutter. It's weird that you're not wearing the marine armor. That's fine. Okay. And something we should also do is we should probably get auto doors. There is one in range. That'd be plus 50 reputation. Cool. So, at least for doors we're commonly using, let's start making auto doors. So you have a 75% door opening speed. 45%. But that's without power. With power, it should be faster. Alright, we got Mad Boomalopes. So we are going to be setting our crops on fire almost certainly. That just is what it is. I'm hoping to get into position in time to keep as much of the fire out here. Because the good news is they'll chain react to each other quite a bit. Alright, so we've got all of that on fire. Oh, it's raining. That's perfect. If it isn't Blade, it's a herd of Boomalope. Yeah, well, the good news, it's raining, so I don't actually have to worry about it. They'd go out faster if we were doing that, but honestly, as long as the rain keeps up, I can just ignore it. Okay. Heat wave. Cool. Well, the heat wave will slow down the rate that grows, which is kind of annoying. But we're nowhere in a point where we're being like, oh man, I just need to get this last thing of food in or anything like that. Alright, so our ship is officially at the absolute max size it's allowed to be so far as our limit. I can put down 500 more tiles onto it. Which we probably should at some capacity. I have no idea where we're putting them. Heat wave isn't unusual with all those boomlope causing global warming. I mean, they are producing chem fuel with their body. I don't know how chemically that works and the environmental impacts, but I can't imagine it's good for the environment. Alright, so what I think I want to do is I want to make an expansion on the ship that could be primarily outdoors. And the reason for that is I want to be able to put, like, the shuttle pad on it and stuff like that. I don't have any places with a lot of room. This is probably my best spot right here. Though I don't have a good way of connecting. I mean, I can. We can connect it up here. When they die of natural causes, they go boom. That's not good at all. Yep, especially considering they're a herd animal. So they stay in big groups. And then, you know, one of them dies from getting whatever problem and then explodes among its peers. Okay, so let's go in here. Something I probably should have done a while ago, but I held off with. Put a pair of ACs out here. Actually, don't put it there. Put it back here. Hey, Tim. Can we get a shout out for Tim the Sorcerer? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Also plays a ton of RimWorld, so, you know, if that's your jam, which I assume if you are, you know, if you are here and all that, it probably is. Alright, so you can put an AC back here. Okay, that should help getting the temperatures inside these places to be a bit better. And all those are internal on the ship, so you don't have to worry about people easily going through and causing grief. Your Sunday current run is still going. It was a chaotic cinema yesterday. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. We've been trying to recover some pretty bad losses we took. You'll notice I got 3 sarcophagus in the back here. They've been dead for like 2 streams. But, you know, getting Mech Resurrection Serum isn't a good one. The one that kind of disappoints me the most is we got Ducky. We did resurrect them while their body was fresh, but they got psychosis. And I cryopotted them, which I was excited because I scored Dealthless. And I'm under the impression if I give them Dealthless before psychosis kills them, when they die to psychosis, because they're Deathless, they'll come back. They'll just get knocked down for a couple of days. I don't know if that's true, but that's the implication it seems to have. But unfortunately, we put them in a cryopod in Ancient Danger, and we had a Gore Hulk assault. And even though I was popping off shots at them and everything, 2 or 3 of them ran into the Ancient Danger and just trashed everything, and that wasn't bad enough. But when they exploded it, it lit the person on fire. Which we recovered the body, but, you know, at that point they had already died. So it's just the whole thing. And I need to get this flesh. Honestly, it honestly might be in my best interest to just rip that flesh whip off and just go back to having 1 arm. What do you do here? Is there something I can install on your arm instead to make that make sense? I can give you a power claw. It's not really a great use for that, because that's going to be slowing you down for a ranged person. But it would give you a usable hand and get rid of the flesh whip, which again is just angering you. It's fine, we can get this out of here. It works for anomaly resurrection? Yeah. The big thing, though, is you'd have to just get the research in. We are getting research, but with a random research, we only finally got fabrication after having almost all of this backfilled. The only thing we're missing is, like, the gun operation to unlock that whole length of things. But otherwise, anomaly, we're basically done and all that. Man, it's been going good. I'm glad to hear your run's still going. I know a number of people have gone through some pretty serious roller coaster runs. Which is just what RimWorld do sometimes. Yeah, so once they tear down this wall area, I do think I'm gonna make an outdoor platform here. Put a shuttle landing spot on it. Have room for like the mineral scanner and all that. Okay, we got a mech hive raid. They're deploying nearby. So we got 2 centipede blasters, 2 centurions, 2 pikemen, 6 lancers, 5 scythers. That's a juicy one. We don't have the whole massive defensive spot ready, but my hope here is because they got nothing valuable on the external to attack, it's just all wall, and they've got this back here, they might go for the proximity sensor. I might also be able to initiate on them and pick off some of the ones before things escalate. What are you mad about? Sweltering hot, slept in heat. Right, we're in the middle of a heat wave. Alright, well this is a little bit of a risk. We do have slightly more range than they do, and we do have an EMP minigun with 1.5 times the magazine size. So I'm kind of hoping we can catch a couple of them out and peel away a little bit of them before they make their move on us. Because if I can take down a couple of those lancers, a couple of those scythers, I also have the low shield drone, or the low shield to put out, which we definitely don't want to pop that right now and just go toe-to-toe, because that shield will just collapse under that firepower. Okay, so we're gonna have to get a bit closer. You can fire that far? I've actually never looked at that. I did not realize that they outrange my guns. That's not really ideal. And they outrange our guns by quite a bit, actually. We're gonna peel what we can before that runs out. Got 17 seconds on it, or till they break it. Are you moving really slowly? Oh man, you have really bad heat stroke. Get out of here, Lardine. That shield should break any time now. Pop the smoke and retreat. We didn't do nearly enough damage to make any of that worth it. And we're dealing with heat stroke. Everyone get on the ship. Oh, come on. Okay, so S2D Vitez. Grab that and get going. The heat stroke is going to be what actually kills us here. I shouldn't have gone out. We might be buggering off. Okay, the heat wave is over. That's good news. Yeah, because we only dropped 1 Lancer and 2 Militars for all that damage. Now, granted, we did shred a lot of them pretty good, but not enough to feel great about it. And on the other hand, they did punch us a bunch. Because I missed the fact that you had to get so, like, those ones had such long range. Honestly, we didn't get as many injuries as I thought. We only have 4 people with injuries. Okay, gotta make the call. Do I fight or do I run? I feel okay with fighting. If I can get some people patched up real fast. So 10 to them. Who still needs help? You still need to be bandaged. You're already bandaged. Okay, everyone's bandaged but Kiona. So let's get you into position here. Earth Rush is helping out there. The rest of you... Grab you 4 on this side. Do I stay? I'm doing the evaluation. We don't have a wall up. I do have a lot of crops down, which is a big thing. But everyone has heat stroke going into the fight, which I need to factor that in. Because it's probably not going to alleviate... I think we leave. As much as I don't want to, I think we leave on this one. It's not for a quest. It's not for a prize. I do think we just get out of Dodge. Go, go, go. Get out of here. I kind of wanted to stay, but it's just... really doing the math, it's like, okay, I could stay to be stubborn and get a little bit of, like, plasteel and a little bit of, you know, components and stuff like that, but I don't need those. I got tons of them. Oh, ancient smoke vents, get those out of here. Glow force we don't care about. There's a wetland there. Go for the river. Because it's being stubborn because it's like, we can wait and we can recover that. And honestly, it might have been fine if they fed themselves in slowly. But I'm just thinking, there was a bunch of torso and leg hits. I can't make bionic legs yet. It's probably just better to not fight that fight. Because, like, the only thing I'm getting for it is convenience. That I don't have to move and then replant. We've got enough food to handle doing that. Plus, this gives me another opportunity to maybe get an ancient danger. Which is looking like a no. Alright. So I got geothermal right there. That's plenty close enough for my purposes. You need to murder that guinea pig in particular. Because it will break its way out of my ship at some point. And then we can plug you in. We can put that field hand back to work. Growing everything. Okay, dealt with that. Alright, zone. Rice. Zone. Potatoes. Zone. Corn. Zone. Strawberry. I don't really need heal root. We're gonna have the generator down here anyways. I very much doubt we'll stay here long enough for it, but zone, Devil Strand. Zone, die. Okay, and then we can go up here and go fishing zone right there. Then we can go over here and say dumping stockpile. Regular stockpile. And set them both below. Okay, we're having wasters drop directly on top of us. Okay, they're dropping up there, which is interesting. Let's try to get our melee up here and a range ready to support them. Let's get you, because you're injured, out of the way for a second. Let the melee take point. Nothing too dangerous yet. Oh, don't short by 1 tile. There we go. So you all get over here. Looks like this might be a straight up fight. We get you over here. Grab you down there. You over here. Melee did their thing. Grab you here and here. So the hope is that they're going to come directly into this area. I'm assuming they're going to go around and crash. I don't know what. Oh, they're going to try and break into our freezer from the back. You're just going to attack my walls? Why would you attack my walls and I've got plenty for you to attack right here? Okay, and we can counter that fire. Oh, they're all retreating. That's fine. Do I care about what you've got on you? Not really. So strip them. Got some more Hellcats. Okay. You think this is the worst kind of kill box design for wasters? Yeah, no, the fact that they can pop their waste thing right there is a problem. The good news is when you kill them, it immediately cancels them putting out more of it. So very genuinely, well, it certainly does put you right on top of it. I'm not super worried about it. I actually haven't had problems in the whole time, because keep in mind, I always have face masks on my pawns or better. So it really takes a lot of pollution, or a lot of the waster packs to really cause me any type of real problems. What stones do I have nearby? I've got marble, and sandstone. Yeah, so it looks like sandstone and marble. So I guess we're gonna have a really terrible wall on this one. It looks like it's mostly marble is what I'm seeing. Infection. Cool. Certainly love to see that. That's fine, I'll just chop this edge off. So grab you. Okay, you have an infection, so let's go to your medicine. Bump it up to at least that. You know, go ahead and as soon as I find the right person, I will preach health you as well. Alright, so let's take a look. Is everyone getting treated? You're recovering from your minor burn. You're already patched. Patch. You're dealing with your stuff. So it's just you as the only one. You've already got a lead on yours, so that's fine. Okay, we can go ahead and get rid of these. And then we can also do is go structure. Heavy bridge. Build that straight across here. Orbital tech. We can finally make vac suits to make space a possibility. It's been 10,000 years, but we can finally do it. I will add a marble door here, and there, and there, Oh, I need to build heavy bridge there. Alright, so... now we can go to this bench. Go bills, add... we want a vac suit helmet, and a vac suit. Make sure we have one spare of each. Okay, so what I was going to do on the other tile, and let me go ahead and get space for it over here. Cancel building that area. I'm going to make an outdoors area. I just realized I still don't actually have an armory room for carrying, like, the vac suit and the other stuff. Oh, okay, you're already working on the geothermal. That's fine. Just making sure that's getting done. Quest Arconexus is available. Yes, that was... I previously had that available. Like, as in done available. Okay, the power did go up, but it's going to come back on in just a matter of seconds. Okay. Take the bit of leather we got. We're still good on all that. That's all fine. We don't need that book anymore. We don't need that book anymore. We still got the book for the shuttle. We gave you my worn cloth. Okay, why is the power still flicking? Oh, because there's one tile you were missing. Okay. So if we get that online, we'll fix our power. Cool. Power situated, coming back up. Alright, meanwhile, we want to go here. Storage, do not allow rotten corpses, do not allow human lake or entity. And then we can go over here and say zone, dumping stockpile. Yeah, it's fine. Dumping stockpile right out here. That's low priority. You go up to normal. So that way they dump the corpses outside the walls. Let's see, because acceptable, then not acceptable, and acceptable for Arconexus, the quest thing will come again with ship. I mean, interestingly enough, we've been eligible for the Arconexus for a while now. Like, the completion of it, I mean. And it's only been, like... It hasn't been every single tile or anything. It pops every once in a blue moon or whatever. Which is fortunate. I was worried it's gonna be like... I figured it's gonna be like the anomaly one, where as long as I don't, like, pop it up again, it won't harass me about it. I'll just have the quest sitting here. Because I can wake it at any time, so I've got no real reason to mess with it. Oh, I didn't check to see if there's anything worthwhile for me to mine. Let's see. We got steel and components. Go ahead and do that. The steel... I actually could use some more steel. That's literally the edge of the map. I'd like it to not be quite so far on the edge of the map, because the danger of the edge of the map is being on the edge of the map, mining it, and the raid shows up there, and they just, like, Death Star the person down. And then you have stuff like that, where you get hunted, and you may or may not be able to get help along the way. That one will be fine, though. Oh, you're unarmed still. I forgot you got downed and all that. Let's see in here. You go ahead and grab the Hellcat. Alright. Yep, so we're gonna try once again to seal this off. I'll let them work on that. It's gonna take them a while. We got a lot of sandstone brick, which is probably something I shouldn't be worrying about, but I'm gonna go ahead and continue this thing to just explode our wealth to an unreasonable amount. Because it is always a great idea. That way any sandstone we pull up will get used for floors. And power's fine. Okay. So then the next move would be to go down here. I've got we got a bunch of tiles to spare. So my plan is to build off of here and basically make ourselves kind of a big like landing platform, whatever you want to call it. Basically a giant outdoor area for like the shuttle, the ground penetrating beacon, whatever we want to put that requires outside. We're gonna put down there. And then the plan for how that's going to work is I am going to make it connect through this area. Alright. We can get rid of these spots. Lock those open. Right, and the other thing is going to start working on tennis court. Absolutely. Got to play space tennis. Meanwhile, before I forget, we are going to kidnap someone. And again, I need you to get me a Hussar or a Dirt Mole. That's what we're looking for. I could settle for a High Mate, though I don't believe those are available to me through kidnapping. Actually, yeah, they're not available, right? Because it'd be you who I'd be getting these from. Yeah, so you don't have, like, yeah, so a Hussar. Yeah, Hussar or a Dirt Mole would be the only ones we want. And we got ourselves a Waster, who is going to lose their equipment and be arrested and then released, because I don't need them. A cost setting for honestly pretty underwhelming rewards, so get out of here. Okay, and Lily's getting things planted as fast as they can. Right, and what I wanted to do as well is I was comparing the auto doors. I usually don't use auto doors very often, but seems like the speeds they're giving me for information. So let's see, that's 120. If I take a regular door and I choose... Yeah, so it's just showing me the regular door performance without the auto door. So I genuinely think with any of these, they'll be whatever speed. So I'm going to make uranium auto doors, because I got tons of uranium. And it should be good. That one I'm going to leave to be other stuff. Oh, those don't need to be auto doors. Yeah, so get these ones over here to be auto doors. I'm basically trying to set auto doors in the rooms that go out to the sides and all that, so that when we have drop pods, I can't trash everything. That one doesn't need an auto door. We don't go through there frequently enough. That one doesn't need an auto door. This one should be an auto door. That one should be an auto door. That should be an auto door. The crew would like to request $12 to re-bristle the only broom. No. Steel skill? I could. What skills do you have? No, they're terrible. If we get one that's actually got some high skills, we'll steal it, but yeah, that's pretty bad. We got our 8 power cells all tucked in a much better position now than scattered everywhere. Beepo sad? Yep. Yeah, we'll go with that. So we need our construction people to get stuff done. They're working on it. Work on having you deal with that. Okay, and I'm just trying to get them to get these doors so it doesn't say, like, disgraced or whatever, or disrespected. Okay, so that way we're not taking a mood penalty. Yeah, so making these all auto doors, they do take a bunch of power that will add up. Mulman reference from that? I haven't... Yeah, no, I know the episode you're talking about. I haven't thought of that episode forever. Bing bong with the crews. With the crew, please refrain from drying their clothes into ship's thrusters. Yep, so it does add up a bunch. But it's one of those things, for all my hallways that I want to get through quickly, those auto doors will be way faster. They're a little annoying because they require you to, like, re-up the components. Whoa, I have the vac barrier already? I didn't realize I already had the vac barrier. Alright, so get this done. Work on that immediately. Don't let that sit, because while that's happening, this is going back to room temperature, which means bodies are getting ripe. Cool. So we got visitors. Because that means we don't slow down going back and forth. So not good for security, but good for keeping the air where we need the air. Alright. Hey, Darkstrider, how's it going? Let's see. You don't have much I want. And I'm guessing I probably don't have much you want either. I guess I have a bunch of random weapons that I don't remember when I got them, but that's fine. There you go. Okay. You leveled up today? Cool, cool. The vac barrier alone is not good enough for a freezer, in your opinion? When the power goes off, the freezer instantly goes room temperature? Yeah, that's fair. I don't really have... Not yet. We'll probably have to extend this for the freezer. So what I could do is I could deconstruct these 3 shelves and then make like a little bit of a corridor here. Put a regular door on there as well. So we have like a regular auto door and the vac door. Then we could probably also just increase the size of the storage. But we're gonna get that done first. It is not my birthday, so I have no idea what that's about. Oh, are you saying... Okay. Darth, are you saying it's your birthday? Is it one vac, one normal door is best in your opinion? Back-to-back is fine. No need for that. Well, that's the thing. I have no room to put it here, so I'm going to need to have a door here somewhere, so I do have to have a second tile. And if I'm going to clear that, I'll just go 2 tiles. It'll be fine. That's not... Like, that's fine for right this second. Don't say anything? Hang on. Calling your dad. Letting him know. Oh, we can probably go here as well. So that way they'll repair and replace those. And I'll make this a defensive position by the river. In the meantime, though, we're just waiting for everything to get shredded. Oh, I see. Well, we could solve that problem. Hey, let's go get some free reputation on a budget by saying, what if we loaded up as much wood as you could fit in there and get it out of here? Is that a very cost-effective way of doing it? Nope. But it's literally something I'm overflowing with, so, you know, that's fine. Yeah, so we still have about the same amount of stuff we land in the last tile with. Okay, so Lardine's got all those set to auto doors now. And like I said, the entire idea behind that is at least moving around in the ship now. It shouldn't slow us down. Oh, we're missing that one. It shouldn't slow us down, but it should make it so when we have like drop pod raids, just don't, you know, run all throughout the ship. They don't like building the wall. So you don't know, you'll take it right to the living room and sit down and eat in front of him while smiling the entire time. Okay, change of plan. So, going to not build the auto door there. We're going to grab you, build it here. Keep it at least somewhat consistent. Yeah, the wall they're working on, they're waiting on the marble being cut, and that's just our crafting person as the bottleneck. But yeah, I know it's just we got too many projects queued up. It's fine, they'll get there. And I also have my people who do stuff like mining are over here fishing, which I'm fine with. We will definitely fish as sustainably as possible by saying wipe out all fish life. Leave no fish uncaught. Okay. Oh, sending a pile of wood is only worth 3. That's fine. Yeah, it's not worth my time. I didn't think it was going to be worth much, but I was expecting a little better than 3. I was expecting like 10 or 12. It's fine. Ooh, actually, we are burning through that steel. I didn't want to mine this. There's steel up here that's like literally the edge of the map. Didn't really want to mine it, but it's the only steel on the map that we see right now. There could be some steel like tucked in here, which I might check that by just going boom and boom. Okay, what exotic goodies do we have now? So I don't have a lot of micing around. But let's see what we can get going here. Super fast wound healing. Yes. Yes. Holy crap, yes. All the yes. Indoor dweller might be nice. What is your so you're 1 complexity, 1 efficiency. I'm not gonna worry about that one. They have a shuttle engine? Yeah, I don't care about the shuttle engine. Bioregeneration, I'm actually not going to worry about that one. The bionic eye would be nice. I don't know if we have the money for it. The low shield packs are always good. Oh, here we go. There's where the money comes from. Okay. Grab the low shield packs. Nothing else to care down here. We get the bionic eye. Skill trainer medical. I'll take one of those for one of my not as good doctors. I think we'll call it on that. Okay. So who is my worst doctor? You. Go jam that in your eye. Bionic eyes wise. Who was the one? You have a scar on your eye. You've got a scar on your eye, so Kiana Chick's the higher priority because they're a ranged person with a bad eye. Alright, so Kiana Chick is getting a replacement right eye. And then please haul that back and bank it. And haul these back. And haul that back. Let's see. So with that, honestly, most of my doctors are pretty good. Where it was Kiana was gonna get an eye? Alright. Let's just make sure for a moment it's one of our good doctors doing the surgery. Get that eye sorted. Cool. We got another injury cured using the Luciferum. And there you go. Keanu has their eye back. Now get everyone back onto medical who can. Alright, so that's going to be an interesting thing, because then I want Deathless, super fast wounding, clouding. So that would be a complexity of 12, and I would need to manage to get that many negative points in there. So we're definitely going to need another gene processor. There's no way we do without it. And we're at the limit on... No, actually, we're not. I could go one tile farther out to this side. So I could fit another gene processor up here, maybe. The thing is, I'm gonna need more negatives. We'll have to see. We're gonna end up having to do a lot of tweaking on who gets what. Right now, I've got almost all people who are children in the colony are very jack of all trades. I'm gonna have to specialize them by giving them negatives in whatever they're not doing to get all those goodies in there. Because, yeah, Deathless, super fast wounding, clotting, and then if I can fit it, very fast runner. That is, so let's see, if I went here, I had awful mining, awful plants, awful art, awful social, poor intellectual, poor cooking. I'm sensing that this is maybe a little outside the scope of what I could realistically pull off. That would be break even, all that garbage. Oh wait, we got the mild cell instability. That's a good one, because we can pull those two off. But yeah, either way, we're looking at needing to probably have around 16 complexity to make that work. Alright, now I got that done. We're going to begin our second party, because this one makes neighbors friends. But yeah, so we're going to probably go to our colonists and be like, this one, they plant. That's what they do here. Cool, so you got them boosted. We're starting to have some of those some of those... That's fine. Everyone can be in a little pain for a while. Pick up your meal you dropped. Okay, sorry about that. But yeah, it'll be fun. I'm going to try and get everyone deathless. The hardest ones is there isn't really a good way of doing it in my experience. Is with the pig skins and all that, if I wanted to make, for example, one of them deathless, you have all this stuff that already exists on them, and it's kind of difficult to go in there and be like, okay, how do we do the math to getting that sorted out to get what we're actually aiming, to like override their stuff and get what I'm looking for. It is one of those things I've always... Like, I want to be able to go here. Here, actually, let me try something. Let's go to the pigskin here. We can go to your bio. I can't save it, though. What I wanted to see is if I could save the pigskin one. So it'd be strong immunity, reduced pain. I won't be able to do it. I won't have all the things here. Basically, I wanted to, like, basically set the pigskin, go here to load the pigskin, and start overriding stuff and see what we end up with. That'll be a thing to just kind of sort through. Like, I might have to trial and error them once or twice to get where we want to be. War merchants coming by, that's fine. Work focus? Oh. Okay. Alright. So let's see what we got in this one. Yeah, awful melee. I realistically am not using the Never Sleep, so we're gonna go ahead and grab the Never Sleep and get it out of here. It would be nice if we get some more awful options. We still got the shuttle research to do. Here, the Tox Bomb launcher. Get rid of the normal grade weapons, because I mean at this point I've got good and better ones. You can't afford all this. nor do you really particularly have anything I want, so we'll just accept the trade as it is. Then I'm going to go back to you again. And go gifting. Alright, what do I want to just chuck at you? Yeah, so I can chuck the pants. I got 2 worn fire foam packs. Alright, that's 2 points, it's fine. Okay. Let's see, you ate your little W in front of your old man, but your old man was sleepy and looked up before nodding back off. And now you have coffee. Yep. Okay, so we don't have anything new there. We've got our vac suit. Alright. So we don't need any of the stuff there. Yeah, so we don't have anything else I need to make out of this stuff. So the thing I also need to do is I also need to make a room for basically just having our equipment for when we go to the space swap out. So I need a room that we have like vac suits and all that. Just whatever. And that's another one I'm not sure where I'm putting. Because we're kind of in this weird, like, this spot here is kind of the weird spot we've got right now, where it's kind of a hole in the ship that I could put more stuff in this corner, but where? It very well might be what I actually do is where I've got these like openings here. Those openings on the sides here, we might open that, like we might fill that in just to have like a little armory kind of thing. Because my plan has been to put the big engines back here, but we're kind of running into a space constraint, which surprises no one. That's kind of one of the big things. So I'm kind of feeling like some of these rooms, I might want to just expand them a couple tiles out just to make room for a bunch of the mannequins. I could also potentially see another place I could do is I could make this internal to the ship, and I could just make this a back room that's just the mannequins. Hey, Cardinal Zin, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. For those who don't know, Cardinal Sin also are playing some Abiotic Factor, so hope you had fun with that. That's a game that looks pretty good. I've seen people making their ruler crossbow and shooting pencils and all that, or markers or whatever it is. Artificial Metabolism, that's another good research that isn't what I need. It's such a great team. Is playing Abiotic Factor, and it's so good. I've heard good things. I've heard, like, for the genre of game it is actually truly unique, which is saying a lot for, like, the survival crafter with horror elements genre. That, you know, a lot of them, it's like once you've played one, you've played them all. That's being very unfair by my part. But I've heard really good things. That is one that actually has a lot of good, unique ideas. I was about to put, like, an atmosphere door, and that would do literally nothing. Okay. So keep building all this stuff up. Maybe you're just wrong a lot? No, you're good. You felt the same way about Grounded, and was wrong there. Oh, you felt like Grounded was the same as everything else, or that Grounded was also unique? But either way, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Like I said, I've heard nothing but good things. I've had a couple of different people pop in who, oh, that Grounded would be bad? Yeah, that's fair. Like, I was kind of in the same camp when Grounded first got announced. I was like, oh, this is just going to be a nostalgia grab is what this is going to be. You know, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids and all that. And then it really wasn't. Oh, 6 refugees for how long? 12 days? Sure, pop it. Okay. But yeah, no, it actually ended up being really good. Like, I played the original Grounded some. I never got super into it, unfortunately. But, like, I liked what I did play. Like, I remember making the little house or whatever, but it was early access, and at the time, didn't have a lot of access to a lot of stuff. Alright, no problem, Cardinal. You have a good one. Thank you again for the raid and all that stuff. I really do appreciate it. And I hope you have yourself a good rest of your day. All right, so we're gonna be sieged. And they are bringing 1 sniper rifle, 1 machine gun, an assault rifle, an SMG, 2 auto pistols, 3 bolt actions, 2 chain shotguns. They're bringing a nice variety. We are going to initiate on them. And thanks, Cardinal. I do appreciate it. But again, looking for Abiotic Factor, you can find it over there. Alright, so this will be a little messy. Because they have a little bit of a range advantage on me. I don't really want to deploy my shield unless things get bad. But the hope here is that I'll be able to get close enough. Start spraying shots into them. Okay, you're not aiming at me. It just spray shots into them. And have my people with shield belts just kind of take the point. Actually, squeeze yourselves up against these rocks. Okay, you're the only one who's not cooperating. And you two run up closer. You're there just to basically get shot at. Honestly, pop it. Let's go for the... Let's open and hope we can knock a bunch of them before they start wising up. Okay, we wasted a shield. So far, they're not responding. Okay. So let's not fight them open to open. So we do have a smoke. So we're going to retreat through the smoke. Why are you... Oh, is that just that much melee? Oh, that's just how much short range they've got. Okay. So that should deny them some cover. Now let's try and get the attention to stuff over here. Alright, and who's got a flare handy? Okay, you're already back in position. So I'm going to drop the flare to take them out of the fight as best we can. Alright. Do we pop the shield? That is a really big question. We can pop the shield to play it safe. Because there'd be a lot of firefight going back and forth, and it is cover to cover. We do have the advantage in a lot of things. One of the things we don't have the advantage in is armor. They actually do... Let's pop it. Let's play it safe. Is a resource. I used 2 of them because I didn't know I had 2 of them. That's lovely. Back off so you don't catch fire. Alright, your shield dropped. Go run in. Okay. There, we took out the... That probably wasn't a bad idea. As much as I wanted to spare it. Just because with their shield up, it would have been a pain. Meanwhile, I don't think you get to leave person in the marine armor. That's fine, I'll jump ahead of you. You're throwing up? What? Why are you throwing up? Oh. Oh, I Zeus hammered him and he has a sterilizing stomach. Alright, so we didn't get the armor. That's fine. That was the reason I went for it, is I was hoping I could knock him and maybe get the armor. Yeah, so we wasted more shields. That was honestly a pretty big waste. I think one shield was a right call. I think using both was a little bit of a waste. It's fine. We've got wealth for days, and it means we walked away without anyone being in any real danger. Why are you all maximum anger? Okay, 1 second. So yeah, you'll all fish. Hey, buddy. Oh wait, I don't need it anymore. Actually, what did Earth Moles have to throw at me? Catfish spine, that's fine. So they have great mining. Right, they have intense ultra UV sensitivity. I could go for that. And I'm assuming it won't let me have you jump in here. Yeah, so it won't have me let you to jump in there because they are a refugee and not a member of the colony. Why are you at maximum pissed off? Because you have sky-high expectations and ratty apparel and everything. Well, if they betray me, we do want to capture George. Because I could definitely take the intense UV sensitivity. That would be really good for doing our gene stuff. Because that gives us 4. Alright. Okay, and they're doing their best to build the wall, work on the ship, all that stuff. They still have like 200 more tiles we can do. So go ahead and talk to you. We didn't get any new research, so nothing there. Take the flak pants and get out of here. Alright. A sparrow has decided it would like to be a very light snack. Okay, we can go over here. Build more marble wall. I'll put a marble door, like, right there. Now I just need to let them continue to build. We're not planning on staying here super long time. We were just getting kind of low on our supplies, and we're topping off. So other things I'm going to want to do is let's go here. Oh, okay. We can't build another expansion on there. I don't have the gravelite panels, so I've got the room on my ship, but not the gravelite panels themselves. That actually hurts a lot of plans. Okay. So I still need to put together a room that we can have our vac suits ready to go for space, because I need 12 vac suits set up, so that's going to be 12 other things. Are there any of these benches we're basically not going to use anymore? I mean, I could just get rid of some of these crafting benches that we might not use much anymore. I'm not sure which ones we'd even want to be rid of. Could you repair that? Why is that in that bad a shape and not being repaired? You're indoors. Okay, Xerx is supposedly working on it. Oh, it's because you're crafting on it, so it's not been available. If we finished research, that'd be a thing. Yeah, so I can't make this the room where we store our vac suits, because you'd have to go out to space, then come back in, and that's bad for you if you're not already in a vac suit. Okay, meanwhile, let's grab... If you came up available, would I let you join? Sickly. No. Spaceship City, you're getting into Mortal Engine territory? Yeah. You don't have someone who doesn't care about Tainted? Probably not. I tend not to grab Psychopath, it's got its advantages, but it tends to lead to fighting between your colonists and all that. And for me, I've kind of decided, like, over my playthroughs of the years, that anything I can do to prevent social fighting is worth doing. So, like, to me, I see stuff like Kind as, like, S tier in a lot of ways, whereas stuff like Psychopath, while it certainly has its advantages, I will generally avoid. Just like Meandrist and Misogynist, I will always avoid. Volatile is one I tend to avoid. Abrasive, I go out of my way to avoid. Annoying Voice is pretty bad, because all those will lead to a lower social between your people. Strangely enough, stuff like Ugly and all that can be real bad, because it's like -20 to people's friendship and all that. Like, you take it, like, you're gonna take stuff you don't want. That is just the nature of any of these runs. But, like, you gotta be bringing a lot to the table for me to take Psychopath. And again, there are people who go out of their way for it. It is one of those things that's got a pro and con. Okay, so keep building that wall. Because I'm just trying to have that up for long enough. I mean, there's a good chance we will harvest all this before that wall gets done. At which point, then we'll just leave. Another thing we can do is go to power. Run it in the middle here. We'll have Misk. Okay. It is one tile too small in both those directions. And I believe that's the limit how far forward I could go. It is. So we're going to need to adjust this platform just a little bit. Social fights are a colony killed? Yeah, no, social fights can really kill a colony way faster than you'd expect. Like, they can be surprisingly devastating. Even if they don't happen during a fight where it's, like, just bad timed, the social fights can... Love. Social fights will just mean, like, before you get into a proper fight, everyone's got, like, a half-destroyed torso and a bunch of fingers and toes missing and scars on the eyes and all sorts of stuff like that. And it can just really add up fast. Yeah, so I'm making a shuttle pad here for the shuttles to launch. But see, not caring about corpses is a big one for you. But that's been severely devalued with lifter bots who can corpse hauling said. Yeah, and like I said, there is definitely advantages to having psychopaths. Like, I don't want to dismiss that, because there is very clearly advantages to that. Actually, not there. Been trying to get a bunch of these auction things built everywhere, so we're starting to get ready. Join offer on Olga, who is a fast walker baseliner. Now, with that, I would consider these people. I don't need another baseliner. Like, I don't like letting my colonies get to 20, 30, whatever people. It just starts to get unwieldy. So I'm going to turn them down, even though Fast Walker isn't a bad thing. Like, Fast Walker's a solid trait. So objectively speaking, that's not a bad pawn. Okay, so I think that'll be enough to have air throughout the ship. I've got air... Oh, we don't have air in the stock room. Yes, I've got air in about all the rooms I care to. I guess I can put air in there. I should have air in this room too, I guess. Yes, we should have air in all the rooms that aren't already going to be outside. The only one I would be mixed on is George here. I'm low-key, I am kind of hoping they will betray us, and that I can knock George without killing George. Low-key, I'm kind of hoping that happens. Because that way I can try and snag the UV sensitivity out of them. That'd be the big one I would want. That's actually probably the only one I actually want. Because I already have nearsighted, I have better wound healing, I don't care about the great digging. Using a Psychic Soothe Pulsar to make everyone carry corpse for a bit for better having problematic pawns, yeah. Gonna need to move that right wall over one, because not enough panels. Going to need to move that right wall over one. Well, my thought is because I'm going to be moving it to the left, I should be able to go miscellaneous, shuttle. Well, the problem is I can't go right easily, because that's kind of my limit. Okay, so... Oh, I also can't build all that. Alright. That means I'm not going to be able to make it the way I want to. Let's see, no, you don't have enough grab panels for the to the left wall. Yeah, and that's what I'm noticing, is that I can't actually build the room the way I wanted to. Alright, let's just go ahead and do this. This is not going to work out the way we wanted for the shuttle launching place, so I'm going to go ahead and yank all of that up. And instead, we're going to reprioritize that. Instead of doing that, we're going to work on getting ourselves a room for because you don't need a wall for the shuttle. Raids don't usually go after them usually. Yeah, now my plan was actually put more outdoor stuff there, and it just, by the time I realized I needed a 9x9 space for the shuttle, it was like, oh, hang on, that's bigger than I thought. So what I'm going to try to do is find some place, and I don't know where I'm putting this, find some place to make a room for a bunch of the mannequins, so that way you can put a whole bunch of vac suits on the mannequins. So that way when we go to Ghost Space, everyone can run in, grab their vac suits, go do their space stuff, and then come back and switch off to their flak suits. You get the idea. I could technically just store them all in here. I have the space. Speaking of which, I didn't set this up right, because what I need to actually be doing is vac suits. I need you to have 12. Because out of pawns that are actually our pawns, we do have 12. The shuttle was just a nice thing. Because what stuff would I put outside? We have the long-range mineral scanner. Used by researchers to detect types of minerals across the planet. The chance to find a resource depends on the operator's ability to research. I'm not super worried about that. The ground penetrating, I don't think they stay on tiles long enough for that to really be relevant. So it'd be just the shuttle beacon stuff. So I'm just going to yank this up and just say never mind. Do you think the outfit stations are good? You don't use them because your storage is usually a mess and a half. I do find the outfit stations good because, like, for example, this room, when it fills up, if I have a dedicated set of outfit stations that every one of them says, okay, go grab the vac suit, like these stations have the vac suits, I know I've always got my vac suits in storage and they won't like get thrown outside or dropped wherever they would be otherwise because there's no storage space available. And then what I've been doing, I've been setting them for like vac suit and whatever my other thing like flak is. So I could just switch to be like spacer, everyone goes, runs, grabs their vac suit. Okay, you're not in the spacer mode anymore, everyone puts their vac suits away and gets their flak on. And then when you get to stuff like cataphract or marine or recon and all that, you just ignore it, because at that point you're just going to wear that no matter what. Unless you're trying to save material. Skip abduction is available. Alright, skip abduction. So grab you and Canahawk, because you got bonuses. Do any of you have bonuses by chance? No. So we're going to go ahead and do another abduction, because we're trying to get a, you know, something like a SAR dirt mole, anything I can get traits I don't already have. How is our storage doing, by the way? I've got one spot left. And once again, we have gotten a waster. And they have nothing I care about. They came with a steel knife, so we are going to capture them. And then we're just going to release them, because I have no use for them. So we'll just get a little 2 mood buff for a while. And we can just get them back out of our hair. Okay, so they are actually getting time to properly build all this stuff, which is good. We are starting to harvest a bunch of our crop. I'm not expecting to get any of the Devil Strand. The other door is open. The other door is open. You're gonna have to be way more specific than that. The other door is open. If you mean this one, that's intentional, so you only have one door to go through going in and out of places. Oh, the prisoner? Yeah, that's fine. They'll cut through here sooner or later to deal with the prisoner. The prisoner's gonna be down for 3 days. But it's set to close again. And if the prisoner tries to escape, that's fine. I'm literally letting them go. Okay, what do we got here that I might actually want? Not really looking very promising so far as things I would want. -3 if prisoner escaped? Yeah, I'm not worried about it, though. Basically, neither of us have stuff that the other one wants. Cool. And Robin's still mad because minor pain, because you got a scar. That's fine. And these refugees are here for 7 days, that's fine. And those use 15 powers each, and that makes it so my ship is at least safe for vacuum. Alright. Getting all of our air production built. Yeah, so we're getting those vac suits all made, so that's really good. The vac suit helmets and all that. That's gonna burn up a lot of our materials. We're actually getting really low on steel, which is not something I was expecting. Because usually I'm up to my eyeballs in it. I'm gonna cut through that. Cut through this. Cut through that. Not worry about the one on the edge. Cut through this. Cut through that. The steel are usually pretty big areas, so I'm not going to make it as fine as, you know, you're going like the 3 in between or whatever. That usually is enough to pick anything out. I've got my mining people have nothing better to do, so they're going to get work on that. But yeah, so I guess the next couple of maps I'm going to actually take the time to dig up the steel, because we usually ignore that half the time because I got so much of it. It's like, it's a burden on my storage. Rare catch. A dead porcupine. Cool, man. You've pulled up a skeleton. You've been fishing for decades. That is a rare catch. Yeah, you're not wrong. It is a rare catch. Is it a catch worth catching? Not really. Is it a catch worth noting? Mostly if you just want to be like, huh, that was weird. It was weird the way I caught that. Okay. Oh, you're not powered on? The power cable's probably too short. There we go. You get artificial metabolism. Not super worried about that. Alright, I kind of want you to prioritize removing the foundation, though. It's probably a mistake right now, but I'm going to go here and say disallow building those walls. Because I want them to go down here and rip up this floor because of the materials that floor has. I see as more important than getting this wall done, because we're probably going to leave before anything attacks, and even if then, the wall's going to take time versus this is like 80, 70, 80 pieces of material there. Silver ore. I can live with that. That's a good thing. Food binge because sunlight sensitivity. Alright, we'll pause that as well. Okay, who else is building stuff? I know Lardine has a focus on it. I think they are the only one who really builds heavily these days. That's fine. Just want them to tear that up. We got Jade. Go ahead and take that. We got steel, compact machinery. Steel. 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 Alright, so where are you heading to now? You are making the floors I told you to make. Disallow that for right now. So you get those last couple ones, you already put the materials down. Because once I get that torn up so we get our materials back, I'm down to start opening these things back up. I just don't want to leave and have... I mean, this wouldn't get lost here. But I really want to get that sorted. Because they are starting to fill up our freezer with the crops they've been growing, which is what basically is the point we leave, is once that freezer is full, we're out of here. How's this doing? Huh! Fish population, 8. We have wiped out the 230 fish that were here. Well done, team. The ecosystem will take years to recover. Okay, still have some oxygen pumps to build, apparently. That's fine. Because we are going to need those. Alright, so realistically, we don't need the bioshaper for right now. Let's turn it off. Realistically, I don't need the biofuel thing. What do you mean recover? Don't you want to dump toxic waste in this lake? No, because it hits my standings. Which is funny, because like of all the things... Okay, so you're starting to finally deconstruct stuff, which is what we wanted to see. So I can go here and put just a couple of tiles like that. And I'll put another door right there. Can deal with a lot of that later. For the time being, the heat is fine. So we're going to go to our 11 heaters. We turn those all off. Meaning grav ships are localized ecology destroyers anyways. It's going to be a crater. I think the remaining fish have more to worry about. Yeah, black holing the area kind of is a harsh thing. See, so you've got that mined out. That's a bunch of steel. We'll let them drag that in. The big thing is I'm trying to give Lardine a moat to yank this up. Honestly, once we get that built, we're getting pretty close to time to go. I do think we need to expand our freezer here. We'll deal with that in a minute. Get that done. I know people are running back and forth through it constantly. There we go. You're collecting all the Lucy in the world, but don't have a pawn with a Lucy addiction? Join offer on Goat. Let's look at Goat here. Nope, nope, get out of here. Absolutely not. Don't worry about deconstructing this. Where are you going now? Deconstructing... That's fine, you're already halfway there. Repairing the grav ship. One of these days we'll actually get that taken care of. I mean, there's a lot of pieces that actually have some damage, so it's probably good that they're doing that. I want you to rip this up. I've already got set. It's just so low priority compared to everything else, it's just not happening. Okay, and we sent the prisoner on their way out. So let's go ahead and lock these doors open again. Okay, they started pulling it up, so that's good news. So it should mean once they get back from doing the recreation, they should be able to knock that out real fast. And then once they haul it, we'll be good. And we also want to go Odyssey. Alright, then the next thing we'll do after they get that done is I'll reallow what building we have up here and down here. And we could just let them continue to haul that stuff in there, because they're bringing the food in. Yeah, so the freezer's full. It's now being put in our main storage, which is totally fine by me. We have one person idle. That's fine. That's because your whole thing is you mine. I believe you can't haul either. Yeah, so you can't haul either. There we go, late night typos. They do happen. Lunar sleeping in the water with all the corpses. As you do. Okay, so let's go to all of our fields here. Do not allow any more sowing. I have no need for any of that. Alright, so what is Lardine working on now? You're cleaning, so at that point we will allow you to start working on those floors again. We're not going to worry about the defense. We're just gonna have them haul what they can out of here, and if something attacks, we just leave. Cannot fish below minimum population. I don't know, I'm still distinctly seeing them fish, so that's probably fine. Oh right, I had one tile to put up here. Because then I need to remove that spot. Because then I'm gonna have to put another gene processor in there. But because of the expansions we're doing on this, we're getting pretty close to the point where I'm gonna have power problems again. Because we do depend on external power. We could do a lot more. Yeah, so right now we could turn the fabrication bench off as well. Now, if we're lucky, and my next research ends up being the advanced grav tech, we can get those power cores to get ourselves the power core power, which to me is like the ultimate power in the game because it's, you know, one little tile, and you get like 12 or 1400 power, and you don't have to repair it or anything as far as I've seen. So it feels like one of those things that as you got like little pockets in your ship, you just tuck them here and there. Alright, I am seeing some people putting on the vac suits. How are we doing on those vac suits, by the way? Oh, details. Include equipped. Details, include equipped. Alright. How's the colony holding up? It's holding up good. The new DLC is excellent. It's definitely been one of the best DLCs they've gotten so far. I'm not sure if it has more replayability than like biotech or ideology, but it's definitely up there. But the big thing I would say is the difference with this DLC is while there's a grav ship and everything, in RimWorld, if we talk historically, this is the only area that matters in the entire time you play the game. Whatever the radius is that your random events can trigger in RimWorld pre-Odyssey. And so, in general, like, the map served no purpose. Like, it was mostly about choosing your initial tile as its only real value. Now, you could certainly say there's, like, ship to the stars to go to the other side of the planet, at which point, okay, you know, choose that tile matters because you stop halfway, and then that tile matters because the ship's there or whatever. But you get the idea. It's really just that. And then, you know, the occasional trade caravan. Whereas now with Odyssey, all of this serves a purpose. You can go to all of it. And there's actually stuff to see at a lot of it. Would you say you should play the DLC first without the other DLCs? I don't see a reason to turn off the other DLCs. Not for me personally. I wouldn't say it takes away from, or like, the way I would say is it doesn't have a lot of interactions with the other DLC, which makes it kind of not matter either way. Okay. So that should be enough that when I go to do the gene processing, we can do that. We'll turn all those machines off because that's just power wasting otherwise. I've almost got enough stuff turned off that we don't even need the geothermal when we go from place to place. That we could just ride on the power we have. And technically I could get there by like turning off some of these benches and all that, or turning off the ACs. It's also interesting. Okay, so we're at this point here. Yeah, so those are running at low wattage. I probably should keep the heaters on. Because it's cold outside. Anomaly alone has a voluntary check you can wait to ready. Yeah. Like, that's the thing. In Anomaly, if you don't hit the monolith, to like make it active. Yes, the anomaly content is there and will happen from time to time. It does these days kind of keep in the back burner a little bit. Not when it first released. When it first released, it kind of really butt its head in on anything. But they've made it now, and you can even tone it down more if you're like, but still it's too much. You do have that option. Okay, so you've collected all the steel. We've got our food. I'm kind of giving them a minute. Shuttle. Okay, so we are researching the shuttle. So which ones did we just unlock? Sterilizing stomach, reprocessor stomach, nuclear stomach. Which one was the reprocessor stomach? It's been so long. Hunger rate is reduced, prevents gut worms. Advanced chemical processing system that breaks down nutrients in the body that could never normally use, increasing its efficiency. Yeah, so basically, we get hungry less often, and we're immune to gut worms. And then you have the nuclear stomach, which is a whole ridiculous nonsense. Combines complex chemical synthesis, replaces the body's needs for food and energy. Food requiring only for replacement of matter lost from the body, reducing the user's intake significantly. And basically, so the thing is, let's see, however, there's little room to shield the reactor, so radiation increases the risk of cancer. So basically, you have a risk of cancer with this thing, but you're immune to gut worms, you cannot get food poisoning, and you have a hunger of 25%. Those have the same requirements. So one of the things I'm kind of considering with this is if we are using the Dealthless trait, it very genuinely could be in my best interest with the Dealthless trait. Well, no, because we're also going to have the cellular instability. Sounds along, as long as you have a doctor cut it out. If you have a good doctor, the nuclear stomach is not much of a problem. That's what I was thinking, is it's not that bad. And then with Dealthless, even if, you know, we botch the surgery and all that a whole lot of times, it's still not that bad. Okay, we're just really letting them load up everything. Oh, and you have a good statue that was made. I have no idea where I'm putting this. Oh yeah, we made this room bigger. That could... right there. Yeah, so we could go here. I'm going to leave it off there until we have advanced fabrication, because otherwise it'll just chew up my advanced components way fast. But I could see giving everyone a nuclear stomach, and then the food need just bottoms out. Okay, how much longer until they're out of here? We'll just wait the one day left till they leave, because we'll just keep harvesting stuff. Hauling all to the ship, it's fine. Then we can get all the refugees out of here and be on our way. Yeah, I didn't think we were going to get the Devil Strand, because this stuff takes forever to grow. It's useful, it's just... it's a lot of wealth, and it takes for a long time to do anything with. Now, in the meantime, since you got nothing else going on, I will allow you to build all this stuff again. Do I have a reason to? No. But it's construction XP, and it's materials laying around, so who cares? Would you recommend the new scenario start? Basically, with that, the question you're asking is, do you want a scenario where you can have a place that you can stay a while and then occasionally move around to the grav ship? Or do you want it to be a thing that you land, you get a season or two, and then you must leave? You get no choice. Because that's what the scenario is you're basically being chased. So you land somewhere, you get somewhere in the area of like 15, 30 days, and then you gotta skedaddle because you get a warning being like, hey, bad people are, like, the mechs are coming. You know, you got 6 days to vamoose. So one is like forced nomadic, and the other one you can kind of play how you want. The scenario is good, though. It does give you an entire different gameplay of kind of going around, and you don't get to, like, settle in a whole lot of time. You been enjoying the new scenario? Oh yeah. Yeah, no, we did the did we do the scenario for our victory? I think we did, right? The one we won, I believe we did the scenario star, because I did my very first run, which I did lose on, was not the scenario. It was like the lava tribe. Then I did the grab ship scenario and we won. And then this is our third playthrough we've been doing now since the DLC dropped. You like a chill game? So skip the scenario. Yeah, that makes sense. Because, like, for example, with as long as we've been parked here, we would probably not be kicked off the tile yet, but we would probably be at the warning being like, hey, you got 10 days before the mechs show up. And it is not a thing where you can stand and fight the mechs. Like, I'm sure someone will find a cheese glitch the mechs out kind of way of approaching it, but yeah. Alright, so I don't care about the Persona Core. This is not enough to make me fight a whole lot of enemies, especially since we're going to be leaving anyways. You don't have your usual fortress of gigantic base with the new scenario, but again, if you can lift everything in the ship at late game, even in mid game. Yeah, no, the big thing is sometimes you'll land and you'll get attacked before you're allowed to pick up again, so you do have to be ready to fight. It's one of the reasons a lot of people have moved to making their ships into what's effectively a mobile kill box. And betrayal. Let's do this. Alright, so we have been betrayed. Oh, Lunar, you are not in a great position. Melee, just get in there. Everyone who isn't in that room, so they Leon. And Lunar, you just try to hold your ground as best you can. Because unfortunately, flare yourselves. Okay, that's fine. Oh, you're still alive. There we go. Alright, so we got some bruises and all that. Yeah, no, I had hoped the dirt mole here, Geoguide or whatever, I'd hoped they would survive. But when they betrayed there, and I, like, couldn't take the risk of not just opening up on it, with two people trapped in there with them, the odds of them surviving were pretty slim with the amount of firepower we were bringing. But it's okay. We're gonna drop the bodies off the ship. Let our people get patched up. And then once they're patched up, we're hitting the go button. Alright, let's get out of here. It is time to skedaddle. We have a very full ship. Alright, now we don't have a particular direction in question right now. I could go to these ancient complexes that I got scattered all over the map. That's an ancient launch site. That's an ancient heat vent in a junkyard. Plateau, pond. Increased pollution. I mean, we can go to the ancient launch site, see what we can get at these. I've not been particularly impressed with what we find in a lot of those. Abandoned colony versus the like underground areas can have a lot to them. All right, well, we'll hit that because that'll clear a chunk off of our map. And then in the meantime, we can continue to collect resources as we go from place to place. We can work on getting our vac suits up. The ship is ready to go for space now. But the thing I need is I need vac suits. So once I get enough vac suits, I'll be good there. Let's see, another question. What little things did the DLC bring new to the game? Oh man, that is a long list. You've got all the landmarks on the map are brand new. You've got the number of animals introduced to the game. There's a ridiculous number of new animals. Is that an ancient danger? No. There's a ridiculous number of new animals in the game now. They've got a thing where you can make animals more trainable, all that stuff. Like, there's a lot of stuff. There's lots and lots and lots of quality of life changes to the game. Okay, that's probably... If I can land near that one, that'd be a good one for us. Let's just park it right here. Oh, the water's too deep. I can make that work. There's new technology, there's the space platforms, the map has gotten a rework, world generation has gotten a rework. There's just a lot. Very genuinely, it's a lot has been added to the game. Alright, so we'll run this over and plug you in. So we got steel here we'll mine, components we'll mine. Components. Yeah, there is a new xenotype. The xenotype is mostly just applicable to space. And a lot of people are pretty underwhelmed, but I think it's fine. It serves its purpose. I don't think it's going to be something that you see like the new one, you're like, oh man, I'm playing this forever. Alright, so we're going to let that just churn for a minute. And even though I have no plans, I'm waiting for it to grow. I'll go ahead and toss this down. We'll actually set it to rice. But it's more so some people have something to do while they wait. But at the moment, I'm mostly waiting for Lardine to have a chance to build our power. And once the power's online, we'll go down there. Alright, if you could cut that tree and deliver the goods to that. Yeah, and that's the thing. The new xenotype is kind of a one-trick pony. It's not that important of a trick. Whereas they do... You can bring those things into other colonists to benefit them. Which is honestly true of a lot of the xenotypes. A lot of the xenotypes have their one thing that they can do that's kind of special. But ultimately it's more important that other stuff. Alright, so we're gonna have the power online here. Which is the thing we're beelining to before our power grid goes down. Okay. Oh, you got more that's not built yet. Okay, so grid's up. Alright, let's grab everyone. How badly hurt are you? We're gonna grab everyone but they Leon. They Leon actually has quite a bit of bruising on them. We're gonna go check this place out. These usually aren't as dangerous as the other ones. Oh, they added a whole bunch of, there's 5 new biomes. And there's a whole bunch of, like, different styles of, like, mini ruins and all sorts of things that add a lot more flavor to the game. So far as location to check out. A lot of the ancient complexes and all that got reworked to make a bit more sense. They actually have, like, hallways to move around versus, like, being a bunch of random dispersed rooms. They've got new loot and all that you can find in them. They have unique weapons added to the game that are weapons that have all sorts of weird effects. Alright, so this one's looking like pretty big dud. Yeah, so this is a pretty big dud so far, stuff we got here. We're gonna get some chem fuel. I don't really care about that. We're gonna get a couple of meals. I don't really care about that. We can load up one of their launch pad things. Let's see what we got here. We can load up a little bits of leather here that I don't need. I don't have my mortar set up. I'm going to leave the anti-grain. I want to hold on to that just in case we escalate. We'll take the jade. We'll load that up. And that uranium will top it off. You can also go down here and say zone. Fish if able. So you did get the gene system. I got an update. Did the tribe make complete green gene banks in vanilla? Did not succeed until you lost interest. Gotcha. Yeah, and there's more genes. That is scarily close to collapse. Just making me nervous. It should be fine if it hasn't collapsed already, but... Oh, and we got a little pocket of sun back here. Ah, it's uranium. Okay, so we're not going to be staying here very long. We're mostly just waiting for the ship to cool off. We're going to have them load all that up. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? I'm going to go ahead and get you a shout-out. For those who don't know, Azrael, another fantastic content creator on the platform, does a lot of simulation games, so like a lot of farm sim, all that stuff, and apparently doing some supermarket simulator recently. But definitely worth checking out, especially if you're into the simulation genre and all that. But, thank you so much for hanging out, all that good stuff. Okay, you can't find it because some of the jade became unavailable. My assumption of why it became unavailable is it's probably being actively made into art, which is fine. Okay, we can go here. And again, allow all the extra stuff we don't need to get dumped off the side of the ship. Where did I put that art bench? Oh, it's over here. Okay. So I'm not sure if they got everything except the jade now. It's fine. Yeah, so we're just missing the jade. So you'll get +5, you'll get +8, you'll get +4, +5. I'm gonna send to the one who gets the most. Okay, we got a trade ship passing by, so let's do that. Okay, what do we got that we can bring? I don't need more of any of that. I'm still sitting on more than enough cloth. That's over my maximum supply of medicine we got there. They have some luciferium, I'll grab that. Okay. They've got one for Cycloid Brewing. I'm not going to grab that at this point because that's just an RNG roll away from being done. That's fine. So we got ourselves a bit more luciferium. Okay, and everyone's still working at getting the flooring down and all that, so that's good news. Okay, and what are we working on? Right, we're working on the shuttle research, and I don't really have a place for it at this moment. Oh, right, I was going to make my freezer longer, and then I shoved it up against a wall. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just leave it alone. We'll just do it on the next stop. I'm going to be there for more than 10 seconds. Meanwhile, we can go items. I won't worry about all that. Those aren't worth anything. Yeah, go ahead and chuck the jade statue in there. We got a bolt action rifle I don't want. We get rid of that sniper rifle I don't want because it's not as good. Oh yeah, the Honorable Chris. Yeah, we'll trade that away. The Honor Chris gun was actually, it's a unique, but it's not a very good one. Alright, so we got the vac suits and all that. Yep, that's fine. Yeah, we got that one. It's basically, it's like a Hellcat, but a submachine gun instead of an assault rifle. What do you think about the tribe start with the goal of becoming a ship tribe? That is what this run is. Genuinely speaking, I very much like the tribe start. It's just a slower burn one because of the research penalty. And that's always kind of been one of my big preferences, is to make the early game take longer. Because once you start getting into late game, the things you can still do wind down. So that's 8, 7, 7. Cool. And 5. Alright, so just sending off crap to boost our stuff. Okay, so skip abduction. We need to grab you and you. Because what we're going to do real fast is we are going to abduct someone. We're still trying to get, you know, other biotypes that we can get negatives. So Dirt Mole has the UV sensitivity. I would definitely take that as an opportunity to get our good stuff here. That is a normal quality statue. And you are yet another Yatkin. So cool. We can go ahead and secure those doors again. And capture them. And as soon as they're able, we'll release them again. Because they are not what I need. Now set to load, because... Nah, it's fine. I'm not sure if it'll like flag it as me sending someone to slavery if I launch them. Because while I do that just to get rid of them, it's like, oh yeah, but I don't want the mood penalty for, you know, sending people to slavery. So we'll go ahead and grab that and that. And chuck those in there as well. And grab that set of flak helmets. You don't know if you've seen the tribal mod in Vanilla Expanded. It makes it so you need to go through every tier doing rituals to your gods. Pretty fun expansion for early game. Gotcha, yeah, I tend not to mod very much. Like, I'll grab like a handful of quality life mods and all that. It's not that I'm like hell-bent against mods. It's just most of the time I end up finding mods to be unbalanced or change the games in like ways I don't like. You know, like I had people promoted Save Our Ship 2 a lot of times. Like, yeah, Save Our Ship 2 is not balanced. It is a wild ride. But it's pretty rare I do any type of like big sweeping mods or anything like that. Okay, how much longer till we can launch? 13 hours. And then we go on to another spot. Let's see, we'll release you soon. It will be thousands of miles away from your home, in the wild, without food or weapons. You'll be fine. Exactly. So send this. 5, 4, 5, 5. Just sending random gifts to our neighbors. Okay, so let's give them a chance to haul. We mined up a bunch of steel and all that. And I since kept queuing things up so our haulers just were loading the pods. Oh, you know what we need to do? Boom. Disallow the wood. Don't bother moving it anymore. That way they go, because it doesn't take them long to pick up the steel and all that. So that way we can grab whatever goods are out there, because we got the capacity here. And how are we doing on our vac suits? We have all of our vac helmets. We are still working on the vac suits themselves. But we're getting there. I've still got more chem fuel than I know what to do with. Honestly, we could probably turn that off as well and save the power. Yeah, now when we were talking about doing... I'm going to put it on the list here, just so I don't forget. Nuclear stomachs. Once they get advanced fabrication. Imagining the space on the spaceship is cool and also insane. Yeah. Yep. And let me go ahead and get a shout out for How to Be Quiet. Another fantastic content creator. For those that don't know Queet, absolutely fantastic. Been playing some Creepy Shift House for Sale recently, but also been doing like a lot of RimWorld, Odyssey, and a whole bunch of other good stuff. Definitely good times over there. Someone I absolutely recommend checking out, and all you have to do is like click on the thing, do the follow. You know how this works. Where were you? Oh yeah, the fight I didn't have a reward I cared about. Oh yeah. Odyssey is fantastic. Okay, so let's see here. Do we have anything you would like to buy? I do have an obnoxious amount of steel now. Toxin filtration, I'll grab that book. I don't really need it, but I'll grab that book. Since we are already researching shuttles, I am going to get rid of the books for researching shuttles. Just because I don't really need it. We can go ahead and give you a jade statue. Get rid of some shirts. I apparently have a regular steel helmet for some reason. I probably pulled it off someone when we captured them. Get rid of those clothing. Have some guppies because I can. That'll work. What you can do with shuttles? Oh, for a shuttle I could say like I wanted to check out this event down here, the Air Trubland. Without leaving my tile, I could send a shuttle with a couple of people, they could do the thing, and then come back almost instantly. So it's like caravanning, except instead of you walking and you have to spend like a day or so to get to the location, you can be there in just a couple of hours, like in-game hours and back. You're seeing if you can make your spaceship into one giant spiral kill box? I hope it works. This one I don't have much of a defensive position. My last one I had a bit more, was a bit of a longer. Is like in the middle of the ship. I had this big long tunnel with a defensive spot. This has been okay. Like the first version of this was really bad, and it genuinely got someone killed. Yeah, I don't care about that one. It's got some Lucy, but it's a whole lot of liability for not a lot of Lucy. So we're grabbing the components. Oh, that's plasteel right there. I thought I checked for the plasteel. Alright, well we definitely want to pull up that plasteel. We're going to use lots of the plasteel. Once we get into like marine armor, cataphract armor, we're going to use lots and lots of plasteel. Big long tunnel sounds like a spinal ship cannon. It was basically something like that. It was effectively looked like a big gun kind of in the middle ship, but just had a defensive position on the back. Versus this one, it's more, I put my ranged off to the sides here, and my melee are here and here, and the enemies come in and just get sprayed. I'm not using the right weapons for that, because we're mostly assault rifles. I should be engaging at farther away if I'm going to do that. If I wanted to do that, I should be using heavy submachine guns, which is why the other one had the closer in at the end. Oh, they're enemies with each other. Thank you, Empire, for the free food and weapons delivery. If any of you want to fall down, though, I am happy to patch you up for even more reputation. That is one nice thing about having multiple factions that are enemies to each other as friends. You will ultimately get those times where they pass by each other, and you don't get in trouble for it. It looks like I have just a little bit of steel down in the far end of the map. Yeah, picking up the last little bit of steel down there. And then we've got everything. And I could harvest that, but honestly, I don't need it. Alright. I think, honestly, that's probably good enough. Let's get out of here. Okay. So do we have any interesting things? We got a medicine stockpile there, a weapon stockpile, an ancient uplink. So the medicine stockpile is probably the more useful of the two. The weapon stockpile is fine. I haven't had much luck with those. I'll actually do both of them. Let's go ahead and hit the weapons one first. This tile has lava on it, so we're going to have to deal with that. Because mostly what we're waiting on now is we're making our vac suits so we could go and do space stuff. And that's already happening. We've already got the materials. We just literally are waiting for it to get done. But it doesn't matter where I am because it's all internal to the ship. I've got the resources. So it's just crafting time. So that I can do anywhere. We're doing research. That's basically all the same thing that I just said. Okay, so we got geothermal right there. So that'll work. Falls down on the planet and is hurt, but not from the Empire. Okay, we got grab ship nausea. That's just one of the, negative outcomes you can have. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back here in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. That is a fun sticker placement. Oh, that's almost as upsetting, actually. I think we are doing the trap. Like, individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gone with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second, and the noise played, and I thought I had just gotten got. It's very rare that I actually get caught by that, and that was like... I'm not afraid to admit when I do get legitimately caught. Well played. Destroy it all. Well, at least we did enough damage, it's gonna die. No! No, no, no! What have you done? Why would you punch a warhead? You're alive. It's amazing that you are alive, but you are in fact alive. Literally everything in Storge just got exploded. No, 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 no! I got hit by something else. I saw the trigger too. And I got... Hey. Yeah, I'm poorly equipped for this guy. Did you? Well, I will take my victory. Alright, and I am back. We don't know about the lava biome? Yeah, the lava biome's a new biome. It's one of the 5 new ones. The new biomes are the, they have the glow forest, which is like always dark, glowing mushrooms, all that kind of stuff. A bunch of new mushroom types as well. Toxic fallout. Alright, well, that's fine. Lots of good minerals on this map. It's not like I'm gonna grow anything out here. Be a little annoying for this thing to hack it. Realistically, we are not taking remotely all of these materials. But I will let them fill up my storage as much as possible. They can mine as much as they can get away with. Yeah, some of these are very dangerously placed. Man, just the shape of this, I get all excited thinking it's like ancient danger, and then you're like, ah, that's just stone face. It's fine. Like this isn't an ancient danger either because you can see from the debris over here. Alright, so we can go here and do that. Let's take 2 seconds to go compact. Alright, so I didn't see any plasteel. And that's fine. Alright, so Lardine's gonna bring that on. What is an ancient danger? An ancient danger is a thing on the map that's like this little enclosed area. And if you go to the ancient danger, you can potentially get a bunch of really good stuff. There is always something dangerous inside it, hence the name Ancient Danger. So it's kind of like a fun little loot box thing that you pop open, you fight a fight, and then good things happen after the fight. And they're one of the few sources for a couple of particularly good things. Well, yeah, one of the few sources. So like Mech Resurrection Serum, they're one of the only places you can get them. So, ooh. So Masterwork Shield Belt. I will trade you my regular quality shield belt for the Masterwork. Meanwhile, you have a Masterwork, and now you have a Masterwork shield belt. And haul that inside, and we go to your assignments, and we clear the forest. Awesome. Alright, so Lardine is working on trying to get this online, but because we have nausea from landing... Now, what happens on this map is occasionally have, like, the fire will... or the lava will spread, and that could be a problem for a bunch of different reasons. But it's not that big of an issue for us right now. But this was, I believe, the medical stockpile. So the big thing we're here for, more than anything else, is to go up here, hack this thing. There's an underground area in there that could have lots of goodies. But if this is the medical stockpile, the main thing they'll have is medicine. So Glitter World, regular medicine, and occasionally some other good stuff. The other thing I can work on is I've got 132 panels. We're going to expand our freezer. And also put the cable going straight back. Imagine a real ancient danger in thousands of years. Humans find an old nuclear dumping site, not knowing what it is. Real life problem that gets scientists thinking about today. Yeah, no, I mean, there's like a lot of things that when you think about what's happened, like, if right now humanity just ceased to exist, just humanity's gone. Well, over time, between storms and geological things and everything going on, you know, could eventually destroy all of our structures and collapse it. And, you know, you have stuff that eats metal and all that, and concrete eventually getting pulverized. One of the few things that would be a thing that would be a testament to humanity's existence is there'd be literally a layer that you detect plastic in. That would be a couple millimeters thick. That would be unique to when humanity arrived. You'd start seeing this plastic, and then would be gone on the other side. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but it would be a thing. Because while we would have some structures that would hold up for very long periods of time because they're in areas that don't have that much, like they don't have a lot of geological stuff going on, they don't have a lot of like environmental hazards that are wrecking the buildings. A lot of places do have stuff like that. Like if you go to a lot of the tropics, most structures in the tropics won't last long term. Between the sun pelting on and weather patterns and everything else. It might take time for the foundations to compromise and for the structures to fail, but we're talking grand scale of hundreds and hundreds of years. the bulk of them would. I have 71 Glitter World? I haven't been watching, I've just been like, oh, Glitter World, let me take it. Honestly, I'm surprised we haven't had more problems with everything I've been just taking as offered. You have nothing for me, man. I can give you some gold. Here, have 100 gold. Sorry, I mean to do it the other way. Have 100 gold. Just so you don't feel like you wasted the trip. And also because I actually could use a little bit more silver. Stone-faced cougars. A trader is calling and a pack of 68 wild cougars are hunting him. He wants your help to draw them near. When you accept this quest, you'll have 0.3 hours after you accept they'll arrive. Basically, when I hit accept, they arrive right the F now. So I could get a thing that gives me vital monitors and psychoid brewing, 22 Glitter World, a bunch of gold, and an Archotech leg, which I would certainly be the one I take. 55 Luciferum is also very generous, and like these two would be the ones you'd take. This one's a trick. I'd probably take this one, because an Archotech leg is a hard thing to come by, and are really good. They found a fungus that could decompose plastic. Yeah, there's a couple things, like there's a fungus that'll do it, and there's a bacteria that will eat plastic as well. But it is atrociously slow. And if we're talking about in the future with things collapsing, it probably won't be able to survive, and I can't remember what the word is for an oxygen-free environment. But you know, when the plastic gets buried, it'll no longer be able to get in there because it requires other things than just plastic to survive. Anaerobic. Yes, anaerobic's the word I'm looking for. Correct. Because a lot of our plastic ends up in places like landfills and underneath the water and all that. And it's far more limited what we can do. Oh yeah, we got the lava snails. You can eat those. Okay. Food binge on you. Honestly, that's fine. Everyone else, get in the hole. It's go time. So what I'm kind of waiting for is having that cougar event thing. If we have like a properly large raid, that'll be a perfect time for that. Are you already mad? Just get out of here. Okay. So you start hacking these doors. The rest of you get in position for a fight. You pop this door. Alright. And when you're done hacking those, get to that one. Okay. So we have a charge rifle and a masterwork assault rifle. So it's definitely nothing to be upset about. So the catch is, that's no problem. I can go up to it and thwack that. You know what? I wonder if this will work. I'm going to try an experiment here. It shouldn't be life-threatening. You both have really good shield belts. So what I'm going to try to do is we're going to have Lilypad step in here to get the attention of both of these. And I'm kind of hoping low-key that I can pause the wasps. Oh, I think the wasps are going to aggro me way before the other one. My thought was, would I be able to position myself such that I trigger both of them, that I get the wasps on me, and then that explodes and kills the wasps? But unfortunately, because of that stone there, I don't think I'll get line of sight on both of them, so it's fine. Okay, meanwhile, I do want to draw the hunter back here. Oh, that's dangerous. Pop him, pop him. Okay. Because I didn't want him to damage the guns. Alright, and we can grab you two over here. Grab all but Kiona. Drop them here. Add this onto your... Hack that, then this, then that. Cool. This is what we were hoping for the most. These can have Mech Resurrection Serum. Advanced components, I'm not upset about that. I don't want you going around that way. If you could not do that, please. Alright, you two run up here. And the rest of you go here. Keanu. No idea. Because we definitely want these guns. Those are high quality. Alright, so when you're done with the door you're working on, go for the next door. Same deal. Open this. Legendary book. Grab all of you. Reposition down here. And that'll probably be the very last room of this place. Oh no, there's one room over there. So we do have that one for fighting all the cougars is expiring. Alright, so we're going to take the strategy of all of you back up here. You get back. And you just run for cover. Reinforced barrels, and then we have the last door here. And then I want to get back, give my people a chance to recover. Book, is that new? Books came with Anomaly. So 1.5. So they've been around for a little while now. Which they're not technically Anomaly itself, 1.5 brought them, but Anomaly brought their own subcategory of them. Okay, that's another door to hack. Because I'd like to be able to get back into position to potentially do this cougar one. Granted, it's a lot of cougars. But my hope is that they will feed in from one direction, that there is a good chance we would be able to just throttle them and not take many hits. Component box? I'll just do a search when it's done. Stop just having more for me to check. You are getting really upset. So you get out of here. Okay, we're just getting to the point that everyone is getting upset. So we're gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna just tell everyone to leave for right now. Don't worry about getting extra stuff, just get out of here. Get yourself back in good shape. And after that, we could worry about it. Because we got major break risks, and I would like to ideally take this. Okay, you collapse from exhaustion. Please just get inside the ship. Alright. So we got 16 hours. Right, so we can bring that in. But yeah, so what we can do here is we can get 64 wild cougars. That's a lot. But we would be able to choke point them and just start blasting. There's a good chance we would tear through them. And that'd be for an Archotech leg. Now, there's a good risk we could lose a limb or a person to this, because it is a lot after us. Yeah, so I'm going to have everyone do that. Let's have schedule everyone stay home. I am going to accept that, because I think the Archotech leg would be worth it. We would prioritize our melee pawns to have it. None of them need it. Do we have... I think we still have some people on peg legs, right? Yeah, so Zerx would be one to potentially get it. Vitez could get it. Anandar could get it. Yeah, we got a lot of people who could potentially use it. Right, we got muscle parasites, so everyone's in pain. And it's got some tending time left. So just trying to give it a couple more seconds and all that. For everyone to patch themselves up, sort themselves out. Okay, they're all starting to go idle. Their moods seem fine. Okay, so quests. Archotech leg and 22 Glitter World. Accept. And they appeared right next to us. So this is going to be one to use what buffs we've got. So block the door. Pile up everyone you can back here. You better get into position before it's too late. In a better position so you can actually shoot at them. Nope. Go here. Stop meleeing. Go here. There you go. I don't understand why you won't go there, but it's fine. Okay, how are you holding up? So far, you've got some hits on you. Nothing too urgent. So I've got you holding the door. Okay, we're almost through the last of them. Alright, so with that, you... As I figure out where our down person went. Okay, so you're already rescuing. Your Zeus hammer's over there. And schedule, you're all free to do what you want. So yeah, the only injuries was we got They Call Me Doc got pretty badly roughed up. They were the one holding the front line here. We got Lilypad, got a decent number of hits. Otherwise, not too bad. Now, all of them are downed. Let's go ahead and make sure... I'm willing to bet, yeah, they're probably all going to stay down. Don't clean this right now. If you clean this, all you're going to do is get really sick. So you need to be hauling bodies out of there. Disease gutworms. Cool. So we have what? Gutworms and muscle parasites? That'll be really happy people. Actually, you know what we can do? Haul that Zeus hammer back real fast. We could take care of these cougars. Hey, Pyromaniac? Zerx? Get your time to shine, friend. You've waited for this your whole life. Burn it. Pods have arrived. Zerx is a pyromaniac, and most of the time they've been dealing with fire, it's been entirely to my detriment. But in this particular case, it's like, that is a lot of corpses, and only like 5 of those or 6 of those were any good. Just clean it out. Because you also have the toxic fallout going on. Gutworm's muscle parasite stacking. That is awful. And would you look at that? The front of her ship is already clear of corpses. And now Zerx is the happiest person in the colony. It's like, they let me burn things. You don't understand. It was so much. I got to burn so many things. Okay, and where did your Zeus hammer go? There you are. Alright, so. Find one of our people who's got a peg leg. Alright, operations add. Right leg, peg leg. It's redemption arc in an anime. Lava flow. Lava flow has begun to pour into the region, flooding low-lying areas. Keep your colonists away from harm. Okay, we should be perfectly fine with this. Pyro should get a mood immolated something. Burnt hair and flesh smells so good. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I would be down with Pyro's getting some type of bonus. Alright, so we got the lava flow. The last couple lava flows we've had have not been that bad. You killed Zerx. Just utterly killed Zerx, installing an Archotech leg. Zerx just died to surgery while not injured. Just fully dead. Scratched and cut the torso down to 0. That happens in real life too? Yeah, but it's more annoying in Rim. Well, I mean, it's not more annoying in RimWorld. Dying is significantly worse than otherwise. So I've got the body contained in here to keep it frozen. I'm working really fast to deal with all that. So not only that, we lost the Archotech leg and we lost a pawn for it. So our reward was a absolute trap. Who failed the surgery, by the way? Was I not paying attention? And no, that was... No, actually, I can't tell who. Opinion. I'm dead. Yeah, I was trying to see if it would show me who failed the surgery, because I wasn't paying that close attention. Alright, so deconstruct these. So I can get this walled off. Stay inside the home zone. Okay, so you are maintaining the temperature. That's what I cared about. Alright, so we're going to move that light over there. I said move. Oh, you're probably going to get destroyed. We'll see. Okay. Deconstruct that. What stone do I have handy? Slate. Then I go ahead and go to miscellaneous. Slate sarcophagus. And the slate's outside, so I am going to let them go outside. Just need to watch this side of the ship to make sure no one goes over there. Luckily, there's not many doors on this side of the ship. No. Uh-uh. No. It's just over there. Where are you going? No. No. Just trying to keep him away from that side. And I could do a bunch of zoning, but I don't know where that's going to spread. In fact, right now, that room... Where are you going? No. No. Those two doors are off limits. Basically trying to force him to leave this side of the ship. Why are you downed? Toxic buildup extreme. Oh, right, because we're still dealing with toxic fallout. Raid of a mech hive. They're coming immediately. They're going to breach our walls. That is not my favorite. So 4 Lancers, a Scyther, a Pikeman. So it's not a big raid. It is an inconveniently timed raid. Gather our forces as best we can. We don't have a lot of time to react. Oh man, you are so spread out. Okay, you with the minigun. Your target is that. Oh, I really need you to get that minigun. We have botched all of that. Where's my smoke pack? Hey, you got what you can. Get away. Well, this is going great. That's 2 casualties, and you are both in really sorry shape. Can you lure them into the lava? No, so they're going to keep trying to go for my wall. They're probably going to destroy the geothermal first. But that's the only reason I went out to them, is they're a breacher raid. If they weren't a breacher raid, I would have gladly just let them come to me. Okay, so get up closer while that stun's going. You, get on him. That stun did not last as long as I had hoped. Okay, we got that one. Let's have you race over. We're running out of enemies I have to worry about. Yeah, you still got time. Luckily, you got knocked down easily. It's the fact that, what happened to you? Did you get your head popped? Yeah, you got your head popped clean off. Okay, so we got all of you. You just get out of here. You're... Stop shooting my walls. Okay, get on him. Alright, well, fight's done. Orders. Allow. So you got knocked. And that was just honestly the muscle parasites from everything else knocked you down. You got killed because you're, like, literally one-tapped, your head popped off. And it was a Lancer. It's just what Lancers do. Meanwhile, rescue. You're walking by, so rescue. Haul the Zeus hammer back. You won't haul. Lily is going to rest, so you haul that back. That's, they call me Doc. That's fine. You haul this back. Okay, well that's two people down. Yeah, that breacher raid is a big problem. Like, it wouldn't be a problem if it wasn't a breacher. Did I not have someone rescuing you? Fiona, rescue that person. Alright, so you also went down. What? So you were basically a generalist in one of my melees. So get everyone patched up. Was a hauler for you? Yeah, that's right. You're tending to everyone. When that's done, I need to get these sarcophagus built. Time to start making more kids? No, we're not waiting for another round of kids. They just take too long to age up. There's so many people to be tending to. Okay, you're already building that. Medical needed on you for gutworms and muscle parasites. For gutworms and muscle parasites? Ugh. So you're tending to people, storage. Yeah, it's fine. Give people a chance to eat and all that. Why? Oh, because you're set to critical. So let's say, no, you're set to important. So why are you not allowed? Because allow corpses, human-like, and colonists. So that's everything we need for it to qualify. Let's just go to assign Zerks. Why no Barry? You're in the home zone. Why no Barry? You were assigned to Zerks. Zerks is among the... Well, actually, it's assigned to Zerks, so it doesn't matter. Zerks is right there. You should be able to bury them. Sometimes RimWorld and these kind of things get weirdly frustrating because I can't seem to interact to bury my colonist. And I really need to do that because there's a pretty nasty mood penalty for leaving people unburied. It's in the home zone, it's assigned to. And just doesn't seem to matter who I set it for. No one is acceptable. And I don't want to remove this zone here. Meanwhile, I can go to furniture. Marble. Yeah, and after having like a couple of days of just absolutely smooth time, sooner or later, RimWorld is going to punish us. It's just the way RimWorld be. Make a new zone there. I shouldn't need a new zone? That's the thing. Expand. Priority of dumping zone versus sarcophagus, which usually boils down to... Yeah, the thing is, this was set to... Like, once I assigned it to someone, that doesn't matter. But I switch it to that, so you're back to critical. Let's try unassigning that. And turn you back to critical. And I know it takes a moment to update when you make changes like that. Preferred. There. Weird. You know, we have it assigned. Okay, and it looks like someone's already going to bury you. Alright, so begin the funeral. Okay, we got a good funeral. Begin the second funeral. You're in a daze because you're ravenously hungry. That's fair. Please don't walk out in the lava. Second good funeral. That'll help a great deal. Get a whole bunch of weapons that got dropped that I need to get back in people's hands. So grab your masterwork beam gun. Okay, we got our assault rifle over here. So you go grab that. Grab your chain shotgun. Yeah, that one hurt us a lot. Okay, so we're getting to the point. Let's get everyone back restricted to be inside the ship. Because this lava flow is starting to surround the ship. So it's better just to play it safe so no one goes and walks through lava. Don't Don't go that way. So people don't walk through lava. Yes, you had the first funeral, but what about second funeral? I hope there's a last funeral. Yeah. Just, you know, doing all the funerals. Let's go ahead and have ourselves a party. Yeah, so those are two back-to-back losses were pretty bad. The fact that we lost someone to leg surgery, just straight up died, really irks me a little bit. And let's go ahead and, for no reason, do this. Okay, so we can reform our ideology. I don't think there's a meme we want, because we don't want darkness or anything like that. I don't want to go inhuman. Pain is a virtue requires scarification, which lowers our max hit points. So I really don't think there's any of these I would really go after. As far as all this goes, what do we want to go here? Let's make insect food loved. Especially since it was torso wounds. What were they cutting the torso for? Oh yeah, no, it's just a meme. Like, it's just how RimWorld does, like, surgery and stuff. It can just be silly. Yeah, no, he died to surgery. He was having his leg replaced with an Archotech leg, and they botched the surgery so bad they insta-killed him. Okay, how do you want to get insect food? Oh, it'll just happen from time to time. We'll run into situations where I have to fight insects, like we go to a nest or whatever. Alright, so I got the toxic fallout and the lava flow going on. So right now the map is a rough time. Yeah, he literally just had a moment of happiness, and Cassandra could not let that stand. That is not the RimWorld that Cassandra knows. That happiness must be punished. Can you funnel enemies through lava so they can cook themselves? If a raid does come through, they will run through the lava to try and reach me. Even the trade caravans are just not smart enough to walk around the lava. Now, deliberately funneling them to the lava is not easy, because this lava here, it's static, they won't walk in it, it's deep lava. It's just the lava flow, which comes and goes and takes different routes each time and all that. So unfortunately, it is one of those things that you can't predictably put the lava where you want it, kind of thing. So it looks like the lava is starting to die down. Okay, so talk to you. You are super upset because everyone you know and love is dying. So we'll console you. Don't walk in the lava, don't walk in the lava, don't walk in the lava. Maybe we don't trade with them. Maybe we just stay back and let that play out. I do appreciate they're trying to fire foam away a pool of lava. It's an interesting approach. I don't think it's going to quite work the way they're hoping it will. We take a little bit of chance here. Actually, let's choose people. Earthrush. Go haul the Doomsday. And S2D Vitez. go haul the flat screen TV. Lunar, go put out that fire. I think it'd be way too late to this. Yeah, you're way too late for it. These were not our people. The people who just lit themselves on fire was a trade caravan rolling through. To be fair, I didn't get in trouble for it in any way. They just burnt themselves, and that's fine. Shelter for an acolyte. 25 days. You want me to keep him here? I don't want to keep someone here for 25 days. What I want is I want that lava to die down. Because once that dies down, we can start our people running around doing stuff. The question is, what do we do with the TV? Like, I got a break room here. Here, we can go ahead and deconstruct you and deconstruct you. No, put the flat screen TV there. Okay, and we can go ahead and put the flat screen TV here. So we got ourselves an upgrade, thanks to people self-immolating. Disallow that steel. And I think we're getting close. Yeah, I think we're just about okay to let people out. Because the lava's still around. But we have all these doors on this side are rejected. And we got that where they'd have to cross the lava to get there. Yeah, so you should walk over this way and go around. Okay, so with this, that should be safe for us to grab now. We can allow that door. This one I'm not quite ready to unlock. We'll unlock those front doors here in a minute. Turn that back on, so make sure we got Mind Numb, because we're probably going to want more of that in our future. Okay, probably okay here and here. So we're gonna grab everyone. This has definitely been a bad tile for us. So we're gonna pop back down here, grab the rest of the stuff. You are moving really slow. Oh, because you have gutworms and muscle parasites, that's right. Because part of what's been making this so awful is all of the negatives we got going on. Alright, Kiona Chick, pack these two. Lilypad, you're the only one who can do any of this stuff now. Because melee pawns aren't allowed to live in my colony, apparently. That'll be the last door. Okay, you're starving. Eat your food. Oh man, this has been a really rough place. Like, everything has gone so smoothly for so much of this, and just back-to-back losses like that. Just surgery and a lance are popping someone's head off. We keep getting those breacher raids too. They've been rough. We've handled most of them without too much problem, but it's always a dangerous one when you gotta engage lancers at range. You have a lot of tendency to... Is there... Oh, there's the insects. It's like, is there gonna be no insects with those? Alright, so have you pop back. So we are going to get a little bit of friendly fire here, potentially. Actually, we can mitigate that. Okay, you go smack that. Okay, and we're sorted. Alright. So people mentioned a component box and all that. So we got one here. And one here. Let's have you open that. And you open this. Okay, and so with that, what we could do is go orders, allow all, undraft everyone, go here, exit, grab everyone, items, grab the package meals, the insect jelly, the steel, all this, the book, the 2 amazing weapons, and then get the heck out of Dodge. Okay, so haul that. All this. All that. All this. And the rest you can get as able. So the thing we came for didn't give us what we wanted. We lost... I mean, technically we lost one person to the tile. The other one was just really a random RNG on surgery, which is... just what it is. Flash Storm. We're on rock. There's nothing to burn. Go for it. Watch, it strikes down directly on those components. Okay, meanwhile, let's look through some of our weapons. So you got a normal quality Hellcat. I need to get back in here and reorganize these shelves. Okay, we have a charge rifle. That's excellent. So upgrade your normal quality to a charge rifle. You have a good one. You have a normal quality assault rifle. So there's the master. Actually, you've got a poor quality. So you go grab the master quality assault rifle. We can go over to this bench, and I have now 10 people. So we will need somewhat less number of vac suits and helmets. Don't worry about why. It's fine, I'm sure. You just honestly have, like, honestly, all this isn't even much to do with people dying or anything. That's just a ridiculous number of penalties, just in general. So give people a chance to recover real fast. Intense pain. Yeah, it's basically the gutworms plus the muscle parasites is also really just kicking the crap out of us. Forget mining that. Forget mining that. You can mine the gold, but don't mine that steel. Mine that last piece. Don't make Kiana walk the whole way here. There you go. And just haul it back. Because then we'll move on. Alright. The other thing that's impressive was the one who got their head popped off. They had a shield belt that was masterwork on. So they got hit hard enough that they knocked their shield belt out, and then the next shot took their head off. Which wasn't surprising. I wasn't able to keep the mech shut down as long as I really wanted to. Is there somewhere we should put you? Sure, why not? If they introduce genes of this kind, let's see. They make pawns become completely impossible. Yeah, no, it's always a thing that, like, to get the pawns to be smart, to give them better AI has a cost. We did get a Doomsday rocket out of this, which isn't a good trade. Oh. So, grab you. Link those. Yeah, so we lost our hauler. And then, were you a crafter, Zerks? Yeah, you were our genie. You're a crafter researcher. That sucks. Do I care the materials we sell on the map? We didn't have plasteel. I've got tons and tons and tons of gold. You go up here. Go haul that gold. You'll probably get all in one top. I don't care about that. You go grab that. You go grab this. We could send you to grab those. The steel I'm ignoring. And the jade, you can haul that back. All the rest back. And then we leave. Because there's nothing more for us here other than drowning in our own sorrows. Okay, so now we're gonna go to a medicine place. Where it was saying I'm not accepting new colonists for a while. We have some openings. There is... I'm looking at our roster and we have some gaps that we might be needing to fill. Don't worry about how those roles became vacant. Look, it's their private business. If you want, you can ask them yourselves. I don't know where they are right now, but you can ask them yourselves. The challenge is... The challenge we're gonna run... Did I park that too close? That's fine. The challenge is, when I recruit new people, they're gonna have no stats. I don't think that's an ancient danger. Go run up and hug that building and see if it screams at you. We don't know if they're willing to talk about it. Yeah, no, they're not in a place where they really want to talk about it right now. You're moving really slow, because I grabbed the one person who... No, you're supposedly moving at speed. Is that an ancient danger? It's really... It is. I was dubious when it was like literally the edge of the tile. Hey, let's go pop you right now. So if you could just give me a mech resurrection serum, that'd be great. Or if not a mech resurrection serum, if you just give me another really good pawn. Okay, this will be a perfectly fine one to deal with. Okay, the bugs managed to kill them. Alright, well, I was going to let this play out, but I mean, if you want to tie each other up, I'm okay to just jump in on this. Okay, what do we got here? A hard worker who cannot do crafting, cooking, or dumb labor. You're not instilling me with a whole lot of confidence. So, not really what we're looking for. Because, you are not good. There's really no hard worker, are you? Yeah, it's like hard worker, but what do you actually do here? Okay, nothing we care about. You can disassemble those. Get this. Orders. Allow. Disassemble that. That's fine. Okay. So we did get an Ancient Danger. It was still worth the dice roll. You are angry because your daughter died. And I've already consoled you. Your wife died, and we're going to console you next. We did not succeed. Going at zone. Dumping stockpile. Zone. Regular stockpile. That's fine. Lardine is working on the generator already. So we're just trying to get into the locked out thing. Okay, we go orders. Allow all of that. Yep, we have expanded that. Oh, we have a liver, that's right. No one here needs a liver if I recall correctly. Like we've all got livers. No one's had their well no, because if you get your liver blown out, you die. So it looks like the gutworms are getting close to being done. That's some good news. Because at least that'll start bringing a stop to... Screw you, game. I was about to say, at least it's going to stop, you know, get rid of these mood pains from dealing with all the people being sick. And the worst thing is we're on penioxylin, and it's just giving us the milder diseases that are just aggravating and not life-threatening as much. Because penioxylin doesn't work on those. Which, for the record, if you have penioxylin, if you would have gotten a terrible disease, it will be like, hey, you would have gotten insert name of disease, but, you know, it was blocked by penioxylin. That's all fine. Okay, so you got flu, bump you up to better medicine. Gutworms, you got like 1 or 2 10s left. Gutworms, you've got 1 10 left. Flu, bump you up to better medicine. Flu, bump you up to better medicine. There's vomit everywhere down here. Major break risk on you because you're ravenously hungry with supreme expectations. Food is available if you're ravenously hungry. That's called a you problem. Let's see. Put a statue in there. Now, low-key, places like this can have Resurrection Mech Serum. That said, at the rate we're losing people, considering I got 5 sarcophagus of people in here, it's not going great, because we lost 2 right away, and then the third one we lost a significantly amount later yesterday. No, I'm sorry, we lost 2 people the day before yesterday, and then, well, 2 streams ago we lost 2 people, 1 stream ago we lost 1 person, today we lost 2 people. Not having a great track record. We are ticking off people, which is saying something considering how few losses we took this entire run up till then. Need more brick for the shelves? Yeah, they're cutting it. It just takes time. Shooting Frenzy. Somehow you're still alive? Yeah. Yeah, no, but that also hurts our combat effectiveness a lot, unfortunately. Those losses, I mean. Oh, you're grabbing the components. Yeah, you're hauling stuff back, which is fine. Because we're working on hacking our way into there, and then we gotta pop down below. The big problem is this flu is something you do actually want to rest for. Still got the muscle parasites. Still got some gutworms floating around as well. So let's get this flu and gutworms and all that sorted. Then we gotta pop down below and see what we can get out of here. What it's saying is our ship value, while we did take some losses, overall, we did, you know, lose a bunch of colonists worth of wealth here. You can see where the items from them on here, and then we'll see like the creatures drop off a little bit. But ultimately, as far as our total wealth, it's not going to be that significant. So a lot of our attacks are going to be kind of pretty close to the same size they were before. They'll be a little bit lower due to my reduction in number of pawns, but not enough to make that dramatic of a difference, unfortunately. Alright. So I'm just trying to ride out this flu real fast. And then we're going to pop down below. just everyone having 2-3 diseases because of just some weird dice rolls. Especially considering we're in the desert, and the desert has... I think we're in extreme desert. I think that has the lowest disease rate of any tile in the game. So the fact that I'm getting hit with diseases here too, it's kind of like, come on, man. We just arrived. Yeah, and unfortunately some of those aren't healing as fast as I'd like. What about the Arctis? I have no idea what Arctis... Sea ice is up there. I want to say sea ice is tied. If I remember correctly... Oh, we're in just regular desert, so that's 0.7. Yeah, so it's 0.7 here. Yeah, and it's 0.7 on sea ice as well. So they're both at 0.7. But yeah, those extreme biomes have... have the same basic disease rate. Let's just bump them up to the glitter. I don't need it for them to survive, but if I give them the glitter, they should be back on their feet much faster. Oh, you just have gut... Well, then there goes the gutworms. Yeah, so give them a chance to get that flu out of here. Lardine, what's your deal? Your sister died. Because we're trying to mood manage everyone here because of the multiple deaths within the colony. Because a bunch of those funeral bonuses are going to be dropping off here. So we can last long enough, I want to console Lilypad. Because they're the one with the heaviest penalty on them right now. Cool, so we did cancel that minus 20 off of Lilypad. So one by one, we're starting to try and get people to drop their worst mood debuffs. Animal Migrations Emu. And we've got a trade caravan rolling through. Okay, let's go ahead and see if we can't get anything from you worthwhile. Alright. So. I don't care about cold weakness. Take your trace amounts of Glitter World because I can. I don't need all those now. Advanced Fabrication and Advanced Fabritech, that we want. That's a good book that kind of guarantees us that progress. The liver I don't need. The bionic leg does... I mean, I still need it, but I'm not taking it right now. Take the Doomsday Launcher from me. My luck, someone's going to grab it and blast us ourselves. We'll say... Take 300. Take 100. Cool. So you're already grabbing something. Haul the silver. Haul the Glitter World. Haul the book. And the rest of the silver you can get when you have time. Didn't you stop stone cutting earlier? I did. Because we were dealing with people running out trying to burn themselves in lava. Climate Adjuster for a Tech Persona Core and a Psychic Emanator. I don't even care what the weather condition is. Alright. So we got the Psychic Emanator back here. So you put this one that'll cover the break room and all that. That covers the hospital. Yeah, so you basically cover almost the entire bedroom and the hospital and most of that. We could take the other one, because I'm pretty sure they don't stack. And we could try and tuck it back here somewhere. Because, of course, I got this place way too packed with way too much junk that there's nowhere to put anything. That'll do. That's fine. So I'll take care of those rooms back here. And the Tech Persona Core, we're going to hold on to for just a second. Because the hope I have here... What are you doing? It's making it hotter. That's fine. I don't care. So what we could do is when we get our next big research, we could pop that in and instant do it. Alright, how are you doing here? You're getting close to done with the Urflu. You're getting close to done with the Urflu. You're getting close to done with the Urflu. We can go ahead and switch you back to regular medicine because honestly, as close as you are to done, it won't matter. Combat supply ship. Okay. Got tons of regular medicine I'm not worried about. Not worried about the shuttle right now. I know we're researching it, but that's fine. The animal pulsar We'll make them manhunters. I'm gonna hold on to that one. That one can be good. Not worried about that one. So we had this one. I'm not gonna be doing the psychic bonding, because my luck is that would be the end of the colony. The moment we take a death, everything would spiral. We can go ahead and get rid of these assault rifles and all that aren't at least good quality, since I've got so many. I'm not gonna use that revolver anymore, so we're gonna get rid of that as well. Get rid of all these stuff that are getting worn out. Okay. %. You're in, like, you're immune. You're getting really close. Cargo pods. Thanks to the flake, I guess. Okay, there's almost nothing left in that room. You've got people who are outside getting heat stroke, but the plan is to go down in the underground area. It won't be affected by the temperature on the map. We can pop in there, grab whatever goodies are on, and then get back out here. Like I said, I'm just trying to wait out this this flu real quick. No sense in pushing even more mood breaks and losses. Yep, and you're making more Nutrimine, keeping ourselves stocked up. Okay, you're at 97%. Switch back to herbal. Switch back to herbal. Make sure everyone's set back to normal medicine. We are. And honestly, at 89%, go grab yourself a bite to eat. Yeah, once the other group of people wake up and they go eat something real fast, we will get out of here. Like, as in get out of here, we will go into that. Okay, we got shuttle. Compact weaponry. Rather than drag that out forever, we're gonna go ahead and trigger that to research instantly to get the next thing here. Okay, so you use that, and that's like instantly getting 4,000 research. You have junk. You have nothing I want. Do you have anything you'll buy off me that I don't really need anymore? Nope. There's the flake. Cool. Circadian things. So I got a bunch of stuff here. You made a masterwork vac suit. People are up. So get in the hole. Let's get this done. Okay, so start hacking the doors. Can you live in these bunkers? Yeah, but you won't get a lot of outside resources, and also there'll be very few events of interest or anything down here. So you could live here, but you know. It'd make for, like, not that interesting a gameplay. Okay, so you've got all that sorted. How are you doing? A couple of mild stings. Okay. I mean, if you go over here, start hacking that door. Before you burn a colony, does skipping the corner wall not make a diagonal hold pressure? Yeah, having a gap in the diagonal, you will hold pressure. So you're fine there. Meanwhile, let's go. Who else can do some research? Oh, Canahawk? Go deal with that terminal back there. Because we're getting pretty close to having this place cleared out. Last door opened. Come on, Mech Resurrection Serum. Last door opened. What is that for? Ox gas. Don't care about that. Advanced components. We've got food. And then the last box. An Archotech Eye. Ah, so perfect. Now what we can do is have another failed surgery and have another pawn just utterly die in a non-combat situation. Because that's been our luck for like the last couple of hours. So we'll find someone who needs an eye, and they will probably die. So haul the eye, haul the components, haul the advanced components. Okay, who is our lucky contestant who needs a replacement eye? Oh. It looks like whoever our contestant was, they lost their eye, so you know what? You seem as good of a choice as any, De Leon. Go get yourself an eye. Heat wave. Alright, well, you need to get off this tile. Let's get this surgery done on They Leon real fast, and then we need to leave, because a heat wave with a climate adjuster setting it to hot as well, not a great combination. So you operate, so we make sure we got one of our good doctors on that. And you tend. And dead. No, it's fine. Alright. So let's get out of here. We don't have a reason to stay. It's hot. Nobody likes it. Pond, plateau. Mountains. Infested settlement. Ancient uplink, cavern. So, an invested settlement could also give me goodies. And that's an infested settlement with uplink. Let's wait on the uplink ones. And the reason I want to wait on the uplink ones is we're working on our vac suits now. Most likely it's going to be someplace in space that'll take me. And it would be a bummer to get something good and then be like, oh, well, I can't go. We also need to get to space in a big way to get Vaxstone for all that stuff. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. It was good having you. Alright, so we've got the cave entrance there. Let's confirm the landing where we're at. Thruster breakdown, that's fine. Geothermal. And we can go here and go power. There's the power. And even though I probably won't worry about it, we'll go and plant rice there. I'm expecting to be out of here well before that becomes a situation. We got the bugs there. So pretty much what I want to do is I want to give They Leon a chance to get back up from their stuff. Meanwhile, let's take a peek. We got components. I got 9,000 steel, so let's not touch the steel. We got components. We got components. We got components. More steel. Yeah, so very clearly no ancient danger. We do have the next best thing, so we could get goodies out of that box. There's going to be goodies down there. Down there's a little bit of a disaster, though. We'll also want to go over here and say stockpile. Dumping stockpile. Low. And low. Okay, and Lardine should go out here and get that worked on. Okay, so you're back on your feet. You'd be woozy for like 2 days from your anesthetic. But yeah, so clear the building. After we clear the building, we are going to go down below to deal with the Hive Queen and all that. Because we have found some pretty good stuff down there before. So I think it's worth the time. Okay, we got multiple visitors and all that showing up. You social fought yourselves. Don't whine at me. You literally showed up, killed each other, and then were like, we're mad at you. Cool, man. There's nothing I want to give you. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that, friend. Okay, I'm hoping you'll stand up here long enough for me to save you. There, you gonna make it? No. You are not. Can I? Yeah, so I can't actually patch you up while that's going on. Well, it sucks to be you. I got excited. It's the thing that makes animals smarter. Okay. We got a safe up here. A Harbinger Seed. Well, I've been saving one just in the off chance to get an Alpha Thrombo to show up, because I actually did tame an Alpha Thrombo on my run we won. And that's kind of how I did it. Well, not how I did it. But the way I got the Alpha Thrombo was I did use one of those to boost things. Okay. Finding lots of stuff in here. None of what I'm specifically hoping for, but lots of stuff nonetheless. Okay, this might work. We can bunch you up here real fast. Actually, for that matter, shoot these. Kind of going with having them actually destroy these tiles because it's just making it easier for me to move around and see. So we're almost cleared this part. Once we clear this part, I will take the time to have everyone back off and heal up and all that. Or not heal up, but recover. You're any trick that if one of your pawns runs wild, if you dose them with the animal syrup, it's a permanent... Oh, that sounds amazing. It sounds like the exact type of thing that would get overlooked. So if you have that, we can do that. Because it also would give them a higher tameness, so that would mean retaming them should be easier. Okay. Shame you missed a chance with Kiona. Yeah, no, I didn't think about that. Laser can, super cool. Yeah, it's not super good damage, in all things considered. But the fact that it can bypass shields and it just does a plethora of hits does give it some value. I'm gonna have them shoot this spot just in the case there's anything good in there. Nope. Alright, get out of here, do your self-care. And then once everyone's all patched up and good to go and all that kind of stuff, we will hop on down. Did I actually let you get the geothermal up? No, we shouldn't have done that the whole time. I should not have had you over there doing that while the geothermal... Okay, you work on the cable for a minute. You prioritize the geothermal. Is this still alive? It could be patched up. Yeah, no, I spent too long. I kind of forgot about it. It doesn't matter. Like, we don't take the penalty because it's not our fault. Okay, so we got the power cable done. So once Lunar gets that done, our power's going to be up. Because we don't want that off any more than absolutely necessary. Luckily, with all the power production we have, when stuff flicks on and off, it still does manage to keep those up a little bit. Major break risk on you, because you are hungry, you are sleepy, you want recreation, everyone's sad. Installation rating. I'm already doing a lot of stuff, man. You're gonna have to wait your turn. And Lily is just chucking a bunch of rice down. Just in case we get stuck here for any length of time, which I don't imagine we will. But you never know. Yeah, not sure if you noticed. We gave you 2 field hands. So when it comes to you, this is like... This is normal speed, how fast you're going. Once you get that chunk of rock out. Gotta watch where you slow. But yeah, so compared to everyone else, you're like 4 or 5 times as fast, so you just gotta blast through planting. Yeah, there's Leon. So there's your comparison in speed. You are specialized. Okay, what's your deal? You're sleeping. So you should wake up, we'll let you eat, and get those sorted. That's part of the reason I don't feel bad about, like, randomly sending you to be like, just plant stuff. I don't care if we're here long enough for it to matter. You plant it fast enough, it'll be fine. Alright. So we showed up, and then we just started blasting. Okay. So let's go over here. And we're just trying to run around and clean up as much of this. Because you're going to have hidden loot down here. Okay, that one's a dead end. There will be the Hive Queen down here somewhere. And often there's good stuff by the Hive Queen. Okay. There's probably a dead end as well, but... Oh, I mean, there's a bunch of compact steel down there. Okay, let's get you over here. Because I do want to clear this to a certain level of care. Okay, so that's a dead end over there. We can start moving our way over here. So you can't hit that. That's fair, so we'll have you run in here. Then start opening fire on this area. Now, last Hive Queen, we had burned off the ears of both of... Like, one of my melees had both their ears burned off from the acid spit. It went fine. But it's just kind of one of those things that the acid spit is not insignificant. Okay, so we got a bunch of insects back there. I figure we start going down here first. All right. There's one of the goodies. Triple rocket launcher. Okay, so we got more insects down there. We got a big area down here that we haven't popped open. Looks like there's a bunch over there as well. Let's start by clearing out these insects up top. Because I pop this wall, that should unleash them. Cool, so you got that one. So you can run over here, take care of that nest real fast. We got some acid spat on a couple of people. We're gonna want to leave here soon. Alright, well I guess we're doing this now. Oh, shoot the bugs, not... Oh, we're getting hit from both sides. Okay, well that could have gone way worse. We are alive. I was like, I'll just clean this one last room. It won't be that big a deal. Hive Queen. Gravelite panels. Okay, so let's exit the layer for now. Get ourselves patched up, get our moves all proved. I still want to explore down there more, because I found some goodies down in those. It's a lot of very slow looking around, figuring it out. The good news, I don't even think the queen got a chance to... You lost a lung. How did you lose your lung? To a gunshot wound. I must have happened a while ago because you weren't actively bleeding. Must have overlooked it. You got a bunch of burns on you. It probably happened in all the mech fighting and I just failed to see it. That cougar is going to attack us anytime now because there's no food for it anywhere nearby. Let's deal with it. I'm just waiting for it to go hunt one of my people and not just be that. Catch one person out. There. Alright, so give everyone a chance to recover, do their stuff to improve their mood, then we're going to go back down in the hole. Because I am hoping... Where we saw the container up here somewhere that we popped open... Those containers are important. Yeah, these ones, they can give us good stuff. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well.
Remember me?
I will. Yep.
I'll remember you too.
Alright, that's convenient. Love.
Love.
Yeah, but we're hoping to find more containers like that down there. It's fine. Imagine all that stuff's just gonna rot down here, right? Yeah, they won't be refrigerated, so I'll rot down in the hole. I'm not super worried about that. We did aggro the... Like, when we aggroed the queen, it pulled all the insects out there. That's something to keep in mind in the future. That I should kill all the bugs as we see them before they can escalate. So you're almost fully fixed. You have a leg that's hurt, but otherwise you're in good shape. Okay. So we did get another 120 grav plates. So that could be the next project we work on, is where I was going to build the area for the shuttle up here before. It is possible to aggro a hive through a wall, and then they rip the burrow walls to get to you. That's interesting. Yeah, in my case, I didn't think they did that. It was, I fought the hive queen down there. And there was a nest. You could see the hive down here. And when we aggroed it, they ran the whole way from there up to go get us. So, okay. So if we do it like this... That would be big enough to fit the shuttle pad. And put a wall around it. But... I don't have enough tiles for it. So that's fine. Alright, let's get back in there. So we got an area over here we can clear. You go start smacking those walls. Oh, we only have been here long enough for it to queue up again? That's fine. I thought we'd been in the tile way longer than that. So if you all start, you'll start hitting that. Have you scoot on over here. Okay, so we got a little area over here, a little area over here, a spot up there. Okay, that's nothing. Okay, also run you back over here. Maybe start shooting at all this crap out here to clear it out. I heard insects pop somewhere. Hey, you go over there. You scooch on over. There's definitely a nest still in here somewhere. Okay. Alright, that's clearly a nothing. You can pop up here. Throwing out a place that could genuinely have anything. Let's actually probably not worry about that one. Yeah, so you just got, basically your bionic leg got beaten up a bit. Okay, so let's go through here. Go up and around that. This looks like the last area we could find anything. Starvation on you. Eat your food. Okay, and grab all of this. Alright, I'm satisfied there's not anything else I care about. So everyone get out. Is there anything that's obviously, like, grab it? No. Get out. Okay, so, in the future, once I kill the Hive Queen, as long as I've gotten at least one more box, we just skedaddle. Okay, and you just got some bruises and that. That's fine. I don't think there's anything up here I care about. We've already opened all the saves. Make sure we didn't miss any. Yep. Alright, let's just move. Okay, so we got an ancient complex thing right next to us. So we're gonna go right to that. Oh. Minus 10 of the Ancient Empire for every couple of days we're here. I'm probably gonna skip that. Uranium rich. Mixed coastal. Chem fuel stockpile. That's got promise. Abandoned colony. Ancient uplink. All that. Dunes. Ancient uplink. Yeah, let's go to the chem fuel. I don't actually care about the chem fuel. I just want to have the potential of getting goodies out of it. Maybe find ourselves an ancient danger to bring people back from the dead. Come on, Cassie. Hook me up. It's like a 2% chance or whatever people, like 1.9% chance or whatever people said it was. I'm sure we'll get it almost every time. I should also check to see how we are doing. Alright, where's the geo... Okay, we got geothermal behind us. I should also check to see how we are doing on, getting those vac suits. Because like I said, once I get the vac suits, I can start going spaceward. Okay, so grab you, plug you in. And you can start hacking that. Nothing we care about in there. Go for the components. Oh no, we actually have the researcher vac suit. I'm talking about the, we're crafting them, and they just take time. Because I need, like, 10 of them or whatever. Ideally, we want much better than vac suits. We're doing a lot of stuff in space. But, you know, they will certainly suffice for at least going up to get the vac stone to make our ship have better engines. Okay, so we're one shelf short of having that all built. And again, those are just in the case they get set on a, needing more time. Alright, so we've got 6 of our 10 vac suits made. So that does mean, realistically, by the time we're done here, we'll be ready for space stuff. Which means we'll be able to go up here, get grav core stuff or whatever we need. Compact plasteel. I really just need the vac stone, so I'd probably just go up for just whatever asteroid I can get my hands on. Start ripping it up. Oh, right, I still need a room for... I don't really need a room for the things. This will be fine here. We'll wait till we get the shuttle things. The potatoes take almost twice as long to plant. And Lily's just so much faster, almost fully has that whole thing planted, while 2 of them are working on the smaller area. Having you specialize bionics is always ridiculous. Okay, we got a shaman caravan. So I gotta remember, we are in the market for a lung. We do have a missing lung in the colony right now. As well as, like, any other good things. Let's see here. So we don't need more medicine. We're good on Nutramine. I don't care about any of that. We are good on Mind Numb. I'm really good on Plasteel until we start making Marine Armor, and that'll just all vanish. All of those are doing their thing. So basically they have nothing I want. That said, I will go ahead and send you off with like 100 gold. And honestly with that, I've got too much gold. It is a problem. So you're at 53, so I can take up to 47. What if I gave you an extra 100? What if I gave you an extra 300? 500? Deal. Okay, so we are now allied with the, I think we're allied with all factions that we can, like, literally we're allied with everybody who you can make friends with. Because we just find so much gold and so much other stuff that it's just like, alright. Give. An ostrich has self-tamed and chosen death. Disease Plague was blocked by Penny-Oxalin. Thank you, Penny-Oxalin. You're my bestie. You remember you had a miner that had 2 miner class +2 digging hands. The guy could dig and throw the Eversmiths. Yeah, no. If you get the if you also get the specialist, and then the like the dirt mole like better mining thing, it could be just silly how fast you can go. All right, so we're working on that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so we're looking for the advanced Gravtech, the Archogenetics. Those are what I'd really want. Honestly, going down this route towards the Cataphract. We actually have halfway through our Cataphract from finding all the patterns for it that we keep running into.
Sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright, everyone. Into the hole. Mine so fast that the movement speed's a bottleneck? Yep. Alright. Okay, well, we found the chem fuel immediately. That is going to be a spicy room right there. Ah, come on, man. So, the problem I have here is that's going to explode, and that's going to stun me. And they are just a nasty combo. Come on. Okay, just some minor scrapes. Okay, get in there, champ. Cool. You start hacking that. You Barry to start hacking that. Oh, I must have canceled it. It's fine. I'll just go ahead and have a hack at the same time. There is a chance this will open that door, but either way. It could also hack any other thing in this place. Turret disabled, that's fine by me. Okay, you start hacking this. You start hacking that, and you will switch to that door when you're done. So grab all the rest of you and pop you in the middle of the room. So eventually they'll get over here and they'll aggro themselves. That was friendly fire. I went to move them forward, and it was just too late. I saw them start firing, it's just too late. Instantly killed. Friendly fire blew out the lungs. I'm having really bad go on this right now. Oh, it's fine. Okay, so you got hurt. You go ahead and you get this body out of here. So exit. Items. Grab them and their gun. We have lost so many colonists today from really, like, that one, like, you know, I shouldn't have let it fire. I was basically had him on the door, and I didn't even think about the fact that they were too far back and they were going to react until they had started firing, and it was literally just opened up. Oh yeah, no, I don't save scum. Like, I messed that play up. That person died because I messed that play up. There's not more to say about it. It is what it is. Okay, so you're up here. Is the body up here? Where is the body? Where is the weapon? Are they still down here? Yes, they are. Why did you not do what I told you? Can you not haul? No. I need you to get that body out of here while it's fresh. That's how this works. Let's try it again. Exit. Just you. Items. The gun and the body. Accept. That's not how this works. Try again. Oh, I see what's happened. They're restricted. I do wish it would tell you, like, couldn't do it, couldn't access it, like something like that, versus just they leave, and you're left wondering where the heck they are. Okay, so now you're doing it. There was a time in RimWorld where any shooting in a tunnel has pretty much destroyed most of your party. Yeah, no, it was, you only had like 2 or 3 tiles of safety versus the 5 now. But yeah, no, just that was just a moment of not watching. Advanced. I was hoping it would be a mech resurrection serum, just so we could kind of like undo our mistake. Blast door open, that's fine. Okay, so go slap that. Sentient Catalyst. Map. Alright, so before you go anywhere, bury that one, keep it fresh. And grab the rest of everybody. And how badly are you? You're on your last limb. So if you just go ahead and get out of here for right now. Okay, so you open this one. You open that one. The rest of you pop down here and clear the nest. And then we're good to get people out of here. Alright. So orders. Exit, get everyone out of here. Oh, I'm salty that I did that. Like, it'd be one thing, like, it's one thing when you know, things just don't work out. But that one was like solidly on me, cutting corners by just having my people be fast to hack the doors and just getting popped in the back. Alright, so that's yet another sarcophagus full. S2D Vitez, you were our very neurotic, kind, and industrious pawn who was our crafter. Transport pod crash. Be good. Beautiful, kind, optimist dirt mole. Welcome to the colony, friend. Okay, and we're just ticking down our numbers one by one. And that means I'm down to one crafter. So let's go ahead and take Earthrush off cooking. You're now our crafter. You didn't get everything out of there. What are you doing, game? Oh, was it filled up at the top? I bet you it's filled up at the top. That's fine. Alright, so you have Masterwork. Grab the Masterwork one to replace your weapon. The rest of that I honestly don't care, like, that much. So we've got our person in the hospital. I'm hoping they will join me without a bunch of drama. Where did the person go? Where? Huh? They must have gotten up as I went to get to them. They weren't bleeding or anything. So they must have just gotten up and walked away while I was doing stuff. Well... yeah, unfortunately we didn't get them. They weren't injured enough, so they got up on their own and left. While I was on my way to retrieve them. They heard about your colony, no doubt. Yeah, well, for the record, dirt moles actually do have fast healing. The worst thing is with all of this, I'm waiting on our archogenetics stuff, because inside of here, I have Dealthless. Dealthless would have saved all of these people. I have super fast, I have all sorts of goodies, but I need the archo biotech, whatever, archogenetics research to use it. So we're just ticking off our people one by one. And if we had Dealthless, like, oh, they're down for 5 days. Whatever. Alright. Okay, so you're consoled. You're fine. You're fine. You're consoled. You're fine. You could be consoled. You could also be consoled. Okay. Just working through getting people all these mood penalties knocked off. Well, our food lasts longer. How are we doing, by the way, on our suits now? Because now I only need 9 suits. Feels great. We got a couple of colonists idling. That's whatever. Alright, so we got Earthrush moved over to be our new crafter since our other crafters all died. So what happens if you are Deathless and you run out of Lucy? I think your character would be downed as if they were going to die, and then until you gave them Lucy, wouldn't get back up. You're still wishing for a pawn freebie? Oh, like just a pawn they give you? I would love to have an unnatural healer, but you know. Man. 4 losses today. Is that 4 losses a day? Yeek. I think the entire rest of the run, technically we had 3 losses. The one we resurrected, Kanahawk was resurrected. So we've taken more losses today than the entire run up to this point. No, wasn't because it was Maximum Effect, Donkey Duff, then Canahawk died before. Ducky Deanna, no, we've had the same number of losses today as we did before today. So it's a tie, not more. Well, I don't see a reason to stay here. Because unfortunately with ourself down to one crafter... Oh, Earthrush is also crafting? Yeah. With us having only like one crafter in the whole place, it is going to be everything grinding down to a much slower rate. We are going to go ahead and tell you to not bother making any more blocks. So you are making the vac suits. I need how many more? I need 3 total. So let's go ahead and we can hit one more tile before we go up for space. So we got asteroids so far left or right. I can hop to the ancient complex, which is what I'm gonna do. Right, it was too close to the Empire and I'm gonna get pissy about it. That's why I didn't do it before. We might do that though. Oh, there's a weapon stockpile. Yeah, I'll go to the weapon stockpile then. Man, killed a friendly fire. I don't think I've had meaningful friendly fire in a long time, because I'm usually very careful about my setup, that the only people I let step ahead are the ones that have like shield belts and that, so a hit or two of friendly fire is not that big a deal. And even then, I try not to do it. Like, I didn't have them way back there by intention, it was just the fact that we were doing the other thing. Yeah, it's not an ancient danger. There's definitely no ancient dangers on here, because there's no mounds hardly speak of at all. Grab nausea. Start hacking it. Mine that. We definitely don't need regular steel. Take the silver ore. And I guess what we'll do here is we'll say zone, fish, fish. Okay. I can just work on all that. Not a whole lot for us on this map. And we're almost instantly going to have that all mined up. Okay. So we've already mined up all the things worth mining on the map. The rest of the map is just junk. Okay, so we're basically waiting for Canahawk to hack their way in there, which should not take us very long. The worst case, we get a lockout, and we have to wait like half a day. But then we can probably just pop right back in there as soon as Lardine, I believe, is working on that. What start did you use for this playthrough? Tribal start, but we have a bunch of things that make it harder than normal. We took the no research mod, which means you start with no research. We used the random research, semi-random research mod, which makes it that way. We also set ourselves to a ritualist ideology, which makes our research speed 25% the normal speed, plus a tribalist, which is 50% research speed, which makes it 12.5 research speed. So this is basically a run that we have deliberately starved ourselves on research as hard as we can. You know, barring not letting us research. And then just been running with it. Okay, so Canahawk, start hacking. Kiona Chick, start hacking. So we're learning our lesson. You stay over here. You're gonna pop that door. You've got a shield belt, so if something pops out, you can take a hit. So getting to ships from Tribal is not at all long. The thing to keep in mind is the only prereq for the ship is electricity. There's other stuff that's very helpful to have, like chem fuel processing and all that, but it's not technically a requirement. Okay, go hug the turret. Yep, no, well, it's kind of like Anomaly. They wanted you to be able to jump in and start it really early. Now, to keep in mind, you won't be able to do that much of the ship. You'll just be able to jump from one place to the other. You won't be able to travel very far. You won't have any, like, the cool tech that comes with the ship. You won't be able to go into space. But you will be able to travel the map faster. Okay, so we got 2 more charge rifles of excellent quality. So let's check our weapons here. It's a Masterwork chain shotgun. That's a good one, so let's go swap you out. That is a normal quality, so you go swap that out. So everyone's moving up the charge rifles. Oh, it helps if I pay attention. I do wish it was easier to see. So all of you get inside that room before you accidentally friendly fire another person into the early grave. Okay, so you took a couple of hits, nothing bad. Let's see, you test it, yes, Lucy, death destroys the brain. Gotcha, that makes sense. That's probably something they added just to make sure you couldn't just, circumvent death by Luciferum. Because the Luciferum, the whole point is it's supposed to be the forever drug. Okay. Okay, and we'll have you hack both of these. Alright, back off. We got an explosion coming. Okay, I'd hoped to use that. That actually could have been really bad. I'd hoped to use that explosion to kill those, but that was worth testing. Advanced circuits. You go and kill that nest. You pop that door. You hack those. I believe that's everything in here. Okay, that was kind of underwhelming. Component. We already got it. And we'll go to save. Okay, well there's no saves or anything like that, so let's go orders. Allow, unforbid, do this, exit, grab everyone, items, packaged meals, insect jelly, all this. Grab our 2 weapons. Yep, and that went smoothly. Yeah, Mech Resurrection Serum will even resurrect you if your brain is gone, which is a cool trick, because that is one of the ways for certain things like dementia that you can kill someone, extract their skull, destroying their head, and then resurrect them to now not have that. I believe you can even cure crumbling mind that way. Just kill them, remove their skull, and then, Mech Resurrection Serum them. But yeah, Deathless, if the body is destroyed or the brain is destroyed, they will not come back. That's one nice thing. So for as bad as we've had for losses today, I'm kind of holding out hope that we get Deathless. We start getting every one of our remaining pawns set up with Deathless. And very genuinely, we could eventually bring most of these back. The thing is, right now, a lot of these buys are still fresh. That's the big thing we gotta watch. Is if we click on here. Yeah, it says fresh, still frozen. Yeah, so this person's been dead for 1.9 years, but we've kept their body preserved. Dead for 4.4 years, still fresh and frozen. Dead for 4 years, fresh and still frozen. Interesting. And missing brain skull doesn't give any disadvantage to the pawn. Well, when you resurrect, they reappear. Like any of your lethal injuries and all that reappear, as well as certain other ones. They'll like recover from it. Alright, so we just gotta wait 2 days till we can leave this tile on to our next destination. In the meantime, we are crafting our vac suits. Which we're getting close. I only need 2 more vac suits. And that'll be good. And then we can start hitting space targets to make our ship able to jump much farther. That'll be the time to kind of change that. So is a cooldown to jumping? Yes. I believe it depends on a bunch of different things. I know one of it is I believe like how many engines and all that you have will detect, like if I do a little jump versus a big jump, I think that matters. I know there's like a minimum. It might also be the intelligence of your pilots will also potentially help. But there are events you can have that extend it, so like you can have it where your engines overheat when you land, which like doubles the time it takes to take off. So it's something like 3-4 days is the normal. And I think it can go to like 7 or 8 days if you overheat. Let's see, I presume that it'd also be a cure for resurrection psychosis, though an expensive one. It doesn't heal Luciferium Addictum, if I remember correctly. Tuna Escape. Okay. I mean, you can cure resurrection sickness using mech healing serum. You can cure it by using unnatural healing. We believe if you are deathless, when that like it would kill you, you would recover from it. Like it would down you. You might still need to heal it before you get back up. I don't know how that works. We got some refugees showing up. Let's just deal with one of them first. You can go like this. Copy, paste, paste. And base it off of that. I don't really want you doing crafting. That's fine. Okay. So let's see what we got here. Creepy breathing, awful pawn, terrible in every imaginable way. Pretty terrible, and body modder. So yeah, all 3 of these I wouldn't take. We've got a caravan here. Major break risk on you, because you are a disliked xenotype with tons of disliked xenotypes. Literally, it's just nothing but negatives the whole way down. Cool, they're probably going to turn on me very quickly. Corpse Obsession. I will murder you completely and thoroughly if you cause one of our people to rot. Schedule for them? Yeah, I'll need to get their schedule, yeah. You're not wrong, because I'll need to get recreation on that schedule to help out. Let's see here. Nothing we care about. Okay. They dug up Ducky Diana. Bury them immediately. Keep that body fresh. In the meantime, we're going to do lots of fishing while we wait for our engines to cool down. And then we'll move on to our next spot. Let's see, but resurrection won't heal Luciferium addiction. think multiple people in chat said on multiple occasions. Yeah, because that's, the Luciferum addiction is not your brain. You just are addicted. It's like just whole body addiction. So even if you got rid of the head, the body is still addicted to Luciferum. The whole removing the head only works specifically with brain injuries. Or, I guess technically eyes and all that would also get fixed. So like if you were blinded in both your eyes and you wanted a very weird way of solving it, if the pawn died, you could take their head off and then resurrect them, and they would get their eyes back. Because when their head came back, it would have them. That's probably not an approach to do, because replacing eyes is not that hard. I like this Revenant has just been chilling here the whole time. It should have broken out multiple times out over the years. But it's just chilling. Now, to be fair, when it steps out, it's getting absolutely blasted. It's enjoying its vacation, yep. Does the Revenant have health issues? The Revenant heals from literally everything. That's one of the catches with the Revenant, is it does over time heal. It's not quite ghoul ridiculous, but it's pretty ridiculous. Mad Iguana? Oh no! Hey Lily, I don't get everyone else up for this. Can you just go over there and smack it with a sword? Bonk. Good job. Making me proud. Everyone else is fishing. Okay, link those. So get that crap off of here into this storage. Still at 7. What are you working on? You're sleeping. That's fair. Oh, right, the schedules. So you honestly don't know. You're on the phone. It's hard to see. Okay, so we have a legendary weapon. Honestly, that's a little bit of a dangerous one, too, because that is 10 people we gotta fight. Which means we're definitely going to be doing that, even though it is not advised. Because I can only assume the more over-the-top, unreasonably dangerous it is, the better the loot's gotta be, right? Right? That's how that works? Right? And we're going straight there. Oh, it's just telling me it's a hot tile. With 3 cannon fodder now? Well, I mean, the cannon fodder with the weapons we're getting at this stage in the game, they'll just fall over dead. Okay. Isn't that the place? No, the chem fuel place I was looking at was over there. Alright. Oh, is this a tile with no geothermal? Boo. Okay, we don't want to be here very long. We can go ahead and plunk down the ship, and we're going to shut down a whole lot of our systems, because I want to make sure our freezer in the back stays online. Okay, so, got to power stuff down. For right now, we do not need the heaters. Turn them off. We do not need this. Turn it off. We do not need you. Turn it off. You can be turned off as well. So the chem fuel turned off. We'll leave the air conditioners on for the moment. What else can we turn off to spare power? So you got these 2 freezers need to stay on. Television, turn it off. I don't really want to turn off the psychic emanators because we got what? 400, 800. We got several thousand power. Yeah, I can we can turn those off for now. I should need to turn off everything. Grid access is at 290. Does the transport pod use power? No. Well, one thing we could do... start turning off all the lights. Because that should give us plenty of power to spare. 250? 265, 280? Okay, we'll turn on one research bench. Okay, so we got the research bench up and running. Meanwhile, we're going to have Lilypad pop up here, and they're just going to poke one door real fast. Oh, wait, never mind. They're attacking us. Hang on. Okay, I was like, let me get ready and get ourselves in position. So we can get ready to see what they've got so we can react to it. But apparently we don't get that choice this time. We'll get you over here to help kick things off if we need to. You there. Okay, what do you got? Chain shotgun. So here's the actual unique weapon. It is a chain shotgun. And it has rapid fire and extended magazine. That is messy. So it fires twice as fast. And it does 1.5 as many shots per volley. We got assault rifle, bolt action, revolver. So far that chain shotgun's a bit terrifying. The rest, not as much. Just get into position as fast as you can. Oh, I was really hoping the chain shotgun would lead the charge. And it is. Cool, so we got the chain shotgun tied up in melee before it got a chance to get a single round off. Okay, we did manage to put the fire out so it didn't destroy the chain shotgun. I'm surprised you haven't retreated yet. You gonna get in here? All right. And sorted. Okay, so we got a masterwork assault rifle, unique, and a group of 3 excellent charge rifles. Well, that's a legendary. That's better than your masterwork. So go ahead and you swap to that. But they brought us a lot of things. Yeah, Impid raids are still scary if they manage to turn this way. The one advantage is they can only spray half of my group, but also because I keep a fire foam pack in there, you see the moment the fire kicked off, we started dealing with all that. And I didn't check to see if they had any backpacks. It didn't look like it. So if you could just go ahead and haul that. Meanwhile, zone, stockpile, dumping stockpile. Alright. Yeah, I was surprised they just rolled out and came after me. But as far as injuries go, we got 1 bruise. and 1 hit to the arm. And that's all they managed to get out. Because the idea here is we just have a lot of firepower we could throw at them really fast. Now how goes our power? We got 390 to spare. Let's turn that on. Let's get the second research bench going. Keep that research going as fast as we can. You got that going on. Obviously I want to check this building and all that. You love them pausing like they're thinking it through and then feeding themselves in again. Yeah, no, it's an AI thing so that when you shot at them, they'll be positioned to be able to fire back immediately if you pop out again. It's just one of the funny side effects of that is they will kind of sit there and just do nothing in the meantime. Okay. So no guns out here. Alright, well before we go too far, let's get everyone in here. Because I just want to check the building for any goodies. We can leave the refugees to keep hauling and all that. Ooh, that is a lot of... Okay, so grab all of you. Get the other one. Okay. Run you over here. There's another one. And we can check, there's at least 3 more rooms. Okay, nothing in there we care about. I aggroed real quick. Oh, there's only 2 rooms. I thought that was gonna be another room. Okay, and with that we can go orders, allow all, deconstruct, deconstruct. Open all these. And let's check to make sure these buys don't have anything hidden in their pockets. Nothing I care about. Alright. So we'll go ahead and grab all that. And how are you doing on those vac suits? You're working on it. Just trying to check to make sure I didn't miss any boxes or anything. Not looking like it. So I did get a ton of chem fuel from it, but not much else. Oh, you had a backpack. What was it? Smoke pop? I'm not that worried about smoke pop. I already got one in my group we can run around with to use when I need to retreat. It is nice having enough power in here that, oh, grid access. Turn you back off. I know what we could do. Keep that on. Turn this off. And turn that off. Okay, got a war merchant. How's our power looking right now? So we got 110 extra power. Cool, we got rid of a scar due to Luciferum. Good old Lucy, always watching out for us. Okay, and we're just basically kind of waiting for the cooldown. There's not much here for us. Oh, do you have the Psychic Scream thing still up? Oh no, you're stoned. That's fair. Oh wait, you're not who I want. You. Keep our social people doing the trade so we get better results. Okay, so let's see. So we got some drugs to get rid of. We don't need any of this stuff. Got a whole bunch of stuff I don't need to worry about. We haven't done any research, so we don't need to worry about that. We did discover this, so we can get rid of that. Take the short bows, take the revolver, take the bolt action, take the poor quality LMG, the poor quality machine guns. We'll keep the good weapons for right now. We got some more worn flat clothes. And that's what we can spare for the moment. Let's make sure there's nothing on our fabrication bench we care about. Not yet. I want to get there someday, but we're not there yet. Okay, we are exceeding our grid again. It seems like we're bouncing back and forth between exceeding the grid and not. We can go ahead and turn off the power on the tailoring bench. That'll give me another 120 watts back. It's only 89 outside, so it could potentially knock down an AC if necessary. We go turn that one off. Okay, so we're back to being net positive on our power. I need way more power generation. And is also struggling to keep that temperature down, so it might be a situation that that I am going to need to get another AC in here. And the danger there is the moment I open it up, this goes to room temperature, we start losing stuff. It is holding there, those are just kind of running solid. I think it'll be fine. You missed a shelf in the freezer? That I did. There we go. Alright. So 23 hours till we can leave. We already took everything out of here worth taking. Man, you're still working on that suit. I'm so spoiled because we had our industrious, is your only power unstables? Unstable and a vanometric. Yeah, that's our only power on board. I could bring something we could fill up, but I've been able to get a hold of these so much, I'm making it so I have no requirement for any external resources to keep the power on indefinitely. Alright, and we managed to keep our research benches going, and honestly, we can turn your light on so you're still working at normal speed. We can turn your light on to keep you working at normal speed. The rest of us we can keep shut down. Biofuel generators backup? I could, but honestly, being able to just turn off a bunch of benches and having everything just running... Oh, also I should probably have the one in with the Revenant turned on to keep its time as long as possible. I also forgot to have all the oxygen pumps running, and that's probably 150 power or more. That's fine. We are getting people to research. Food binge. Honestly, get you bumped up to have a higher research priority on you as well. Deprioritize cooking and hunting. A dreadful edifice. You are willing to give me a vanometric power, and I only have to cover it for 7 days. Do I have enough crap on here to even pull that off? Because the problem is there's like very little stone on this map. Because you need a total of 1,700 units. And there's nothing for me to mine. I'm going to try going to the next map and seeing if it stays there. I would like it, but I don't think we have the materials on that. Demo the building? Oh, that's not going to be 1,700. Because a lot of that will be the fortified walls, not the other ones. And you don't get most of that back. So that there is Arid Shrubland. That's another ancient complex. Deep Drill? I actually don't think I have Deep Drill. Because random research is random. Right, I keep saying let's go there, and it keeps getting the Empire penalty. Mixed biome coastal, uranium rich. You're in this big area of desert without a whole lot of other biomes. Caves coastal. Tons of pollution down there. Scarlands. They nerfed ancient complexes by reducing the material you get from deconstructing them. Oh, I never really deconstructed them for stuff, because I never really had to worry about that. So it's looking like I'm not really going to have a whole lot of, these tiles we want to go after. Because we could go to one of the lava field tiles. And I'd be able to get the stuff for the edifice. But we'd probably struggle on sustaining. We could try it. No, with all those negatives, we'd probably not get there. It's looking like I'm gonna have to do 2 jumps to get anywhere worthwhile. That I gotta go around one way or the other. Actually, that's gonna be a farther way. So we're going this way. We got desert. I'm gonna land in the arid shrubland. Yeah, so we'll go where this mountain creek is. And we'll see if we get to keep that quest or not. Okay. Where do those ancient lands have light? Okay, so you can just confirm plunking it down there, because I think that's the only place it fits. Overheated, so we're stuck here for a little while. That's okay. What I don't know what's happening, chat, is the thing that tells you what's happening with the ads just kind of went blank. So I don't know when the next ad break's going to happen to whether or not I can prevent it. But we were getting ready to wrap up stream because I also can't snooze the ad again or anything because all of it's broken. So I'm just taking a quick peek to see if there's an ancient danger. There probably is buried in the mountains somewhere, but I'm not seeing it. Okay. What if the ship doesn't pin the tile? So you won't notice it too. I mean, you will notice it actually. It'll actually carve out area to make sure there's at least one place. So more than likely, this probably continued in more, but it just carved out spots to make sure there's room to put your ship down and move it a couple of tiles one way or the other. So the game does hand wave. But what's going to end up happening here, chat, is we are going to be wrapping up stream at this point, because it is getting to be past my time. I need to be wrapping up and calling it night, but I do hope you have enjoyed tonight's content, and if you have, don't forget to drop a follow here on the channel. That way we can find our way back here in the future. If you are watching on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you over there, because I don't have a host ready on that side. For those over here on Twitch, though, don't go anywhere. I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and seeing who I can find to drop a raid